Welcome in everybody to the playoffs of the European League by Unity Clash. I'm your host Spartan Tano and I'm joined here right now by the incredible Ghatlue. Only makes sense that we're on his channel. How are you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing great. I'm very excited about the matches. Being in the analysis deck last week was very fun, and not being able to cast with you is a pleasure.
It's going to be a lot of fun today, chat. We've got some very exciting games. It's playoff Pokemon Unite time. We're moving on with our bracket stage. Last week, we saw how Ultimate took down the victory road. Banana Peelers defeated Verbs Esports, and the enemies defeated Los Duros, with the biggest upset being Cafe Du Martin losing to Do You Like Pineapple. What an incredible moment that ended up being, a 2-1 battle. Same with the enemies and Los Duros. Ghatlue, a lot of those games were 2-1, and it just shows the quality of players and teams here in the EUL.
Yeah, I think that every team is like really great at adapting, having their own strengths, and just showcasing who's going to be the best at the end. And I'm very excited to see how the new item, that the root, is going to be implemented in today's tournament. Well, I actually heard from the production team it's not allowed, so there might be less Venusaurs that we see in this tournament than we see in that all.
I don't know, we still see plenty of them, buddy, but these are our matchups for today. As you can see, we'll be watching 4 amazing sets. 2 of these are winner semi-finals that we'll be bringing you, which are best of 5s, by the way, chat, and the lower round 1 matchups, where we'll be unfortunately having to say goodbye to 2 of our teams today. But that is what the European League is all about. It's Survival Saturday, baby. Only 2 of these teams will be going. The rest will progress on through. But before we begin the show, let's take a nosy at the stats of the past week presented by the incredible Dio Eva. Let's have a nosy at what kind of information we can see the last few weeks of EUL, buddy. These are the most picked Pokemon in the group stage, Ghatlue.
Interesting. A lot of Blastoise. I was predicting the Blastoise because European like to copy the Asian region. So it's very cool. Crosstail being on a 72% win rate is crazy to me. And Buzzwell, like, is this like a really low win rate? That's crazy.
I know, right? In 10 matches, 0.4% win rate, 0.5% pick rate. It's rather interesting for what we see. I mean, I'd imagine it is a Pokemon we've seen get banned out quite a bit, especially with how strong it is with that one supporter up in that top lane. Usually Eldegoss. I am fascinated here, Ghatlue, about how much Eldegoss we are seeing in the most recent meta.
Yeah, I believe that Eldegoss is just such a great Pokemon in just terms of healing, team fights. Like, it arrives like more around team fights, and because the pit is so different now, like the Ray or Groudon pit, I guess, there's no bushes in the middle. So being able to heal and team fight in an open space, I think Eldegoss benefits so much from this.
What I do like to see, though, is just the sort of variety that we see here on the most picked. I mean, we had plenty of games in the group stages, chat. A lot of groups, 3 3 with 3 people in them. So it's one of those where the pick rates, look at how average they are. 0.5% pick rate. That's a lot of Pokemon that have been played, and that's what I enjoy about the European League. But looking at the most banned, Ghatlue, it's pretty obvious which role is ruling that here.
Yeah, the Aronda role every time around us. But you do always see the Hoopa, right? Hoopa is such a strong pick. I'm kind of curious, like, what do you think about Latias? Because I haven't really been able to cast a Latias match. But I heard that it's like decent, but not the best.
What I would say in the games that I have casted, I cast so many tournaments here in the EU region, Ghatlue, and unimpressive is the one word I would use for Latias. I think especially in a tournament 5v5 setting, I haven't seen much people get that much out of it, to be honest. So I've not been that impressed by it, but maybe I haven't quite seen a player really capitalize on it yet. I think it needs a little bit extra. Looking at the secure stats here, so interestingly enough, we've got plenty of objectives played by Shrama Squad, 63% secured as well, but still Ultimate down on the bottom and still continue to win every game they come into, Ghatlue.
Yeah, it's interesting because I believe that Ultimate is a team that believes that Groudon is not going to be the main objective in the sense in the late game. So they like to play around point leads and evaluate the point leads, and then even if you get the objective, it doesn't mean that you're going to win. So this is like something interesting because in terms of win rate, they have a high win rate.
That's it, isn't it? Like maybe they're onto something there. As we have a look at the regs that have been done and whether Groudon was taken or not taken, usually does hang around that sort of 90% area, so we're still seeing people take it. But I'm with you. I think we do see a lot more of teams consider the fact that they need to be up by points coming into that final stretch, because realistically then the ball is in the court of the other team. They're the ones that are forced to make a move.
Yeah, very fantastic like graphics. Honestly, it's very interesting. Like a lot of Regieleki. So we do have Regieleki gamers in the tournament, and it looks like that Groudon is being like 11%. I believe if it's required, it's probably like 95%, right, of the time where Groudon is being taken. So I think it's really interesting to see these graphics.
It is. It's very interesting objective data. I would like to find some way of working out, is it more effective for you to get those objectives? We see multiple times when teams manage to get the majority of the objectives in the game, they have such a good level lead that could at least convert into wins, or more realistically than not. So yeah, it's interesting data. Thank you so much, Dioviva, for providing us with that. But I believe we've got our matches today that we need to move on to. Our first matchup is going to be Café de Martin versus Los Duros. I'm incredibly excited for this. As we have a look, Café de Martin have been a dominant team here in the European League, Ghatlue, consistently getting wins throughout the entirety of it. Los Duros, they took them a while to get off the gates, but as soon as they did, their synergy started to come back out, but it was a little bit too late for them to rack up those wins.
Yeah, and at the end, whoever wins this next match is going to be going through the loser brackets to potentially go to the winner bracket. So I'm really excited about both teams. Café de Martin with Cascada, Mbappé, Feze, Azelito, and Vaksho. And I believe that almost every team that is in the top 8 has a lot of achievements, and it's very exciting to just see the progress that every player has from 2024 to 2025, etc.
Yeah, realistically, outside of Ultimate, Café de Martin has been the team that everybody compares themselves to, because they have just been consistently good here in the European League. Los Duros have fast become a fan favourite team. We've got Oscar, Louisin, Danny, Albanoa, and No Way. And they opened the gates with a free loss streak. They found it difficult to find those tough wins. But as more and more action came through, chat, they started to build that synergy. And now we see them no longer being the underdogs. And they have got some consistent wins under their belt. Now, coming up against Café de Martin, it's going to be a very interesting battle, because they are a solid team. And I don't know how to predict this one, Ghatlue.
Yeah, I feel like it always depends. Like when I look at Los Duros, what does Osquita play? How is he going to play? Because I really don't like when Osquita is going to be in a top lane side, just stuck the top lane fighting for 8 minutes. I want him to move, I want him to be aggressive, and I want him to show Los Duros strength. But for Café de Martin, I think one player that stands out to me, especially in the last week, was N, who was playing the Talonflame with Brave Rod. Amazing Talonflame. So I'm trying to think about what is going to be banned, what is going to be allowed. Is this week Mega Lucario allowed or banned?
We'll get production to confirm it. It's banned for the entirety of players, and I think that's probably understandable with how people have felt about that Pokemon.
Yeah, that's fair.
Very, very strong indeed. Now, the stakes of this are very, very high, buddy. Whoever wins this matchup will be facing either Ultimate or Banana Peelers, and that is going to be a very difficult matchup no matter who comes through, especially Ultimate being the team to beat that everybody considers. But both of these teams, in Week 8, they faced off against each other. Café de Martin came out on top of that with a 2-0 victory. But that is where we started to see a little bit more success from Los Duros as their team synergy started to shine through. So this will be an incredible second showing from both of these teams. Will Café de Martin hold down the fort, or will Los Duros get their revenge? That's the question.
Yeah, it's very interesting, seeing both of these teams. They're incredible teams, and they're already in the loser bracket. That's why I like the format so much about having a double elimination bracket. Because even if you lose, you get a second chance to win. And I feel like single elimination brackets are very tough to handle. Because teams talk about the World Championship, where High Five just went out in the beginning of the day 2. It's crazy to see how these teams just going out. So I'm very happy to be able to cast more of these exciting teams and just being able to see how they will learn from their failure.
Yeah, because, even both teams, before they ended up in this lower bracket, it was a 2-1 loss that they ended up going down here by. So they had really pushed it to the edge in that upper bracket, and now they're both here, and neither of them is going to want to go home. Of course, one of you will go home if you lose this. The other one has to come up against either Ultimate or Banana Peeler, so that is really not an easy task for them.
What do you have like any favorites? Because I heard that you like Los Duros, right? I kind of predict that Capito Martin is gonna be very strong in the beginning, but at the same time, it's hard to tell because I feel like if Los Duros has the confidence and they are finding that like fitting in the draft and feel comfortable, they can just have like a punch effect where it's like, wow, okay, I didn't expect this team to perform so well.
100%, and I feel like that's the kind of thing, it's all about the mind games, isn't it, mate? I mean, you know, as a pro player, it's all about keeping that mental about you. The thing is, Cafe Dumartin, everybody knows how strong that team is, and they're a solid squad. Nobody is going to expect them to realistically lose anything throughout this lower bracket. I think the only team that most people would compare them against is going to be Ultimate, but Los Duros, I feel like the reason why so many of us like them so much right now is the fact that we've seen them develop throughout this European League, get better, and come and take it to teams that in the first couple of weeks, buddy, they'd have absolutely no chance in beating. But now, I mean, they're only down here for a 2-1 loss. They've been such a consistent team that they've just gone into people's hearts, and everybody's a big fan of this team.
Yeah, I really look forward to the match. I wonder what strategies they're gonna bring, because especially when you are losing and then you have 1 week to reflect, it's a very important step to be able to step up your gameplay, to be able to recognize what is your strengths, are your weaknesses. And I really hope that, like what I said earlier, that Oskita is going to be one of the star players of the team, where he rotates and he's just going to be able to pressure. And I also am curious to see if they can stop Mbappe or N from being able to just rotate throughout the entire map and adding this pressure with their team.
Oh, it's so difficult to do, isn't it? Because then on top of Mbappe, you've got Cascade, who is such a good all-rounder player, Ghatlue. A very huge fan of not only Serena, but Aegislash. 2 all-rounder Pokemon that can be very difficult to contain. You really have to try and limit what they do in the early stages. So it's one of those where Cascade could be the backbone of Cafe de Martin, with Mbappe just being able to do what they want across Faya Sky Ruins. That's going to be very hard to limit for Los Duros.
Yeah, we are seeing right now that Los Duros has side selection game 1 and picked to go first pick. It's always interesting, right? Because you don't know if first pick or second pick is good in a meta. And I believe that second pick is a good thing, but first pick decides what can you ban and what are the enemies forced to ban, so you don't have are able to play them. We saw in the bans that Empoleon was one of the Pokemons that was banned highly, so either the second team is forced to ban it or they want to play against it, strategy-wise. But I really look forward to see if they are actually going to ban some of the target bans. That's why I'm very excited about if Pokemon Yard is gonna update it to 3 bans instead of 2, because having 3 bans is gonna be amazing.
I hope they do, especially with these new Megas coming out frequently, as well as other Pokemon. I feel like we're going to get to that stage where the roster is so big, we're going to need 3 bans. But yeah, it was good when they brought it in. It definitely needs a little bit tweaking for a competitive setting, which is why I think we're back to 2 bans for now, because blind ban doesn't really make sense in the tournament setting. But I hope they bring it back, because luckily for today, they don't have to be concerned about Mega Lucario, but otherwise they would, and Empoleon is still very strong in the game right now. People consider Pawmot to be very strong. I know you and me had the same kind of opinion, where we didn't feel like it was that effective in the games, but the teams absolutely do. So you kind of don't have that option when you don't have that many bans to limit those out. What I expect to see, and you're 100% right, is Los Duros are going to be taking that first pick. I would expect them to leave Empoleon open and force Cafe de Martin to ban it out unless they want to go against it.
Yeah, I think something that a lot of teams forget about, or that exists, is Crustle. I think Crustle is such a powerhouse defender that, I mean, Snorlax is annoying, but Crustle is actually really annoying, especially for the Arounder/Iteka meta. I feel like Crustle doesn't get a lot of attention, even though it's such an annoying Pokemon. We saw it in the World Championship with Draken being able to do a quadra kill. So it's kinda interesting for me, because Crustle is like a sleeper pick, I guess.
I would agree, 100%. I feel like usually with the defenders, it's like, oh, let's get Snorlax. If we can't get Snorlax, we're probably going to have some attention on Trevenant. Ho-Ho got used a great deal as well, or Umbreon. The Crustle is definitely one of those underappreciated picks and very annoying, mate. I know as a speedster player how frustrating that Crustle can be, so I would expect to see quite a bit of that today as well. The Rock Tombs, the X-Scissor, it's one of those where as soon as you're caught in that, really good setup for the team to come around and drop that damage.
Do you have any sleeper picks that you want to see for today's tournament?
Oh, I would like to see some of these speedsters we don't really see, and you don't because of the fact that like Absol's broken, Talonflame's broken, Leafeon's broken, but I want to see some Mouscarada coming out to play, you know what I mean? Those kind of speedsters, mate. But it's the fact that there's just so many in that role that are so much better right now, and people are so competent on it.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I love Miascarada, but Miascarada's early game. It's especially like all about early game, right? It like kind of changed into like game where you prioritize early game characters or have like a stable team composition where you have scaling characters but also early game characters. Because from experience, from watching casting and also playing, early game characters are very difficult to play against.
Yeah, that they are, but this is going to be game one. Banwise buddy Louisin taking that Serena straight out of there, knowing Cascade is over on that opposite side. You can't be letting them have a Pokemon that strong. So
Suicune, Serena ban, Empoleon, like we predicted, and the Snorlax ban, which is interesting. It's always like, do you pick Hoopa here? Do you pick, like, what do you want to pick? And something we talked about last week was Mew was very popular, especially Dani, who is such a wonderful Mew player. Being able to first pick it and build a combo around it. Very excited what they're going to do with the Mew.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like the Mew is an interesting first pick, but as you say, Danny is so strong on it, and I think a lot of these teams are going to consider that a very good pick. So you take it away, but you do give over this Blastoise and this Hooper to Cafe de Martin, so they've already got a good sort of core of their team here, Ghatlue, that they can really build around.
Yeah, Blastoise is very flexible pick. You can play it top lane, you can play it defender-wise. So I like being able to flex pick in the beginning of the first two sections. However, Blastoise and Hoopa, such a wonderful synergy on top lane, it's so strong. Like you saw that Torero was thinking about picking Eldegoss Buzzword, who has a better synergy, but opted to go for the Blizzy for potentially cancelling Hoopa portals if the Hoopa decides to go for the Hoopa. But we are seeing the Lucario, so I tend to believe that this plus is going to be an XP shot. But it's kind of confusing because I don't really know what's happening right now.
Well, no way he's going to bring out the Scissor, or I would expect it to be... Is that the big root? I'm not sure if that's allowed. They're probably going to have to change that. But I'd expect it to be a Cypher. But with Cafe de Martin not really having anything the Cypher can capitalize on just yet. No way he's going to bring out the Crustle we mentioned, buddy.
Yeah, the draft is kind of playing games on us right now, but we are seeing the Mamoswine. Mamoswine a great choice to stop Hoopa portals, Hoopa in general, and stop the Lucario from playing the game. Like you talked about, Cascade is such a strong top laner, and I believe that he's gonna play the E-Speed if he doesn't change the Foliar, and this might be an attacker Blastoise, and we have a jungler winning our jungle.
Okay, so looking at Louisin right now with those held items, buddy, that looks like it's going to be a Petal Dance Venusaur. Let's see if they change it at all, because we've already seen a lot of good ninja play here, but they don't have any other range on the side of Cafe de Martin here realistically. So I kind of like the play of Louisin getting very aggressive with the Petal Dance, knowing that you've got Danny for a little bit of range for your team as well.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, because if you don't play like Helping Hand, Safeguard Blizzy, gotta be aware of the CC chain that Cafe de Martin has. I believe that the safer option would be the Solar Beam, since you can like safely use 2 Solar Beams from a safe distance, since it's also an attacker Mew that does a lot of damage. So I think I'm very excited to see how the both teams gonna develop. It's gonna be definitely a slow game. There's no speedster involved in the early game, so the attacker players are able to scale, and Greninja has this option of going all in with its Unite move. So I think something that is interesting is when you play Greninja, you wanna play aggressive. You don't want to play safe. You wanna always be confident in your plays and never really stop like pushing, like Cinderace. So I'm hoping to see the Greninja accelerating the aggressiveness of being able to have two stances, like in a way, a range, also a melee character.
100%. Will we see the Surf or the Water Shuriken? We've been seeing a little bit of Surf recently, but I think most people go for that Water Shuriken, right?
Yeah, I think that against this team composition, the Shuriken is probably better and easier to play, and you already have a secure option. So we have to see, right? Because it's always like a synergy kind of thing. Where if you go Power Punch, you can go Shuriken. If you go E-Speed, you go Surf. Okay, it looks like both teams are going to play for the bot lane. It's very exciting to be able to cast as well how the bot lane is going to play. So Blastoise is going for stacks, where the Umbreon is trying to protect the Blastoise from the Mew. It's kind of scary, right? Going into a Mammoth from Mew.
It is, buddy, and that's exactly why Squirtle gets sent back to Nurse Joy. This poor Eevee at the moment has to go back to get these citrus berries, but Lost Duros are going to continue to bring the punishment until Squirtle gets there. They are definitely on the back foot of Cafe de Martin.
Yeah, Blastoise and Venusaur are going to top lane, driving towards top lane, trying to see if they can help the top laners. However, the bot lane is, like the top lane is very fast with Lucario and Hooper. So I believe that the Lucario is going to get level 5, which is a very scary part. However, the bot lane is adding a lot of pressure on the bottom side.
Yeah, I think that is a brilliant combo down there, having No Way and Danny. It's not going to be an easy task for Cafe de Martin, but they need to make sure that they alleviate that pressure by doing some in the top lane themselves. I've lost a little bit of my screen here. There we go. We're back. Toreno getting back to the pad with that Ivy's to put the pressure on.
Yeah, I think the Lucario and the Greninja got most of the farm. But being level 5 on Buzzwell is very scary, so you gotta respect it. You gotta have to predict what is happening on the top lane side. But I believe the E-Speed is gonna be a scary part on the bot lane, since you can use the Natus to your advantage. You have multiple E-Speeds, so you gotta be careful.
That you do. Now 31 points to 2 so far. We're just going to come back to the screen while we try and fix out the Sableye going on in our system, buddy. They know how much we want to witness this game, the revenge game, hopefully for Los Duros, or the fort holding game for Cafe de Martin, but they're like, nah, bro, we're going to give you a couple of technical issues until then.
I think what is very interesting about both teams and the way they drafted very safe, right? They know that every game matters, and if they lose, they are out of the tournament. So able to recognize that maybe you want to start slow, you don't really want to start fast with the speedster, which is scary, you can die fast. You're just gonna have both mages in the jungle, which you don't really see commonly, right? Against like when you see like high competitive teams playing, because they like to be able to play fast, etc. So I think this is something interesting that both teams decided to do.
Yeah, it really is. It's one of those where it's kind of go big or go home time, but you do want to be a little bit cautious as well. What I do like from Lost Heroes is that they've witnessed the matchups that they've got in these lanes, Ghatlue, and they're playing very aggressive. And I think that's recognizing that when it's a team like Cafe de Martin and you have an advantage, you really have to hammer that advantage home, because just one little bit of weakness or just a little bit of not being aggressive enough, and Cafe de Martin will capitalize on that to get themselves back in the game.
Yeah, I believe that Ready Drago is going to be a deciding factor how the game flow is going to be. Because even though I believe that Ready Drago isn't the best Pokemon, in games like these, the Ready Drago just kind of decides whether or not you get your powers back at level 9, etc. And since it's global XP, it's just a nice thing to do. And I believe that both teams kind of benefit from pretty bottom pad. So I'm interested to see if, because in a lot of the times when you cast or in the nice games, you see teams just giving handshakes, meaning you play for top lane and give up the bot lane objective. So I think what I'm trying to think about is like, do both teams understand that both pads and bot lane are very important, since it's very easy to play around, but it changes with the way the game works, right? Regularly top, Regularly can also be bot. So it's kind of interesting. It kind of depends every time.
So would you consider then, if that objective is flipped, so you have the Reggie buff in the top lane and the Regieleki down in the bottom lane, would you still put that importance on the bottom lane there, or would it flip to the top side?
I think so. Like, I think even if the Regieleki is bot lane, I think being able to have XP like over and over is very nice. Being able to break bot lane pads gives you opportunities to push the Regieleki. I do think that Reggie Rock and stuff is really good on top lane for the top laners. But since
Yeah.
it's not really about the top laners, Lucario is better at like playing with the team, setting up great kills. He's playing E-speed, so he's like a little bit more speedster heavy, while Buzzball is just able to kind of 1v9. So it's kind of depends on how both top laners are going to pressure and be able, because we saw both top laners being level 5. So right now it's kind of like it's a really calm game. However, I saw that the Mew on the bot lane is kind of, like you said, using its advantages in the early game to get ahead.
Yeah, 100%, because the thing is with Mamoswine, whilst people feel like, oh, it takes a lot of experience to get Mamoswine to that third evolution, but realistically, you've got so much crowd control and so much HP throughout every stage of Mamoswine, even as a Swinnibers, we've already witnessed, Ghatlue. It's dominant down in that bottom lane, so it's one of those where you know at every single stage you have enough crowd control to make an impact in those pushes.
Yeah, very interesting, like we talked about, the handshakes. They are handshaking the Ready Drago for the top lane pad. If they play Hyperspace Portal, they're able to go from A to B, which is a benefit that Hooper has, and this is why you are picking up the Hooper. Stopping the Mew is going in, and the Mamoswine is probably going to fall, and I believe that it's going to be a swap play for the Café du Martin, which is great for them.
See, that is how Pokemon Unite can flip, because from that one handshake, as you mentioned, and then the quick rotation to the bottom lane, we now have Umbreon on the field, and Café du Martin are alleviating the pressure that Lost Eris have brought them. They're now in the lead by only 1 point, but it's about these levels, mate. Look at it. We've got level 9 on Greninja now. We just hit 8 on the Lucario, so they're even higher in regards to the level difference.
Yeah, they're controlling the game really well with the Greninja. Looks like they're starting the bottom objective. It's a Reggie Ice for bot lane. Top lane is fighting as well, but we have the advantage of having a Unite move. Greninja is going in with the E-speed, and it looks like they're just zoning them out to get the objective, while the Blastoise is fighting the Buzzwole on top lane.
As a brilliant zoning out. I love to see that, especially with the Snarl coming out from Box Show there, and Lost Eros knew. We're in a position where we're not going to be able to break through and take that, and look at the quick rotations come through yet again. You're not going to send everybody. You are going to leave Voxshow to defend that bottom pad, but right now, if you can find a pick on one of these Pokemon, it means this top objective would be a little bit easier for you to be able to take.
I really like how they are utilizing the Lucario E-speed throughout the map, just being able to E-speed through the enemies, zoning them, but also consistently farming and being able to pressure. Almost like great catch by the Hooper, trying to get some time, having no eject button for the next play. Cerberus will spawn in 20 seconds, and the Greninja doesn't have ultimate, right? So they have an advantage there.
Now we're just waiting for the engagement from Café du Martin, utilizing the Buzzwole there just to see who is in that bush, trying to push the Blastoise away. The Surf is going to come through. They've decided to no longer rip the Regieleki, so Cascade's going to get an approach onto it. Got to be wary from this Petal Dance, though, of course, and they've got Verdant Anger ready to go. There goes the Swole Slam coming on in. Does manage to find the Blastoise back on the T1 pad. In the meantime, the Petal Dances were throwing. There's the Verdant Anger. One of a Shuriken's going to come on through. Can they take down the Lucario? E-speeding for days. The Giga Rain does after a triple KO, and then Mbappe comes on in. Showmaker cleans it up.
Yeah, really great play by N, using the Unite move from almost hitting every single person, but also using the Shurikens really well. We talked about the Surf and the Shuriken, and I think it's interesting that they're going for this Shuriken option, since it's a Petal Dance Venusaur and not a Solar Beam. So you don't, like, the Venusaur has to engage the Greninja, right? It's not like the Venusaur can wait and just Solar Beam the Greninja. So I really like the option there, and just being able to have such a high level advantage, meaning you're gonna put a lot of damage into the enemies.
Yeah, hitting level 12 already here. I mean, Lost Eros are trying to catch up. They do have that Venusaur at 11, but this is just Café du Martin getting themselves back into this game and capitalizing on the sort of open moments that they had. Now they're trying to see if they can push this Regieleki in. They have managed to find Showmaker, though, on the back of that Buzzwole. Oscitar doesn't find the KO, and of course, with a weak HP, you're going to be doing more damage. Manaf Mash is going to come in here as well, trying to see if they can zone out Café du Martin to grab this Regice themselves, but there's not enough people here, Ghatlue. Can Danny get through with the secure? Because the rip is coming in. Big beam, a little bit too early though. Hooper manages to cut them off, and it is going to be taken by Showmaker as they look to push onto Lost Eros, but make a wise thing to actually back up and rotate.
I really like how Café du Martin is playing right now. They're playing so safe and so like calculated with the Hooper. It's very interesting, like a back and forth, just trying to zone them, knowing their weaknesses, playing around portals. It's a very, like, you have to start thinking about, is the Hooper actually a problem here?
100%. It's one of those where like they're gonna wanna try and break these goals to reduce that. Verdant Anger's gonna come through, big bit of damage there. But again, the Portals is gonna send back their team, get plenty of HP. They do come back though. Voxer's gonna go into the fight here. The Swole Sam's gonna connect, take the Umbreon back to Nurse Joy, and they want to continue to push. Do Los Duros. There's a first big beam. They do manage to find Showmaker. Advantage now to Los Duros, but look at the pressure coming in from the Blastoise. Aura Cannon connects and sends them home. And that's going to be Ghatlue Martin with a massive defense in that bottom lane.
Yeah, the Reggie Eyes helped them so much to be able to protect the pad, but also the Reggie Eyes, how they utilize their ultimates and now going for the Ready Drago. Maybe Danny is able to steal the Ready Drago to get some combat XP. It looks like they're giving up the Ready Drago to potentially push the bot inside of the map.
I have been enjoying seeing the zoning that they're doing onto the side of Danny, though. Whenever there's an objective up Ghatlue, you see Japer going for it, you see Voxo trying to cause that disruption and just get in the way of Danny out of range for that beam. And so far it has worked. Danny hasn't been able to steal any of these objectives just yet. No way, he's pulling a lot of attention here from Ghatlue Martin, but it's only allowing Los Duros to try and pick up their experience on their side right now. They need people onto this T1 pad because the points are going to rain on in. In fact, they do. The 40 goes in as well. They haven't found enough off the back of it because Ghatlue Martin has taken the Regieleki as well.
I think right now the Reggie Eyes or the potential Reggie bot lane is going to be the most important fight here. We have the Venusaur level 13, which is a great pickup for Sturos being able to team fight. However, the zoning potential that this Lucario provides for the enemies every single time, just getting all of the objectives on bot lane and now having the Reggie steal. Great catch by the Mammoth, trying to pick up the Umbreon, but they're just way too tanky.
Thrown straight into the wall as well by the Surf. You're absolutely right. They are so tanky here. When you get that Ice Fang onto the Blastoise or onto the Umbreon, it takes a lot of damage to be able to take that Pokemon down. And now Ghatlue Martin with Groudon being on the field, they have a massive point advantage. Los Duros are the ones that have to come up with a way to get a win.
Yeah, I hope to see Oskita being able to make an eject button play, potentially picking up an enemy, just being able to like accelerate the team fight and just once the enemies, like Ghatlue Martin uses every single unite move, the Venusaur is going to carry because Petal Dance is such a great Pokemon. However, I'm seeing level 50 Greninja, so it's gonna look tough.
That it is, and they're going to battle it out here in the bottom lane. We do have Lucario here as well. Cascade just waiting to see if they want to go into the fight or try and see if they can sneak in a score. Very audacious movements here by Ghatlue Martin. Looking for the Hundo Burger. They're not able to. Good disrupt coming in from Oskita, and they do try and connect. They manage to get themselves out on Cascade's side, utilizing the dance. There is the Aura Cannon as well, and this is going to be it. Hydro Typhoon's going to try and connect. Moonlight Prance came through as well. Waterburst Shuriken looking for the KOs. Finds the Blissey, but Los Duros looking to bounce back. Managed to take down the Blastoise, but here comes Cascade. Goodbye to the Venusaur. Danny managing to get a double though. He's going to keep Los Duros in the fight just for a moment until No Way goes down. It's just the two against the world here. 30 seconds left, Ghatlue. They can't do enough.
Yeah, they can't do the Groudon. Mew doesn't have enough damage, and it was such a fun team fight to watch. I don't know if you noticed, but N used double team on the moment Buzzroar activated its Unite move to prevent him from executing the Greninja, which was such a great move. Even if they score bot lane, it looks like it's going to be too hard for Los Duros to win that match. So now they have to think about how are they going to play the next game. Because even though N is not playing a Speedster, he can also play the Mage. And it was such a good showcasing how Hoopa can be played in a competitive scene. And it was really great to watch.
Yeah, that it was, and honestly, it felt like after that first Regidrago, the handshake from Ghatlue Martin was on point, buddy, because off the back of that, they managed to get themselves well back into that early game and really start to take control of Faya Sky Ruins. A brilliant effort from Ghatlue Martin, but Los Duros managed to at least keep it close, Ghatlue, and we didn't even see the Groudon get taken in that one.
Yeah, I think what is really interesting about both teams is how they were team fighting, because even if Los Duros was on the back foot, they keep trying to pressure, keep trying to get XP, keep trying to push their pets. So we like the aggression that Los Duros was showcasing in this game. However, in the early game, the Hoopa was such an essential figure in the early game, just being able to sneak dunks on top lane, but also at the same time protect the bot lane pad with the Hoopa portals. So really great showcasing why Hoopa is such a powerhouse pick, but also understanding that tanky mons benefit from having an Hoopa in your team.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see some sort of ban or pick plays coming in from Los Duros for that Hooper, because they've definitely got people capable of playing it. Will they be looking to take that away from Cafito Martin? Because you are absolutely right. Very pivotal. And it's always going to be that strong, isn't it, Ghatlue? When you have that rotation that you can bring in, or even a Unite move that pulls your entire team to a fight, it's always going to be one of those Unite moves that is so strong that you'll always want to pick up that Pokemon.
Yeah, that's like one thing as well. Like, I just didn't like that we went Puddle Dance. Because I believe when you look at the right side comp, right, they can decide to go Shuriken or Surf. And Shuriken obviously is better against Pedal Dance. However, I believe that the Pedal Dance wasn't necessary. There's no Speedster who is able to flank the Venusaur. And we have great protection by the Blizzy. So I believe that if you are able to play double mage with the Buzzword being the carry of the team, it's going to be much more effective than Venusaur being the carry. Because when you saw the team fight, every time the Venusaur tried to engage, he just got pushed away.
Yeah, and Double Beam is so effective as well, because if you look at it, look at where their healers are, right? You've got the Hooper portals, but I believe Umbreon was playing the Snarl play, so they were going for like max disrupt. So realistically, you've got to go up against these portals that are going to be on cooldown with 2 beams coming in, so that could be much better for you poke-wise. But they did go for the Pedal Dance, and they've at least managed to keep it close as we get close to hitting the sort of end stages here. Both tier 1s being up for Cafito Martin can be a bit of a curse, because we know how important it is to score in those final few moments and how much harder it is to do that now that you're no longer unstoppable.
Yeah, I think like one thing, like when you play these compositions and you have, like essentially they got 2 Reggie Eyes and it's such a OP thing to have for 1 minute and 30 seconds. I think sometimes people forget that how OP Reggies can be on bot lane. We saw in the graphics that like a lot of the times we play for the regular key, but when you play compositions like this, the Reggie just matters because the buff is just so OP with the steal, defense, and HP. So this is just something you have to keep in mind. I think what was interesting is both teams were playing for bot lane side, because obviously both pets were up on bot lane. But I think Los Duros had to recognize that playing for the bot lane is a very scary thing. Because unless you kill the level 15 Greninja who has a Reggie steal, it's gonna be impossible to win the fight.
Yeah, and it's definitely not easy to KO either. Showmaker just knows how to keep out of that range and get those shurikens on, doing a decent amount of damage. So here we go. This is going to be game 2. Of course, this is a best of 3, so realistically, if Cafito Martin take this, they're going to be the ones progressing and sending Los Duros home.
Going for the first pick again, picking up the Mew, deciding to have the confidence to play it again. It didn't really do much in the last game, because obviously there were just too many defenders. Mew benefits from playing against Speedster characters who are very squishy, because it's one of the best characters to play against Speedsters. So this is just something I think that Los Duros has to recognize. Mew is a flex pick, so maybe they can play it as a support or play it with the XP share. But Cafito Martin just going for the same draft, and it looks like pretty much the same opener.
Wanting to stick it, run it back on the side of Los Duros. They've got exactly that, but no, Ho-Oh's going to be coming out to play here. Is this going to be a little bit of a protect the President comp, recognizing that Los Duros are kind of running it back themselves? Cascade is going to stick with the Lucario. What do we expect to see Showmaker pull out here? Because if Los Duros stick with their plan, we might see some speeds to play.
Yeah, I like seeing a Speedster. However, I don't like the Ho-Oh pick. I think it's not a great pick, because Buzzword is actually one of the best Pokemons to play against Ho-Oh. So I'm kind of curious to see how they're gonna play it. I know that they wanna be tanky Pokemon with the Upa, but it's kind of interesting to see the Charizard, because you pick Charizard to counter Speedsters, to be able to just be able to protect your teammates. And from Los Duros' perspective, I think their composition is based on heavy damage and maybe killing the enemies before they can even take the bottle, while Cafito Martin primarily drafts around playing around Hooper portals.
Yeah, this is very interesting for this game too. I was not expecting it at all, especially with the Charizard coming out. Showmaker is now going to pull out the Aegislash as well. So they don't have any range realistically on the side of Cafito Martin. So Los Duros should try and capitalize on that advantage that they've got here.
I think something that was kind of confusing for me was I saw that Los Duros was winning the early game on bot lane, but at the same time, the bot lane wasn't really controlling the map. So this is something I hope to see in the next game. However, Cafito Martin can recognize their weaknesses on bot lane and maybe play differently. So I think something that we have to look at is the Hooper that makes the plays possible from going to A to B and recognizing maybe 5-man is not always the option, because Los Duos loves to play 5-man plays, 5-man everywhere, 5-man this. But when you have a Hooper, you sometimes have to think about how are the enemies going to position in the map, so you can punish them by that. Or you catch the Hooper before he reorganizes his team. So I think that's something that is very hard to do if you don't have a speed star.
Yeah, rightly so. I mean, what are we going to be seeing in the central area here? I expect the Aegislash for Ghatlue Martin to allow the Lucario to stay in the top lane. It's very difficult to deal with in those early stages. That's the approach that's going to be. Los Duros are going to send the Charizard into the central area.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same opener. Crystal is helping the Charizard, potentially thinking about the double invade. I think we saw in the previous matches that Ghatlue Martin likes to do these strategies. So I'm really happy to see that Los Duros is recognizing that double invades might be happening in both support and defender protected with little Charmander.
Really got to try and capitalize on it as much as you can if you're Ghatlue Martin. It looks like the pressure's been brought to them by Oscar as well. They've got 3 Pokemon here in the central area. Instead, they're looking to find the KOs instead of trying to limit what Louisin can get from this central area. Now they're putting the push on, looking to see if they can find Azel on that Hooper. Ho-Ho has to go on the retreat, and they get KO'd.
Yeah, the Charmander has not enough time to get the red buff. The Dizzy is really low, and Hooper is a range support, so it's gonna be very scary if they're able to get the red buff. Or it's not looking good, especially for Aegislash, such a weak Pokemon in the early stages, needing to be level 7 to be like very strong. Kinda pretty much giving the like Showmaker just level 7 for free essentially.
Yeah, what a way to control the experience on Faya Sky Ruins, buddy. Not only does your Aegislash get all of your central area farm, but you take down that Charmander and massively limit Los Duros. And as soon as you have Aegislash on the field, it will make it a much easier Power Spike game for you, as Cascade manages to get out of the arms of Oscar here. That was a brilliant early game from Ghatlue Martin.
I think something that is interesting is Charizard staying on the bot lane side while the Mew is just taking the XP, winning the bot lane side as well, because essentially what happened last game was probably that the jungler took the bot lane XP, so the Mew wasn't accelerating on the damage department. However, it's a bit scary, right? Like it's like just like already level 8, playing around the Hooper portals. So I believe right now they have to recognize they are losing very hard, so maybe giving up one pet to score on the other pet like they are doing right now can be a good thing, because Hooper is right now not looking at the pets and just invading.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, buddy, because they're at the danger of this snowball happening from the Aegislash, not too far off their own Unite move here, as they've just dropped the damage left, right, and center. 720s are about to come on in, and the Regidrago taken as well is just giving every benefit for Ghatlue Martin. They've got the shields up, ready to go with these boosteds, not too far from the coup de grace here as they dive on in for this 720s. We don't have any Unite moves to throw back on the side of Los Duros, and the portals are proving again to be devastating against Los Duros.
Really well played by Los Duros, essentially getting every single Swablu, almost having DMU level 8. The Aegislash is not level 9 yet, so it's not a guaranteed secure. However, it looks like they're giving up the objective. The Regularly spawned bot lane this time around, so it's not gonna be above for the right side team, but I believe that the right side team is a very portal heavy team. So it's kinda interesting that they are pushing the pad, deciding to push with the ultimate of the Aegislash.
Finally, we do have the Seismic Slam, but again, the portals is going to do enough to at least allow that damage to not find the KOs just yet. Hooper will fall. Regieleki will be defended here by Los Duros, but looking at the top lane battle, it's as close as it can be. Both of them so close to that level 9 right now. Cascade getting the better of it, but points-wise, Los Duros just slightly in the lead, but so little points have been scored here, Ghatlue.
Oh, it's a Leech Life Buzzword. It's an interesting choice, not going for the superpower and just going for Leech Life, potentially like zoning and like handling the enemies while like it's an interesting thing, because Lucario E-Speed actually gets very annoyed when the Leech Life hits. So this is something we can have a look at. The defenders just playing bot lane side while the Stuart is pressuring top lane, knowing that the Aegislash is gonna be alone.
I love the Leech Life decision here, absolutely. It's really good as well when you are that Lucario and you get them so weak and you're looking to get them with the final hit, but look at that! You just take all of that life experience away from the Pokemon, and Buzzwole proving itself to be very dangerous here. Osquitar with a brilliant decision.
I love that they are pushing the top lane pad. It's such a fast decision that you have to make. They don't have jump pads right now because it's not 5 minutes, and they have to point the strategy to. Really great showing by Los Duros right now. I believe that Ghatlue Martin made a really bad choice in the trying to push the regular key when they are just able to utilize the Hooper from A to B, which it didn't. And Los Duros has just such an effective way of approaching the game right now because they have the advantage, and you can see a level 12 Charizard at 5 minutes.
Yeah, they've opened up a lot of experience, a lot of space for them, in this top side. Regirock is going to be taken. Not having that tier 1, but you do on your side, just means that you can play so effectively off that pad and get these objectives a lot easier. If they want to do that down here, which we do see a rotation, but Ghatlue Martin realize we've got a Hooper. We have to keep these pads open.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for the Regieleki rip. What is interesting about the Regieleki is it's not like an objective that you take and then you're like happy with it, because the other objectives is just a good buff. So not using the Unite buffs is very good for them. But we're gotta be careful because he's the one that needs to revive the teammates when they die. A lot of ultimates being utilized, but essentially we can just let the Regieleki in on bot lane. And I'm not sure if Los Duros want them, because they're just playing very aggressive.
Hey, at least if it goes in, it's not too much of an overcap. It opens up that extra experience. Rekindling Flame's going to come out from Ghatlue Martin. Does bring them back a little bit low, though, but they are going to find a good KO as Cascade takes down Osquitar and looks to punish Los Duros here. It's a double KO, but pulling out the Seismic Slam as well, just to get that retaliation was really important. Los Duros are going to get a 2 KO in revenge, but at least for the next team fight, you know you're not going to have that Unite move.
Yeah, it's such a back and forth. Like, even if you get the Regieleki on the bot lane, it's not a buff like we said earlier. And Regidrago kind of being ignored, right, most of the time by Los Duros. Just farming and giving the enemies the Regidrago. I don't believe that Regidrago is as bad as people think it is, because it's global XP essentially.
That it is, and right now they've got a level 14 Charizard on the field at the 320 mark, buddy. That has been a great play by Los Duros, and it feels like off the back of that Leech Life decision, they've been able to punish Ghatlue Martin in the top side at least. They're going to get the Regidrago, but they're still looking for those higher levels on their Pokemon as well. No way, looking to get caught out here, uses the eject button to get over the wall, so that is going to be burned, but it will be back for the Groudon fight.
Okay, Lucario using his Unite buff at 3 minutes to execute the Buzzwole, potentially just getting level 13, being very aggressive and setting up for the top lane objective. The top lane objective is going to be very important for the late game, since it's going to be a buff that lasts for almost the entire Groudon fight.
Regirock getting ripped down here by Ghatlue Martin. Looking to see if they can steal it though. Is Los Duros, doesn't find it. Connected on the side of Showmaker as they look to go in here as well and put some pressure onto Los Duros. They don't find it just yet. Showmaker sat in the center of this fight right here. Hasn't taken the KO just yet. They do find Louisin, but they give themselves up for it. They will be back for the Groudon fight, but they've managed to hit level 13.
Yeah, it's very worth it to go for the Charizard and just having the Uber advantage of being able to bring the legislation in case it's going to be a flip. I really like to see how Dani was playing this like the entire game, because even though she didn't really have a show moment, she's putting so much damage with the solar beams. And because you have the Uber, being able to put the damage is going to be very important. I think something that Los Duros has to recognize is, even if you're executing Ghatlue Martin, if the Ho is alive, it's going to be scary.
Yeah, definitely being able to bring back the entirety of your team, and it has a decent HP bar as well as they try and go on in here with the disruption. Cascade looking again for some sort of back cap, makes the wise decision to come back. Ghatlue Martin are pushing that back cap if they can, or at least looking for the flank here. Dani has to be wary. Two of them are going to be pushing that goal right now. How are Los Duros going to respond? Do they go for the fight? Got some damage onto Groudon. I don't think they found the way to answer to it just yet, buddy, as they're still waiting for the goals to go in before they do anything.
Yeah, right now it's a tie, so it's very interesting. And I'm not sure if Los Duros knows that they're still winning, but Legislation is going into the Crustle, which is not the best decision because Crustle is one of the best Pokemon into Legislation. Looks like Legislation is going to fall, and the Hooper Unite move is going to be activated, but you and Charizard is having a nice combo. Oh, we're using the Legislation as well.
And Blastoise isn't even here yet, though. They're coming on down, but Café Martin, they're losing the majority of their Pokemon here. They go for the back cap. Yeah, they're 100 points in the lead right now. This Hydro Typhoon is going to connect. We come back in on the side of Cascade. If they can't find the KOs, though, and it doesn't look like they're going to. Huge beam from Danny, and it is going to be Louisian that finds it. That is going to be all she wrote, because realistically, all they got to do now is take this objective or score a couple more points. I would keep pushing, to be honest. Can they manage to find it on the side of Hooper? The memes are going to come on through. Azel's not find it. They've got 20 seconds to score a measly amount of points.
It's actually very scary because the enemies are actually very good at protecting it. They don't know that they are winning or losing, right?
Ooh.
So because he didn't score 50 points, it's gonna be Café Martin is probably going to win because you can't just score, right? It's not the Rayquaza, it's a Groudon buff, and it's gonna be the end. Even if the Charizard would have scored 50 points, they would have still lost by a tie because the team that scored first is gonna win. So not recognizing that they are losing is one of the, I think it's like a really bad decision by Los Turos, which is sadly like just a decision making issue, because you get the Groudon buff, you know that the enemies are dead, so they can't back up, so why would you reset to go to protect the pets?
Exactly. Just stay with the aggressive play. Send everybody to go score more points. You don't know how close it is. And I think that sort of conservativeness from Los Duros, that's why they've just lost that game, buddy. Danny wanted to continue to push, but you're absolutely right. You are no longer unstoppable when you're scoring, and Cascade is easily just going to bounce straight onto you. Any amount of damage will disrupt that. That is definitely a bit of a fumble by Los Duros. They were so close to being able to take that to a game 3, but instead, they go home, and Café Martin move on.
Yeah, Café Martin showing their strengths in this best of 3. And Los Duros also showing that they're not a team to be slept on. Very aggressive team, very great fight. At the end, it just depends on the decision making.
Oh, that's devastating, buddy, because they played so well as well in this second game. What a way to respond to what Café Martin were doing, and I very much enjoyed the play of Osquitar on that Leech Life. I felt like Louisian on the Charizard was really good as well in those team fights, and they managed to really put the pressure on in that Groudon fight, but they won it every single stage of the way, but they just made the wrong decision in the final few seconds.
Yeah, it's very, very sad. I really like that Los Duros is able to recognize that Café Martin has a strategy to stop the Charizard, and being able to recognize it is it's like a thing in the competitive scene. You have to understand how are the enemies gonna approach you, and how are you going to approach them. And this is just something that was like seen in Los Duros. So I'm very happy for Los Duros' performance for the European League. However, at the end of the day, only one team can win, and Café Martin is the team that's gonna win the 2-0.
No, you're absolutely right, buddy. They deserve to be proud, and they should definitely bow out with their heads held high. Los Duros have been a very exciting team to watch and cast, and a huge thank you to them. It was just that one moment, and that is esports, chat. That is Pokemon Unite. It can come down to one moment, one split decision, and it's Café Martin that managed to take this with a 2-0 victory, as we see the rest of this continue to fight on out. I loved the Seismic Slams coming in. They really capitalized on them, and the thing is, Aegislash was definitely struggling, despite the fact that they were in the middle of those team fights, but as soon as that Unite move came through.
Something I was really happy about the late game fight, like you saw that the Crustle is like such an annoying Pokemon. If the Aegislash engages on the Crustle, it means he's gonna die. Because Crustle is such, like the Unite move is just so powerful, especially against Pokemons like Aegislash, because you essentially just keep receiving damage while hitting the Crustle. So this is just something you have to be aware of, and this is something that Ant wasn't respecting. And then at the end of the day, Los Duros was showcasing such a strong team fight. But Café Martin deciding to go for like sneaky backup options and just try to win the game from that point, because you don't have to get the Groudon to win the game.
I mean, it effectively worked for them, because it meant that coming down to it, there weren't enough points that Los Duros could get in time. And I did feel like with that push coming in from Japer with the back cap, it meant that the rest of Café Martin didn't have a strong defender there. With that, they still had that Unite move as well, Ghatlue. They could have at least found some important KOs and won that team fight. But luckily, with the points scored, whether it's by that or taking the fight, you end up winning the game. So a huge shout out to Cafit and Martin. A goodbye to Los Duros being the first team to bow out of these EUL playoffs. But we've got more action to bring you, chat. So we're going to take a quick break whilst we get that set up and ready to go. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Welcome back, trainers! And not only do I have the incredible Night Terror with me, but it is time for the match of the day, maybe the match of the league so far, buddy. Welcome in, Night Terror. How are you doing?
Woo! We got banana peelers! Gotta do the banana dance! Woo!
Is that the banana dance?
Oh, do you not know that one? It's like the sticker
Oh,
of like the stickman banana. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, we're going for a great start, right? I'm glad to be here, moving in with Ultimate versus Banana Peelers, starting this off. You know, it's a great day to start UL on such a strong match here. No other match happened before that. Now that I'm here, the real show starts. I think.
Bro, every single time these teams clash, they absolutely deliver. Let's have a nosy at their rosters. 5-1 are Ultimate, and over on the other side, 12 wins on the side of Banana Peelers. Here is Ultimate. It's Kyoro, Nachos, Traffy, Mbok, and Qatar. They are currently the kings of the EUL League. Banana Peelers with Tibi, Loratushi, Jurare, Ware, and Kree again on the field. Again, trying to see if they can defeat the Goliaths of the European League.
Now, with all the accolades kind of just shown down there, all I understood was that there are a lot of words, but not a lot of action. We need to see what happens in this match, because I do believe, Tano, this is one of the matches that we casted prior to the playoffs, and it was one of the most banger of matches. In fact, it's the one that shook our belief when it comes to Ultimate. And so, now that they're back into the field again, I'm excited to see what they have in store for them. Is there going to be a slip of appeal here, or will Ultimate be ultimately triumphing over this match?
Buddy, these teams have met multiple times. It's pretty much fate that these teams are going to meet every single time we have something going on in the European League. So, Banana Peelers versus Ultimate first met in the qualifiers of EUL, where Ultimate actually got DQ'd, and then they met again in the semi-finals of the mid-season, where Banana Peelers lost, but they met once again in the regular season, week 9. Where the first 2 games were so close. BP took game 2, but they just couldn't find a way to squeak out a win in game 3. Will Banana Peelers finally get the win, or will Ultimate keep to their winning streak?
Now, I'm not really sure, I'll be honest with you. Both are strong teams, they deserve to be here, and we talked about how, like, initially when they were in the group stages, group of death for them, in a sense. Ultimate was going to stop there, as Banana Peeler was in such a weird fruit maze spot with, like, a do like pineapple as well, so now that they're here, it's kind of a, you're right, David goes live. You're gonna see how they ban it out here. Fortunately for me, we're not gonna see Mega Lucario here because the world just could not contain his power, but we are gonna be seeing very core picks here. We know that in the side Ultimate, we're gonna see a Zoro Comfy potentially here. Early bans here going to Comfy. How are we feeling about that, Tano?
I think that they recognize the team they're up against, mate. So, interesting decision by Banana Peelers. The thing is, you can only limit Nachos so much. Let's see what they go for the second bans. It's going to have to be the Empoleon. I like that approach from Ultimate. You can take the Pokemon or force them to ban it. That's the approach they're taking here.
I like the start. This is a strong ban across the board. Only questionably is the Comfy here, but otherwise, first pick for Ultimate is going to be the strongest crowd control Pokemon thus far in the game, Suicune. Coming to frame here, we see Jirari and Kree try to find an answer for that.
One thing that I love about these teams is that you have Pokemon like Suicune on the field because of the fact that you have to limit what some of these players can do. You've got to ban the Comfey here to Banana Peelers because Ultimate use it so much and dominate with whatever Pokemon they pair with it, and it means we get to see Pokemon like this Suicune out. Jiraiya is going to pick up the Blastoise here. Kree is going to get with the Hooper, and we've just seen in the previous set how important that Hooper is on this new map.
Right, living the Vita Loca. Moving in for that though. We're gonna see if they can turn this around. Again, Mew being one of our strongest picks in the league here. And there's the pickup from Kiri. On the other side here is Chari King. Now, this is gonna be a key player when it comes to Banana Peelers. We're gonna see how Chari King wants to center his team, and route them into victory here. We're gonna see the pickup. It's looking to be Cinderace, but I'm almost positive it's not it. Haha! Can't get me this time. Tippy holding over the Buzzwole here. I like the setup. They're going this Armor Rouge with some nice burst damage here. Big AoE. Buzzwole to lock someone down. I can see this being a tremendous force for good.
I always find it so interesting when people go for the Armarucci. I mean, Cherry King, very, very capable player, especially on the side of attackers. But there, for example, Nachos has just pulled out the Venusaur. Like, you have access to that, unless you're going for the Fire Spin, but I don't expect them to do because they're going to need some range. So now you've got either 2 range coming at you from Ultimate, or you have Kiwi that you're trying to lock down, and I just don't think it's enough. I think Miraidon would have been better, Venusaur would have been better, but let's see, because you can always count on Banana Peelers to get the best out of a Pokemon. Is Laura going to pull out the Alolan Raichu as well? That might kind of give us an idea on whether Fire Spin is going to come into the field.
Well, already we are going to be seeing the first problem here when it comes to Banana Peelers team. They've got a pretty solid lineup. They have things to trap you around. Just the range is a little shorter when it comes to the, long range fights, because you're fighting against laser beams, and the other one's like, I put electric balls on the field. But Ultimate isn't exactly out of the woods as well. They do have a strong front line here, and Nachos is free to swap around between going front or back here. It's a bit rough though. I kind of find that both teams have something going for them. Again, I have to give my biases to Banana Peelers here. They've got me hook, line, and sinker in my heart. But I think Ultimate is looking pretty solid as well, though.
Well, if anyone can bring down Ultimate, it will be Banana Peelers, because these two teams, mate, have connected so many times throughout this European League. Banana Peelers must have a good understanding of how Ultimate like to play. That's why we see the Comfy getting banned off the get-go here, chat. But they've got an interesting comp. Do Ultimate, they're very comfortable with it. Mbok is on the Suicune, the king of crowd control, and that's going to be very difficult for them to handle, because they've got a lot of Pokemon on the side of Banana Peelers that want to go in and get at it, but a Tibby is there, Jurare is there. The freezes are going to be detrimental to those Pokemon.
Agree. So let's get into the game here and see how it pans out here. I think that's really tough to say which team we really prefer at the end of the day when the comps are so close. So we're gonna have to come down to see how the results show here. Nacho's going to the central here. Let's see Laura return the same favor here. It's going to be the Alolans versus the Gen 1ers. Moving into that though, we're starting off hard, strong, heavy. Buzzwole and Hoopa to the top side here against a Suicune and Trevenant. And Trevenant has had a curse where we don't see the level 5 very fast or soon, so I hope that this doesn't come to fruition again.
Yeah, it's actually quite difficult as well going up against the Buzzwole Hooper combo. I do like the Suicune being here, but you have to get Trevenant online as soon as possible to really get the power spikes on your side in this top lane. I think we will see a rotation from the Alolan Raichu up here as well, giving Banana Peelers even more benefit, and I think that Venusaur will head into that bottom lane against the Squirtle and Charcadet. So interesting matchups here, but as we do dive on through, Laura comes, Mbok is sent back to Nurse Joy, Qatar can only run, a jet button is used, Citrus Berry absorbed, points rain on in.
And it's going to start really early here. I mean, this is the start of many points here. They are evening out here to 25, 28, 30 to 28 now. And they still have the Umbreon to boot, who's just going to back away, thankfully. Bingo in a great spot here, having to line up the evolution. His squad has gone for the mean look here. The Armor Cannon not connecting for the side of Armarouge. But that's 4 players down on Banana Peelers here, who are ready to respond as and when. Buzzwole on the other hand, happily just taking all of Suicune's farm away.
I actually think that we're going to be seeing a Venusaur coming out from Nachos, but I think from what I've seen, we're going to be seeing a Giga Drain Beam. We'll have to keep an eye on it. I think with the fact that Armor Cannon is now on the field for Banana Peelers, that might be the approach they go for, because realistically, there's not a lot of Pokemon that are going to be able to get on and cause issues in regards to that beam. We'll have to keep an eye on it though, as Tibby continues to take all of this experience in the top lane, and they are definitely struggling to limit what Tibby can do.
Hey, tell me about it. You can definitely see how it pans out for them right now, Tano, and it's not looking too good. To their namesake, though, they are trying to make some headways as Ultimate is going on to them. Banana Peelers not hoping to let the slip up on them here. They do see Water coming in with a beam to boot, as well as Jirari able to make it just safely away. Slip and slide here. Same with Tippy right now, but not the same fate, unfortunately. They take down one per side here. Now moving on, the Armor Cannon to connect onto Trevenant. And the last one here, they're going to chase it down. Hooper finishing so, sending all 3 of them back to the Pokemon Center, and they still get to pick themselves up for the Regidrago somehow. Ultimate is actually on point with objectives, but Banana Peelers closing in on them as a team.
Yeah, they're the ones finding the KOs, and it is going to be Pedal Dance from Nachos. And I kind of do like that because you're going to be sprinting onto the side of Chari King and Laura to really limit what they can do. They're very squishy, buddy, especially against a Pedal Dance Venusaur, but you have to get onto them, and they're not easy to catch. Right now, Tibby's not concerned about the Trevenant coming at them. They're going to grab the rest of this experience as they look to get their Unite move, but very close game. Ultimate have managed to get extra levels. They've got more points at the moment as well. Nachos is getting to those levels that have to be concerning for Banana Peelers as they're just about to hit the Verdant Anger. The rip comes in. They do manage to find it. And right now, Chari King is stuck in the mean look. They're sent home whilst they're trying to see if they can get away from Laura here. The Verdant Anger is going to lock down Banana Peelers, and Ultimate are going to win the bottom lane.
And already we're seeing such a dominant position to the team of, Ultimate here. Able to just force their points in. 152 to break tier 1 as well moving forward here. Which means not only that, the Regieleki can actually go down to tier 2 later on here. Which is a very solid move in my opinion. Moving down though, it is going to be Tibby who starts the fight against Reggie. Still here waiting for his team. The first submission coming in onto the 3 here. And there's the pickup. The Super Swole Slam coming in for 1 Umbreon. And of course, maximum damage going through into that. Fighting against Dark, that's how the weakness typing goes.
That it does. Reggie still getting ripped here. Banana Peelers looking for the secure beam's going to come on through. It is going to be Tibby that finds it. So Banana Peelers have a huge advantage here with that global experience and buff. Mbot cannot escape. Gets hit with the Horn Leech though. Does the Buzzwole. Tibby's trying to see if they can keep up, but there's the portals. Verdant Anger's going to come on through on the flank as well as Nachos looks to burn through Banana Peelers. Tibby picks them up, but the Giga Drain is going to keep them on the field. And all BP can do is retreat in that moment.
Already we're seeing such a terrible problem for the side of Banana Peelers here, who are just slowly trying to make headways, but they're capitalizing it so well here. First starting on Ambok here to take down Suicune from, of course, the Blastoise, who has to back away through the hyperspace hole. But otherwise, we are seeing Tibby going so strong against the one and only Trevenant here, who's about to be locked down just like that. The Storms are coming through here. Laura picks it up for the tree, and again, following that up here, we might see a Mew for dessert as well. Submission comes in, does pick themselves up, and slam dunk. There is the pickup. Following that, Ambok returns to see if he can stop against the onslaught here, but the points are now flowing in. 161, 138 here, and they've got a Regieleki to follow that up for that tier 2. Banana Peelers are looking so strong in this fight.
That they are. They're going to be able to zone out Ultimate as well, unless Nachos want to go in, but they don't. They're going to get frozen. Is Tibby. The Regieleki is taken, but there's the mean look. We see the Hydra Typhoon coming out as well, but they're throwing everything they can at this fight. I believe we saw the Psycho Boom connecting.
Ooh.
Thunderstorm Aerial's going to go down. They're taking the moment with it being just over the 4-minute mark to use all the Unite moves they can. Verdant Anger is going to find Chari King though, and they're sent back with that Giga Drain. Blastoise going in with 1 HP in a dream, just to be cleaned up by the Pedal Dance. I'm not sure what the chain of thought was there.
Nachos was so aggressively positioned up front. He forced the Verdant Anger immediately as they realized he's going into the bush. We'll just pop it and we'll go. And he managed to get a treat kill for his team here. Ultimate, again, showing why they're so prominent in team fights here, because they're able to take fights that they think they can win and they just force it, right? They're like, alright, we've got resources, let's just pop and see how it goes here. And right now, you see, the minute we have Nachos come in, it's like, alright, we're going. We have 3 players. Let's try and make it work. And again, this is going to be so detrimental to them going into Regirock here. 2 players, Curry and Tibby, trying to find its mark here. Locked by Mean Look. No one is stopping the Regirock. Starting it off. Submission comes in. Trevenant picks it up for 1. Regirock buff is online for them. And Banana Peelers again are stuck behind on 1 Regi.
Bro, Nachos was 3 levels higher than the rest of its team when they got that objective. Now 3 levels higher, sorry. 14. Level 14 Venusaur on the field with 3 minutes left, buddy. That is dangerous. And right now it is that raid boss. Trevenant is going to go down, but can they find Nachos? They're going to have to use so many resources for it. We are just going to pause it here because I believe Kiwi may have had some connection issues as we see Mew back in that set. We're going to pause it. It's not at the ground on fight just yet, so we're going to be as helpful as we can to both of these teams and make sure that we keep that competitive integrity.
Yeah, for a minute there, I thought they stopped because they started singing. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. The timing was just a little bit too close there. Just had to make sure. But yeah, as we go into that last 2 minutes here, I think it's a very good point to call out that the teams are quite evenly matched across. Yes, we have a very strong Nachos here, and to be fair, that's Venusaur, but across the board, doesn't like Banana Peelers are kind of too afraid to fight on him. Like, if we had 3 Pokemon against the 1 Venusaur, could still be doable actually.
What is crazy though, mate, is that as we see them do
Like
find
that?
the KO onto Nachos. Oh my god, 20 seconds spawn time, and now that's a level 14 Pokemon that they found levels on. They've now got 3 level 13s on the side of Banana Peelers. They may have snuck their way back into this. They've taken the lead with the points, but they still want to continue to fight. Qatar is sent back to the Pokemon Center. Tibby coming in to grab all this experience, looking for that level 14 with 35 seconds before Groudon takes to the field.
And he's already starting to make hitways already there. Because 30 seconds on the clock here. We're going to see the countdown. And the teams, let's look at the resources they have. Across the board, Ultimate has Unite moves to spare. On the other side, though, we're kind of losing the Psych Boom from the Amarouche here, right? And that might be a bit concerning. Because right now, if you look at where Amarouche is on the map, he's on the bottom right. And you can see how he's just desperately trying to see if he can make any hitways right now.
Okay, 5 seconds before Groudon takes to the field. Banana
Light.
Peelers
Stay
in a
light.
very aggressive status. Looking at the points. Oh, buddy, when the Groudon is on, the game is on. Here we go. Looking to see if they can find a
the
push.
line.
Is Ultimate here. Trying to see if they can score the early points. Moonlight Prance is going to come through. Chari King absorbing all that damage. Finds a double
Burn
KO. Ferdinand
Anger.
Anger doesn't connect with anyone. Nachos has so much damage onto them. Banana Peelers has found it here in game 1. Ultimate has sent packing back to the Pokemon Center, and Banana Peelers already have the lead, Night Terror.
Oh, that's a bit concerning here. The entire team is respawning here, but I don't think they'll be fast enough to pick this up when they have Rings Unbound to bring the entire team of Brand Pillars together. Now, moving forward here, they have a tier 1 go to actually lock them down, or do they just rush down to the center here? Well, either way, that's still a lot of points they have to defend against, and right now, this first 50 from the top of tier 1 is gonna lock in place.
Oh my days. I mean, a minute left for them to push back. If they can get some Groudon buffs, they can do that 100%. But these portals, so important as we see. Chari King continues to sprint across Tibby here, though. Oh, they find the KO's Night Terror. The damage is done. In the final 2 minutes of game 1, Banana Peelers has decimated Ultimate, and they are going to take this first game.
Oh, that is kind of interesting. Banana Peelers, my heart is going ba-dum, maybe a little bit of a psych boom when you see this game going along. Ultimate, it's gonna get a little shabby again. Once again, we are into EUL thinking that Ultimate is the team to beat here, but it is looking a lot like they're just any normal team with a really good scoreline.
Absolute banger at these games, buddy. Whenever these two meet up, they are the best games of the day, and they're already showing us exactly that. Banana Peelers Ultimate, they kept it close throughout the entirety of that game until the final few moments. I mean, Ultimate was so aggressive, pushing onto that T1 pad versus Banana Peelers, buddy, but they had the perfect target selection, and they found the important KOs. As soon as they managed to take down Nachos, that was going to be it. They weren't able to capitalize on the damage that they had. Mbot couldn't connect. They took them out, and that was going to be Banana Peelers getting 2 aces to end that game.
2 aces. All I can see is that they took not just 2 aces, they took a Groudon, they took their family, they did their taxes. What else do you want them to do? Man, they had so much in line for them going into that. I mean, if you look at the spread here, you can see how much points that were being done. You can see the differential in terms of the number of assists that they had, the amount of KOs that they had. It is quite incredible to say the least here. You would think Nachos would hit like the 100k cap considering how much he was fighting multiple targets here. But then again, so much of that damage was coming through from far away here. You know, I talked about how long-range gameplay was gonna be the thing that Ultimate might excel in, right? Because they technically have 2 beams, so to speak, against the team that has to set up like little spears of damage. And already you can see how that's not a great plan for Nachos to just walk into them.
No, yeah, I think that might have been a difference. I would like to have seen how that game shakes up with having a beam rather than the pedal dance, but it did get to the stages where Banana Peelers had to use a lot of resources to take down Nachos. It was just unfortunate that it ended up being, in those final few moments, the rest of Ultimate had fallen as well, because they used a lot to take down Nachos. We saw Tibby really trying to connect with their Unite move for it, but Ultimate, the rest of them had been taken out. It was literally just going to be Qatar, and they were just hunted down. And Banana Peelers capitalized on any moment of weakness that we saw from Ultimate.
I mean, I wouldn't say that Ultimate didn't do the same here, but I think that, you know, the timings that they, you know, capitalized on the weaknesses. For example, look at this, right? Like, this was a great fight, but could you imagine this was like a 2-minute fight instead of like an hour fight?
Yeah, rightly so. What I did like is some of this target selection from banana peelers throughout the majority of this game, and I gotta say sorry to Chari King because I actually enjoyed the armor cannon in this game. I thought it was brilliant for really getting that big burst damage onto ultimate. It at least meant that you had to see some body blocking coming in from Qatar, from Mbok, we also from Bingo, to try and stop that damage going onto their squishy ranged attacker.
Right, so I guess kind of leads us into a interesting final crossroads here. Are we gonna see Ultimate be pushed down into the lower brackets here? Because I don't really feel like you want to fight down with a bracket reset. It's gonna always be tough.
That it is a best of 5 here in the upper bracket semi-finals. So Ultimate, they've got a lot of flexibility, a lot of Pokemon Unite to play to at least take the win. And we know of all teams here in the European League chat, Ultimate are definitely not a team that you can count out. I would not be surprised if they bounce back with a very aggressive game here. They've got Nachos, access to the Zero Aura, to the Zorak that they so dominantly play, and also
look at this.
The rest. I mean, that was a great version of Anger, but this is what I was on about. Like Jirare here, I wasn't sure about why they went in here. Look how weak they are, buddy, against Nachos with a Giga Drain. I'm not sure why that wasn't. Maybe they were just like, just KO me so I can go back and get my Unite move.
I guess maybe you're right. I mean, there are like a lot of reasons why that fight should have happened, but ultimately it's going to be a bit tough to make a right call here. I think that's kind of the match that we're having. As casters having a hard time discerning things, it's not say a bad thing, because that also means that it's a testament to how strong the teams are here, where the match could go either way here. You can see even the Psychic move that was connected here to the Moonlight Prance. We even have a submission moving in and a raw with an angle that just did not meet its target. And there's just so many things that went wrong on this final fight going to Groudon that you just don't know what else you can do here.
Maybe that Verdant Anger, if it connected rather than going in the central area, could have made a difference. It's plenty of maybes, ifs, and buts, because the reality of the situation is Banana Peeler got the upper hand of Ultimate after that 2-minute mark in both fights. As we see here, they clean them up once again because they've got the Groudon buff. They had the upper hand after they tried to make the push, did Ultimate. So we're going into game 2 here, buddy. Let's see what the bans are going to be.
Right, so moving into this here, I believe the bans won't change that much here, and Pokemon still feels like a must ban. We have Suicune that is considerable. I don't feel like Comfy is ever a ban in this case. I'd rather just ban, like, you know, the other speedsters, if that's the case.
Yeah, I like the ban on the Buzzwole. TB's so dominant with it. It looks like Banana Peelers are going to stick with the Comfy ban. They want to try and limit Ultimate. I feel like they're just going to stick with that for the entirety of this set, buddy. Because realistically, I would love to know the stats of how many wins Ultimate managed to find when they played that Comfy. Because I honestly think every time they've had access to Nachos on some sort of speedster they're comfortable on with a Comfy, they've won the game.
Fair enough. I don't disagree with what you just said. I don't agree with Comfy in general, because there feels like there's like a lot of other things you can do, right? Like, yeah, no, that's the thing, right? Because at the end of the day, like, why is this the pickup? Why is it not anything else?
Well, I think we might be redoing this. I don't know, because a first pick Mr. Mime is an audacious move by Ultimate, and it makes me think that this might be redone.
No. Mbak here is actually just Nouns. Nouns Esports' bruv, actually. Probably him. Y'all just don't know it. I mean, I respect on the other side Banana Peelers going for a bit more solid picks here, and then there's Tibi onto the Zero Aura, which I think it's correct. I think you're right, though. We might have to do a reset here. Though I kind of like the pickup onto Zero Aura, you know, because we've seen some Instinct Zero Aura gameplay. I don't know if you want to give it back into Ultimate, who has a chance to kind of make it work here. And there's the reset on that.
Yeah, thank you so much, production, for being very quick with that. Yeah, so Nachos, again, sticking with the ban, so Banana Peelers. Let's see what their second ban is going to be on the side of Ultimate. Is it going to be the Snorlax? They have a strong defender player themselves that might want to use it. You've got Bingo, you've got Qatar, but they're going to ban it out, meaning Laura has to ban out that Empoleon.
Right, so early on, we are seeing a strong start coming for them here, which I kind of like, but I'm not too sure what the consensus is in general here on giving Suicune again. You know, really strong. Banana Peelers have overcome it once here, but are you gonna get the, you know, a second chance to do it again? Are you gonna be able to overcome it? Cherry King hovering over the Azumarill here, kind of a scary lock-in here, and I think it's a good call. I mean, we haven't seen Azumarill that much here, and an Aqua Tail build would naturally just be so, you know, whatever, sure. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Banana Peelers look to try and run it back, but I'm not sure, because I think there were some moments there that Ultimate probably got a little bit too confident, pushed things that they probably shouldn't, especially that push into the top lane. That was an interesting one as soon as the Groudon dropped, but Kiwi is going to pick up the Mew. Bingo back on the Umbreon, so right now, we're just running it back.
Running it back, I guess. Yep, no. We'll see how it pans out here. I love the Hover and Chandelier. I don't know how good it is. Yeah, whatever, sure. Yeah, do what you want, guys. You know, I don't believe you. You know, Magical wouldn't believe you either. We hold the same consensus on that. Tippy going out to Garchomp here is quite insane. We have a dive comp, so to speak, here, because you want Garchomp to be going in, right? So I guess what is the last Pokemon you want to run with? And I have a feeling it might be potentially Clefable.
That would be a good shout, especially now seeing that Nachos is on the field with the Talonflame. What is Katar going to pick up? A Goodra. I would not have expected that at all in any of these tournaments, but at least it means that they're going to really try and keep that pressure on, because they know Tibby is going to be straight onto them and continue to brawl. You've got to be really good with using your passive to keep yourself in that fight.
Pish posh. I'm not believing in the Goodra, Tano. I mean, this is technically, you know, not EUL, it's a TUL, Tano Unite League. And here we are, not believing in Goodra, of all things. You know, dare I say, shame on you, shame on you.
I heard it's too good in veteran rank, mate, so, you know, they had to nerf it.
Fair enough. Let's see if this is going to be the same here, but Nachos is going to be on that bird, and that's going to be interesting because we've seen it time and time again, making it work. And, well, I don't know if you can be faster than Laura's Absol here, but you're sure gonna try. You're sure gonna try. You even have the float stone here for that little bit of extra movement speed. You know, wouldn't dare say that it's not scary.
I mean, what more could we possibly want, mate? We have now, instead of what we just saw, it's going to be the Speedster matchup that decides all of this, because Nachos has to try and limit what Cherry King was doing, but Laura wants to protect Cherry King with trying to get those KOs onto Nachos as well as Kiwi. The pursuit is going to be great, but the one Pokemon that I see on that side, maybe two actually, that I see on the side of Ultimate that Laura has to avoid, Absol hates playing against them, is going to be the Goodra and the Suicune. The rest of it, they're happy to take those targets all day long.
Nah, I don't think Suicune is the worst of it. I think it's more of that, you know, if Suicune has his moves up, will be hard. If it doesn't have its move, hey, it's still a fairly squishy target for Absol. So, I mean, if you want to put it like that, yes, you can get 2 targets here. Laura is still in a pretty green zone when it comes to playing Absol, but otherwise, we're gonna see how this pans out here. Starting off, of course, the 2 ones that we suspected going into the central area here, the Fletchling and of course the Absol starting off strong. But on the side though, Gibble is going to have a real rough time against what I would like to say is a pretty tanky combat top side.
Yeah, that's a brutal lane for them to try and capitalize on. Down in the bottom lane, pretty even across the board, although it's going to be difficult for Cherry King to find anything against that combo. Mbok here trying to put in the block onto the side of Kree. Tibby, though, just looking for those first bits of experience. I think the Power Spike is going to be better for the Absol here. Like, we do have Acrobatics from the side of the Fletchlinder, but Pursuit is going to be up for Laura.
Right, and I do agree with you on that. Let's take a look at whether they can actually clean up house here. Starting off, first pickup onto Suicune has a little bit of damage here, going to potentially lose the Gumi, but wants to commit, fortunately, here. And a beautiful commit they do. They get the Flame Charge onto 2, and there's the double KO right there. And you gotta give it to him. What a commit. That was really just trusting your team on that.
I love it. Absolutely devastating, because of course as soon as you hit that level 5 you have that flame charge that you can use, and they use that to find the double KO off the back of the acrobatics. And now Nachos is online with Talonflame at level 7 already, getting those 2 levels over the opposite central area. What a way to capitalize on that, buddy. And now they just bring the damage from above.
And already starting it off here, Flame Charge is gonna push away. We are gonna see a fly come in right now, and of course it's just gonna slowly just take farm that, you know, because you have lost your, you know, friends here. You just wanna make sure you pick up all the XP while you can. And this is a great start moving in for Ultimate, who has been a little bit on the, you know, even footing with Banana Peelers. They have something one up against them right now, and that's the fact that Nachos is leveling so fast.
Now, Regidrago is about to come on in. Realistically, Banana Peelers need this for the global experience, but they've got to watch out for Nachos coming in with that fly. Mbok is here as well. They do take it in time. Nachos makes the wise decision to not dive in there and grab a little bit of extra experience. Finally, they do have levels on the side of Banana Peelers, but they're nowhere near what Nachos has got. Ready to go in with the flame sweep as well. If they find this KO and they have it, Tibby tries to stop them from scoring, but the fly is there, and Ultimate right now are putting on the damage to Banana Peelers.
Good, and strong, right? 33 to boot as well. This is a great start moving into the double Regis that are just going to be able to pop out in just a bit here. The level numbers, though, are looking much in favor of Ultimate like we normally would see in like an Ultimate game. And right now, Banana Peelers are struggling to find a way to pick up their power spikes.
It's all about this central area battle, buddy, and right now 3 levels on top of the Absol is Nachos. We do have this buff coming on in the bottom lane. Regirock is here. If they can get this will be so important with the extra levels of experience. The flame sweep was looking for it, didn't find it. Luckily, Banana Peelers takes it, giving that little bit of boost over to their experience. They do find a good KO here, but they are struggling to limit Nachos as they drop again with the fly, and they pair it with Mbok for the KO onto the side of Tibby. Pushing in on the side of the blast noise here. Jirare has to back up as well. Ultimate will not be stopped.
Already getting so much damage across the board there. They just needed some way to clean it up, and they found it. They found the KOs here, and now this Faker kind of needs to fight a 1v3 situation on its own. I feel like Ultimate should not have committed to that, but hey, thankfully Nachos was nearby to just kind of respond to help Suicune hold his own here. The Midnight Slash comes in here, they commit onto Umbreon, but so tanky across there. Gudra trying to find some ways here. I don't hear the Ice Cream Truck, unfortunately, but look at him, so tanky still, and it's just able to run away with so much more. With the help of Mbok as well, I mean, Tano, there's really not much they can do against this Gudra.
Ooh, Chari is going to get themselves away, and Mbok makes the wise decision to retreat as well. And yeah, you're absolutely right, buddy. This feels like Ultimate have got total control of Fire Sky Ruins, but we still have all goals up and open. There's only 158 points that have been scored. We're about to hit the mid-game here, and this is still going to be a close one as we get closer to Groudon. Banana Peelers, they have to find more experience.
Right. So moving into that though, we see the score like, what was that Hydro Typhoon, Jirari? I don't know if that was the right call. But on the side, Banana Peelers do find a mark into Regieleki here, a foothold, so to speak here. 158 to 0 points might actually be changed after this. So you see Dragon Rush here into the Live It Out range for 1 onto the dear Mbok himself with Suicune. They do have a little bit of damage being dished on here, but with a little bit of help, they might take out Qatar next, pushing them out of the path into the fight here. And there's the pickup, unfortunately, is going to go into Garchomp. Now we see the Umbreon go down as well, but one fly and a mark. He dodges it away with Pursuit, moving so fast here. Nice Slash comes through, picks it up for 1 here. It was a Psycho Cut, sorry. But, and there it is. You find your way back into this fight here. Ultimate try to punish a mistake that Banana Peelers made, but somehow masterfully escaping almost every hit. It's almost like they have plot armor in that fight.
That they do, but Laura finding the KOs means that they've now got the same levels as Nachos. That's devastating to the momentum that Ultimate has managed to build up, and it was all about getting that score in. As soon as that Lecky went in, it meant that Laura had an opening to go score some points, block the damage coming in from Nachos, and then find the KO to get those levels. Now Banana Peelers has an opening. They have a way back into this game. They just need to capitalize on it. One way to do so would be the Registeel, but they're struggling against Mbok. Suicune coming through. Hydro Typhoon is there. They do manage to find some good disruption, but can they stop Mbok making that approach? They are ready to go on in. No Unite with, there it goes. There's the endless ice spikes, but still they manage to find it. Tibby takes the Registeel. Looking for it was Nachos. Doesn't get it, and Livid Outrage is used as well to find that execute. They don't find anyone. Qatar putting up a huge fight here, opening up the door for Nachos to come in and find more KOs.
And that's gonna be a great start moving into them here, but we are gonna see a big problem here. A lot of them are very low, they need to back away. And again, we don't want banana peelers to overstay their welcome. Because right now, this advantage might be a little bit mounting for them. But it's a great opportunity for them to pick themselves back up for another fight here. Numbers are flowing to Ultimate side here, who now are pushing high 11s here, moving 12s. On the other side, Banana Peelers looking at a better position to try and pick something off here, starting with that Midnight Slash for 1 onto that. But otherwise, they're gonna have to play a little bit slower here because I don't really see a way for Tibby to go in.
Oh, Nacho is being so cheeky with it. They knew that Absol was in that bush, looking to see if they could find the KO, but unfortunately, they get back to the home pad, or at least unfortunate for Nacho. Is very happy for Laura as they've hit level 13 now, managing to keep up with the central area. Nitera, this Gudra is level 13 for Ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, what a monstrous tank. But look at the bottom side here, they are locked out. Banana Peelers don't really have a response going into the Altarias. And we're moving to 30 seconds on the clock here. Absol starting it off with a massive damage hit to Mew here. Nice crit, by the way. But moving into that here, they still have one more Reggie at the top side here they could potentially pick up.
Okay, 20 seconds before Groudon takes to the field. It looks like Banana Peelers are going to get that Regieleki uncontested as Ultimate get themselves in a very aggressive position. They have found where this Blastoise is. Jiraiya is going to have to back on up. That's now on cooldown and they do have a little bit of damage thrown onto them. It looks like the approach for Ultimate is going to be going straight for the aggressive play.
And already the Groudon is on. The game is on. Starting it off here, Ultimate having a strong positioning coming in here, but a massive 100 dunk coming in here from Tibby, who gets a pick up onto Nachos here, and is kind of buying time for his team. They were able to pull back. Things on the rings unbound here, and they're starting it off onto the Groudon. A little bit outrage to start us off, and we do see a Suicune picking itself up for the Groudon right now, which is on the side of Ultimate. They have a chance to turn this into a 1-1 situation here. Jiraiya down from the fly into the flame charge here, and they're slowly piling it up from the side. Moving in though, Cherokee wants to make some headways and unfortunately does not have the damage, but gets swept up by the Talonflame.
Oh, Ultimate trying to capitalize on the open door that they've now got. Banana Peelers right back into that home pad with most of their team being decimated means Hundo Burgers can rain on in. Ultimate looking to bounce back here in game 2, bring us to a tie set already as Banana Peelers only have a minute to try and capitalize.
Now, I'm not too sure how this is going to pan well for any team at the moment. If you're on the side of course, Ultimate, you're kind of happy with how well you've made it out here, but that was a little bit rough. That was a big gamble to force everything here. You even had, Tibby be out of the game because he was trying to score points, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have the opportunity here. I don't know if the same play can be replicated in the next round.
I gotta say, I'm impressed with this Gudra, bro. Guitar has been so good and so difficult to take down, so sticky onto the side of Banana Peelers' all-rounders and melee attack that they've really managed to cause a lot of issues for BP. And now with this ace, that is going to be Ultimate finding themselves a way to tie up this set.
And that's going to be a rough one here. 10 seconds on the clock. I don't think there's really a way you can make it work here. Mbok, giving you a freebie to make something work here. And I gotta give it to them. Definitely a strong fight here, but Banana Peelers are still not out of the count just yet. Let's take a look at the stats.
All about the speedsters, bro. Nacho is so good on those speedsters and really manages to capitalize on the Talonflame. Again, in the early stages, managing to pick up those 2 KOs just catapulted Nachos to put some dominant showing into this game. But it was all about the bounce back, as we saw from Laura, managing to find a way to get those levels evened and bring it to a very close final few moments.
Gotta give it to you. You're absolutely right on the assessment right there. This scoreline is nothing to scoff at here. It's not gonna be the 1,000-yard range, but let's see if we can see how they did well in terms of the battle data, because I think that's really important to note. We had a lot of mistakes coming from Banana Peelers as well. I mean, here's a really big example. Jiraiya, there was a Hydro Typhoon that hit absolutely no one. I don't know what the plan was, but definitely felt wrong.
Bro,
but otherwise, I mean,
with a misclick, haven't we?
Yeah, it could be a misclick, don't get me wrong, but even then, there's so many fights that just didn't need to happen. Tibby jumping into fights that the team wasn't ready to back him up yet, didn't need to commit too hard. And with this numbers, you can see how Banana Peelers was kind of just lacking behind. Also, shout out to Chari King with the exact 50k damage.
I know, right? Such a beautiful round number there. But It is going to be a tied set so far, so 1 game apiece. We are not on match point as Ultimate look to strike back and take the lead.
Already gonna see where they can make some headways from there. Banana Peelers, you're looking a little shaky now. Don't get too complacent. You still got one more round in you before you go down to the losers brackets here, or rather the lower brackets.
And I expect to say the same between these two. I feel like they are at least limiting what Ultimate can do by taking away that Comfey. I know they're so comfortable on that Pokemon with it. But the Empoleon has to continue to be banned by Banana Peelers. Otherwise, you let Ultimate take it. And that is way too strong of a Pokemon to give to what's considered the best team here in the European League.
You know, sometimes I kind of feel that they kind of gave it away here. Banana Peelers gave them an answer, right? The chink in the armor rouge going into that. And that was an absolute answer to that, and that was just to keep flying into them.
I love that. As well as coming in from Kree with the trick to give them the shielding. Absolutely important there to protect Laura, and that is what you want from your support player, and that is why we see so many strong support players here in the European League. Brilliant effort from Kree again, and I think that's one of the things where people don't really comment on it much, but oh my god. Oh, production, that's beautiful. The pushback on Tibby.
No connect.
They still get it, I think,
Did not get hit. Last pickup.
They do. It's the cut from the Tibby. Oh, oh, the RNG Night Error. It could have been anyone, but it's going to be the dash, the Dragon Rush coming out from Tibby that takes it.
New. But again, I guess it's the little TVs that matter when it comes to how the cookie crumbles. Moving into that here, you might say that they really had the bingo lined up for that one, but I didn't see the winning numbers on that Lotto ticket, and unfortunately it looks like we're gonna be stuck in that situation. I mean, but look at this, right? Jiraiya sitting down there waiting for opportunity, had the entire team to join in together from the Rigs Unbound, and he started going in, but his own team was like, guys, I kind of want to do this. Right, it's looking low. Why don't we just commit our resources into it? The Hydro Typhoon comes in here, and this is going to be where we need to click down everything. Hoopa's move comes in. We do see Guja flying into the fray. Fly comes down. Suicune gets the last hit from the Ice proc here, going into the beam. There's the pickup. Nacho's a little slow, but everyone else already came in here. I don't even think the Hydro Typhoon hit, I'll be honest with you.
No, it didn't, and what a brilliant mean look from Bingo. That saved them. Realistically, that Hydro Typhoon would have probably secured that, mate, but Bingo's mean look limited Jiraiya getting into that den, and that means that they find the win. Oh boy, this set, it's an absolute pleasure. These two teams are so closely matched. It's brilliant. Looking at the bans as we head on into game 3 here, it looks like Banana Peelers are going to stick with the plan.
I don't know if that's the right call. Moving into this here, we do have Buzzwole on the other side here. No Sucky Suck for you has been a major problem for the side. But now the last 2 bans here, do you want to call back the Suicune? That is a good question. Oh, yeah, there it is.
I think Force Ultimate to ban out the Empoleon, and then you have a ridiculous amount of picks that you can take as the first pick. Snorlax is on the field. Hooper is there that they like to use so much. I think it's probably going to be one of those that they bring out here.
Maybe so. I think you want a stronger support lineup first, because right now you have a lot of options of Pokemon that are really good when it comes to, you know, having frontline presence, but it needs sustain. And already you have a Blissey here, and the advantage of having Blissey over Clefable is really simple, right? Clefable needs to be in front with the bruisers, whereas Blissey is, you know, sitting at the back throwing eggs at you. Sounds really insulting, but I promise you, it does wonders for the team.
You do want the eggs thrown at you, I promise. On the side of Ultimate, they're going to pick up the Hooper. Kiwi is going to get back on the Mew, and they've been putting in a great shift on that. I think Blissey is always going to be a Pokemon that you'll be happy taking first. I think it's a very strong Pokemon. It's always going to be a strong support. Both movesets are so strong on it. But Tibby is going to bring out the Zacian, and Jiraiya goes back onto their well-known Trevenant here for Banana Peelers.
It's a great start moving into it. I don't know if this is a pickup because you didn't want to run Blastoise, but after that performance with Jiraiya's Blastoise, it's a little shaky. I wouldn't say it's bad, but I think maybe just stick with something that you already know is going to be fine. Without a comfy here, of course, Tibby's Zacian just kind of feels a little bit off course, but, you know, still has the spirit going into it. Cherry King needs to pick up a strong damage healer though to round this up here, and I'm liking the Glaceon pickup. I'm liking a Venusaur pickup. There are a lot of options.
Delphox would be a good shout as well. Glaceon, I think, would be a good shout if you go for the Ice Shard. But no, Chari King is going to pull out the Venusaur. I expect it to be Beam, pairing that with Laura's Alolan Raichu. A great comp has been built here by Banana Peelers, but Nightera, Ultimate, Hog Rider has brought out the T-Tar. The Kaiju is going to take to Fairy Sky Ruins.
Oh, I'm gonna be honest with you, Tano. I'm tired today. I had a long day. I really want to call Hog Rider, but like, it's not. You should have came earlier when I had more energy. I'm exerting as much as I can. I need to summon my one for all, 100% to bring this T-Tar justice. And I feel like, with that being said, Ultimate does have a comp that I kind of enjoy. It's a very like a kaiju comp, right? You have Gudra, you have Tyranitar. Then you have like a way to bring all of them in and out of the fight easily here. So like if you don't want to take a fight, just hyperspace hold, don't come back, safe and sound. You have extra healing on the side here. I like the forward approach here. I don't know if, you know, Banana Peelers will respond in kind. They have Venusaur here, they have Pedal Drain. So could be a big problem.
This is a ridiculous comp coming out from Ultimate, and what that tells me is the amount of confidence this team has, buddy. They have pretty much built a Protect the President kind of comp with having a late game of Katar on the Gudra as well as Nachos there on the T-Tar. The early game is great as well. You've got Hooper, Eldegoss, and Kiwi on the Mew, so they've got a good balance, but it is very much one of those where Banana Peelers, they're going to be scared to go into this late game.
Tano, you're not convincing me, man. Like I said, I specifically mentioned Ultimate has a team that I like, not a team I think that is confident enough to win. You know, my vote is on Ultimate because it's it looks like a really fun comp, not because it's a good comp per se. So we're going to see whether that rings true for them here. But they are coming off from a high here from a win, so could be feeling themselves out for this one.
Well, if anything, I would not be surprised if this goes all the way to the 5th game, as it looks like Kiwi's going to find the KOs on that farm in the bottom lane. In the top side, though, Katar finds the first KO of the game, and I tell you what, Emmerich finds the back of it as well.
Already getting a strong start in bottom lane, trying to make some headways. Jirari forced to use the eject button to get away here, but I don't know if he's going to make it out. The booster auto does clinch, and there's the shields going down. Thankfully, Jirari is going to be looking a little bit higher from that, and actually picking themselves out a little bit more EXP. Hopefully they get the 5 soon here. They really want to get ready for that entire Altaria fight that are going to go down.
So we've got the Pupitar in the bottom lane. Nacho's looking to see if they could find a KO if they can. That will be massive for their experience, and they do, but he's looking to get the 19 in now. Mbok trying to block it off. They get the 19 in, so stacks are going to rain through. Tibby trying to put the damage in, utilizing the Zacian. That's going to allow the points to be answered as well. Katar still looking for a little extra levels going into the central area. Tibby is going to try and pull their attention, but look what Ultimate are doing in the side of Banana Peelers.
Whoa, my lord, as Ultimate comes in, this is going to be a bit tough for them. They do have the people down on the side here to try and make some headways, but they still need a little bit more space to move around. Ultimate pushing in already to the other side of the enemy's base here. Looks like the entire map is basically theirs for the pickings here. Now we do see a lone Raichu trying to make some headways here, but Bingo Katar not letting it be easy pickings for them. Ultimate here have advantage when it comes to EXP, but will that hold true as they slowly lose their Mew? They're full front damage dealer here. Now they don't have any range. They're gonna just have to force a fight here if they want to go front facing.
They've kind of got to accept that Banana Peelers are going to get the Regidrago uncontested, as we already saw Joare coming down trying to stop anyone getting an approach, and now they are going to bring the punishment as Ultimate are going to fall one by one. In the flux zone goes Tibby as the points rain through in this bottom lane. They have left Katar in the top side to get those extra stacks, get those extra levels as they get close to becoming Gudra.
And that is going to be the first of many mistakes that they will make here, but not something they cannot recover from. We are going to see the 20-second marker here going into the double Regis as they come about here. Leaf Tornado is going to be invested here, which means not additional healing actually, but we're going to see Mbok play on the Eldegoss, but also means that the T can respond a little bit faster here. And I mean, honestly, your Tyranitar wants to go more fast. I mean, you need to be ready to hit them as fast as you can, right? So you need to get close. I think this is a good call here. It is anyone's guess.
The thing is, Banana Peelers realistically had to win the early game to not be too concerned about the T-Tar coming onto the field. We're about to see Godzilla take Tefeya Sky Ruins, and they're very close on points, very close on levels. The big beam comes through. Oh, the connects onto the Registeel from Chari King as they find the KO onto Sliggoo as well. Mbok on the retreat here. Thunderstorm Aerial is used to bring the damage, and the Regieleki is taken, looking to break the bottom pad. Is Banana Peelers, can they do it in time? Nope, that's going to go in, but they'll get a tasty overcap for their efforts.
Already they have their points kind of lined up here. They don't intend to break it though. I don't really feel like that's the right call here. Banana Peelers, you guys have been striving off the fact that you've been getting advantages and leads so that they can't do anything. I think it's a good call to just break.
Well, at least you don't open an extra line of experience for that T-Tar. They are so close to level 9. They need one final hit, and they'll do just that, or even getting these points in. And now they become T-Tar. Tyranitar looking to cause the damage, but they've got to go on a retreat instantly because they are bringing the pain at Banana Peelers. Big Beam as well. They managed to find all of that experience. They've got to keep up this aggression on the side of Banana Peelers. You cannot give a foothold over to Nachos.
Already, they just so backed away, not letting them do anything. They cannot run amok on this field. Banana Peelers holding them down like if an iron fist as well. They kind of planted their banana peels all around here, and Ultima's just like, I don't really know how to wander into this here. Starting it off, they already have their Mew go down, so they don't have like that backline damage dealer. They kind of need to play very front here, and they also lose the reason that, you know, T-Tar is going to be really strong, which is the ability to chase from the Leaf Tornado. So right now, it's a bit stuck. 1 point left on the clock here. We're going to see whether this base is going to go down, or we're going to see a massive oversight by them. But it looks like there's a 42 overdunk to start them off here, and of course, we are seeing Banana Peelers in a huge lead, moving in with 109 points over Ultimate.
They're really trying to pull the support away from the Tyranitar so they don't have to be too concerned about it going in, but it works so well in this bottom lane so far. But they've got to do that for a couple more team fights if they want to take this win. Nacho's hitting level 10. Now they want to go on in with some damage. Dashing in here. The Regieleki is on this bottom lane, ready to be taken. Thunderstorm Aerial's going to come through. Cotton Cloud crashes as well. Jirare looking for the good retreat there. They do manage to connect. Phantom Forest is going to come through as well. But Ultimate finds the Regieleki on the back of Qatar. Can they find the KOs as well? Jirare putting up a huge defense here. It's going to be Tibi diving in for the KO onto the hoop. T-Tar looking to sprint onto its opposite all-rounder, but they still don't manage to engage just yet. Nachos is going to go on the retreat. Regieleki looking to push into this T1 pad. Ultimate are going to try and allow that to happen, and they will. Verdant Anger is going to come through. Nachos is sent back to Nurse Joy. A massive defense from Banana Peelers, Nitera.
I don't know whether, you know, running in with your face, you know, front facing there was correct here. The Mew definitely took a hard KO moving into that here, giving some EXP flow back into Banana Peelers' favor. But otherwise, it looks like the team is kind of close by together. But nobody's really a respawn up to this Addict Reggie. But look at this T-Tar! So strong, just running into a muck in their entire central area.
I think the pick on the Ancient Power is the interesting one. I don't know whether Santoon would have been better, but it's because they're trying to chase down Banana Peelers here, buddy, but they're not able to. They've not been able to find that approach just yet. Qatar is bringing out the Writer's Rain. Huge beams going to come through here as they are taken down. Regirock will reset, and Ultimate are without one of their strongest defenders here to put up this fight.
This is gonna be a bit of a problem here. They're pushing themselves ready to go here. The Kaiju is coming in. They don't have any real way of going in once again. They have to wait for the Leaf Tornado so that we can see a stomp fest coming from this dragon beast thing, this monster of a Pokemon. And right now, they're already starting to rip onto the Regirock here, and all there is defending them is this one Eldegoss who is finally down for the count. No one else is there to defend this. They need to just commit to this. Starting it off, they do manage to pick themselves up for this, and now Tyranitar looking so strong with the additional defense buff as well. They could take a fight here.
I mean, the thing is, like, a little bit of miscommunication by Banana Peelers. Too early on the beam was Chari King, but they have still won every team fight that we've seen, Nitera, which you would not expect from looking at these comps. But finally, level 13 on the side of Nachos. This will be a threat as we have Groudon about to take to the field. Right now, Banana Peelers been a little bit cautious with it. They know they're in the lead. The ball is in the court of Ultimate.
And there it is. Groudon starting out the fight here. Gonna see if they can make some headway starting this off. A good stuff on the Tyranitar to see if they can make anything work, but doesn't want to full send the commitment there. Wants to keep some for, you know, a few special Pokemon in the backline here. Look at Katardo on the backline trying to make some headways here. Starting off strong here. There is the Rock Tool to try and pick something up here, but Katardo from the backline is hitting onto Laura, not finding its mark, but unfortunately it looks like the damage is going through here. Katardo buying so much time for his team as they slowly make their way out of this. And now it's back to the reset here. It looks like they're postured to see if they can take another fight.
Yeah, I don't think Ultimate capitalized on Qatar pulling so many banana peelers onto their side there, and the response, to be fair, was on point. Envox going to throw out the Rings Ruin here, and there's their Thunderstorm Aerial as well. Phantom Forest was already used. His Nacho's going to pop the Tyrannical Rampage. In the meantime, though, Verdant Anger's going to connect. So is the Zacian as they find the KOs onto Ultimate. They fall one by one. All that's left is the first Pokemon to exist, as well as the Tyranitar, ready to go on in. Who's going for the secure? Mr. Buccourage is here, and he is going to connect with the Electro Ball, but it's none other than the other E-Ball that works. Alolan Raichu takes it. Laura trying to allow Banana Peelers to take the win.
Already, there is a clear answer coming for their Banana Peelers. Looking so strong, so dominant, but it's not over just now. 492, they can still make it work here. They just need a little bit of headspace, a little bit of way to go through. Eldegoss falling down and climbing out of despair now. 4 players to the name. They don't know how to defend this additional pad at base, and that is going to be a big problem as timer ticks down. I don't think there's an answer for Ultimate here. It might be ultimately a defeat for them, unfortunately for that, because Banana Peeler somehow made history here today, pulling them back from the jaws of defeat into the carrying arms of the lower brackets.
Well, buddy, I mean, it's the best of 5, so Banana Peelers, they're on match point, but absolutely, if this was a best of 3, they'll have defeated Ultimate, which is an impressive status. We've only seen one team do it, Happy to Martin, and they're no longer here. Crash Out GG, sorry, and they're no longer here. So, Banana Peelers, impressive, very impressive to bounce back there. Looking at the comp that Ultimate had, they were trying to go for that late game, right? Qatar and Nachos trying to get built up so that they could really bring the damage. We saw the Leaf Tornado from Bingo. It just didn't work. I understood the theory, but in practicality, Nightera, it just didn't work.
Yeah, okay, but this is the thing, right? This is why I say they brought them into the jaws of defeat. Hasn't been swallowed yet, right? Hasn't been swallowed. This is a best of 5. Right. Banana Peelers are still looking to clean this up with one more strong game to make this a 3-1, and that's the best of 5. So Ultimate still sitting pretty in the jaws of defeat here. They have to make a call now. Am I going to be swallowed whole, or am I going to make this my new throne? Right? Is this aura farming time? Ultimate, they've got something to prove.
That they do, and do you know what? It would Game 5 would be an absolute belter between these two, but Banana Peelers, they've got the momentum. This is where I expect Ultimate to come out swinging with their best comp. Yeah, they tried something different here. They knew that they had a little bit of game leeway for them to be able to see if it works. It didn't. The theory was there, but it didn't work in practicality, so now they have to answer to what Banana Peelers are doing, because they are now on match point. They will go into the lower bracket if they do not win this game.
Not a lot of Hawk Rider moments, unfortunately, here. Just a lot of, attempts that just felt a little bit lackluster. We saw the Tyranitar go in, and then it kind of just looked like one of those, penguin dolls. They wobbled in instead. It just didn't feel as scary as you would think, considering it's Tyranitar, and that's just a little sad for me.
And to be fair, it was online around about the mid game, so it definitely got the levels that that you expect a Tyranitar to be online round about the 6-minute mark, 5-minute mark, and they did. It was just they couldn't do anything else with it. Banana Peelers had found a way to limit what they were able to do, and on the back of the beams coming in from Chari King and Tibby with some brilliant flanks, but all about these big hits. Look at what Jirare's doing, buddy. This is why they are one of the best Trevenants in the EU region. The Horn Leeches, the Wood Hammers, really disrupting to Ultimate.
it is on point to say the least here. And you can definitely see how this is going to be a big problem. We saw a Blitz Deliverance hit for 2 as well here, which generally just doesn't happen here. But Peter just in such a good position moving in with that. I mean, first of all, can we talk about the Hornleech going into the Blissey's Unite move, the Blitz Deliverance here? It just stacks up some little bit of extra damage, and you don't realize how strong it is until you get hit by it. Over here even, like, Tyranitar should have the advantage here, playing with the Regieleki, but they just didn't have the HP to sustain.
Yeah, I think they probably should have gone on the retreat there. They were really wanting to push that in, but as soon as we saw King coming back with a Verdant Anger, it was a brilliant defense by Banana Peelers. You managed to take this objective as well, and they go straight on the retreat. That is what they should have done, buddy, to put that pressure on. And now we go into the final few moments, and again, looking for that approach. Jurare really looking to get the pick in, manages to find one of them, but they have to use an eject button to get themselves out of there. The rings are let loose, and the beams, uncontested, is King. Look at them in the back here as they continue to drop mega beams. Jurare's in the center of it. Look at that combo. You use the Phantom Forest with a Verdant Anger, and it's just way too much damage for Ultimate to stop.
And with that being said though, we move into a scoreline of 210 to 188 here, where basically afterwards it's just kind of just dunking your hundo burgers moving into it. Now we go to the next game here, which is going to be match number 4. Match point for Banana Peelers. Banana Peelers are going to be on the orange side here, and so Ultimate is hoping to get the first pick.
If Banana Peelers defeat Ultimate here, they will be the new kings of the European League, and they've not even made it to the grand final yet, buddy. They will manage to get themselves through to the winners final, but boy, what an achievement alone that would be. Looking at the bans, Buswell, Zacian taken out by Ultimate, Comfey, Empoleon by Banana Peelers. I actually like that strategy from Banana Peelers when they're on that orange side.
Ooh, already we're gonna see them with the pickups here. It is going to be Blissey for the side of Banana Peelers to start us on. Again, we had this conversation. One of the best supports because you have range with your support, which is always great. You're not into the fights very early on. Kiwi now gonna see if they can find a way through into this here, and I think they're gonna lock into a lone Raichu, which is gonna be a great start moving forward here. Maybe you could separate the healers in the game with the damage dealers, and that could give you a way out because you're gonna put them in range of Suicune, right? So maybe that's something they can try here. I'm not too sure.
I think the Alolan Raichu has been one of the most deciding Pokemon in this set so far. Every time we've seen it, it has been so good at getting secures. The Electropole connects so well, and they managed to find so many KOs with it as well. So I think taking that away from Banana Peelers is so good from Ultimate, but Chariking's going to pull out the Mew here as well. So we've kind of had a swap between them both. And Nachos is pulling out a Dragonite. We never see this Pokemon. Hyper Beam, I suspect it to be.
No, I'm not too sure. They don't have a lot of frontline here. They do have a Suicune, they do have a little Raichu here. Do they need a Hyper Beam to pack it up as well? Not too sure. But I do feel that there's a chance we will just see a Dragon Rider!
Maybe the hog along the way was the dragon, buddy. I mean, I just think the secure is what they're looking for with the Hyper Beam. Laura is going to pull out the Venusaur here as well, and if that is beams, double beam, I think you've kind of got to do something to deal with that. I don't think Outrage is going to do enough for you to really put the pressure onto these ranged attackers.
Yeah, but then they also have full heal, right? So technically speaking, they could just sit down and take the block from Jirari, but they also happily walk into everyone else now, which, I mean, they do have Tippy as well to pull them away, but with one full heal here, it could make the difference of whether Laura gets taken down or not.
I don't know, full heal is such a pointless item right now. It's good for the one hit of crowd control, but there's so much crowd control in Pokemon Unite that full heal needs a buff. I don't care what anyone says, I am strong, please buff full heal, because it's ridiculous how much they've really limited it.
I agree with you moving to that. Oh, that was a flashbang. Moving to that. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of wrap their head around the entire composition here. And mind you, Ultimate has one try to make this work. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing Banana Peelers up and about there. Remember, Ultimate, Jaws of defeat. You know, hasn't slam shot yet. Want to make sure you hold the hand up. You know, don't let them close it on you. You still have something to go for here. And I think now is the time to pull it out. Don't feel too pressured on that. I'm not putting the pressure on you, you are. So let's see how this one pans out.
Here we go. If Banana Peelers can take this victory, they will win the best of 5. If Ultimate takes it, we go to a game 5. Ultimate looking to see if they can keep the pressure on with the Dragonite taking the central area. Hooper is going to go provide some assistance and take that red aura as well.
Already, we're seeing a very early start to how they want to play this year, which is safety in numbers here. I definitely respect how they want to go about that here, but I don't respect the fact that they're kind of just like, you know, a little bit playing a little different here. You know, initially, Ultima is a team that's like, I'll capitalize on what I can capitalize on. And right now, it looks like they're just playing a lot safer as much as possible here. Like, I would have saw Qatar go in to take a fight, you know, with that really, really low, I believe it was Squirtle, you know, in the last game. But now it's like, oh man, pressure's on the line. I can't force this.
Yeah, Banana Peel is bringing the pressure in the top lane. Ultimate trying to do the same down here, but still it's 0-0 on the board as we do have a rotation coming out from Nachos, looking to get those Natus in the central area, get quickly up into the top lane for the 850s, recognizing who was up here. If they can find the damage and KOs onto their side, that will work, but War Turtle's on the field. So is Blissey. Banana Peelers have found enough to be able to win that top lane battle against the central area.
Which is great, especially since you have a Hoopa to just transport you back and forth here. You have really, really quick access to, you know, going back into the fight here. Already, Dragonite is back into the central area to farm up, and we are seeing a fight ensue here. The War Turtle taking so much damage here, and they have a Hyperspace Hole to pull themselves back, healing themselves up. And what is War Turtle going to do? Sit down there and wait for his heal on the pad? Like, that's going to be so slow.
What a difference between these two teams here in this fourth game, but it's so close, 0-0. Look at the levels, so ridiculously close, although you do have more on the side of Nachos. As we do drop the damage here, portals are going to keep Ultimate in a healthy status as the Regidrago spawns on in. The Sliggoo is back. Guitar's looking to put the damage on through, but so is Banana Peelers. They've got access to this Mew here. Chari King looking to get the beam onto the Regidrago, but it's all about this connect, and it's going to be taken by Nachos. Huge global experience for Ultimate here as they look to find more KOs. Snorlax taking a quick nap, manages to escape the Electro Balls from Kiwi, and they get back to these citrus berries.
And close too, because we do see, never mind, not close. They do actually pick up onto the Alone Raichu here, and unfortunately, Bingo was his name, the name of the player who ran away with his massive HP.
Dragonite is on the field, ready to go with the Hyper Beam. That's going to be difficult for Banana Peelers to handle in these team fights, especially if Nachos continues to get this level lead. Managing to keep up his Laura right now, and it's going to be the battle of both of those two with their Unite moves. Huge Beam is going to connect. And right now they're going for the rip on the Regieleki. Good zoning as well. Ultimate really trying to see if they can squeeze in here. Bingo does manage to get past that line of defense. So does Nachos. Ready to go. Not a Unite move just yet. They don't have it on the side of Laura either, but they do connect with the Regieleki. The local experience is going to come through, but look at Qatar. Can you take down the Goodra? Really sticking it to Banana Peelers.
Ooh, and already there's a big, massive issue here, and that is that currently there's a Regieleki falling down into its Ultimate's Tier 1 goal zone, but there is no one responding to Banana Peelers' Tippy onto the Registeel, which means that this EXP that's flowing back in, Banana Peelers is going to have a strong advantage going into this next fight here. And now they have an additional buff in terms of damage here, which means they can close the gap a little bit more, and it's going to be a lot easier for them to hit things like the Jiraiya here, who is just going to be a big chunky wall here, and you kind of wish that Ultimate you had the buff instead to fight against Jiraiya, not Banana Peelers who have it to fight against whatever you guys have.
Yeah, 100%. I do think the Goodra is being a bit difficult with Banana Peelers. Hydro Typhoon's going to stop Goodra going back home, and they do rein in the points as well. Ultimate trying to do the same in the bottom lane. This is why this game is so exciting. The second Banana Peelers do something, Ultimate do the opposite, and now we have a lead for Ultimate.
Starting off with a great fight there. They were able to break the Tier 1 goal zone despite Ultimate losing out the Regieleki. So overall, not too bad here. They also have our dear Nachos pushing into level 11 here. And so just a little bit more, they will have enough to make the Dragon Dance a massive asset into their kit here. They want this Hyper Beam to dish massive damage as fast as possible. And part of that is having Dragon Dance Plus and then Hyper Beam Plus.
All right, we're at the mid-game. 5 minutes have passed. We're about to have a bottom Reggie spawning on in. Banana Peelers are being zoned out at the moment by Ultimate, but both of their heavy players are in the top lane. You've got Gudra up there. Qatar with Nachos down in the bottom lane. Banana Peelers managing to get a little bit of a foothold against Ultimate now. 40 points are going to rain on in as Nachos chases Tibby out of that lane. Regieleki is here. The rings are let loose. Mbot's going to pull down the team. Here comes Qatar. Thunderstorm Aerial will connect, but it's going to be Chari King that finds it, despite Hyper being ready to go on through. The defense is here, though, as Ultimate tried to rip down the Regieleki as well, and they have managed to at least zone them out for a final moment. Laura trying to get back behind this Regieleki, but the KO comes through as Nachos finds a triple.
And this is gonna be a great problem to celebrate over when your Ultimate here finally finding some way to get back at Banana Peelers for the last 2 games. You're finally starting to make some headways here. Regidrago is just rotating if ever you want them, and there's really not much you can do with yourself Banana Peelers, but just kind of group up and hope that you can take the fight.
Regidrago rip, who's going to get it? It's going to be the Hyper Beam from Nachos, now hitting level 13 on the Dragonite. That is a dangerous threat coming into the Groudon fight. Banana Peelers, they are plenty of points behind. And the difficulty is, with the way Fire Sky Ruins is now, if you have a point lead coming into that final fight, you have a massive advantage.
If already you can see how this advantage is going to be scaling up towards them here, and that's going to be first the Verdant Anger coming in here. They do not pick it up for themselves here as Ultimate has the buff once again. They try and make something work from there. This is going to be a big damage buff to move in here as we do see Qatar running it forward, has the pick up onto Blissey here, and now potentially we do see the Venusaur come down as well, and a full heal to boot as now we do see Hoopa making up a slither of HP if not for his team's help here, and that is what I have to say is called teamwork. Because holy, you trusted your team so much that you played this entire fight out and you took every single hit, even to the point of a near KO.
I mean, Ultimate just wipes out Banana Peelers in that one, buddy. Right now, levels-wise, I mean, 14 on Nachos, 13 on Qatar. It's getting to those levels where this fight is going to be very difficult for Banana Peelers. They're going to need to protect Laura as much as they possibly can. If they can group up Ultimate a little bit, especially in that corridor, and get a good Verdant Anger off with a beam, that's realistically going to be the way that they win this, because Ultimate, that is so dangerous on the side of Nachos.
Right, but now that they have also their positions reviewed here, I like Banana Peelers' positioning on this because it starts off very strong, very early. They just kind of want to see if they can find anyone who's coming in here and then see if they can take some baits. We do see Young coming in here early on. They have a free heal coming in for the hyperspace hole, but otherwise not too much to say from that because now it's going to be the 2-minute mark. Groudon is spawning.
That it is. Nachos going for a score into that T2 goal, knowing that they've got that open, but looks like a rip is going to come through from Banana Peelers. Rings are let loose, utilizing the Hooper portal to bring back Nachos, and that they do, looking for the damage onto the side of Tibby on the opposite side, so the damage is raining down on Qatar. Bliss assistance is going to come through, but they haven't found the KO. Thunderstorm Aerial is here, and Blastoise manages to sneak the KO onto Qatar. Banana Peelers still have their entire team up, while Ultimate lose their Gudra.
And I mean, it's a small little leverage point when it comes to, Banana Peelers finding a foothold into this race here. But it's going to be a little bit tough. They are so safe. And I finally think that Ultimate has a foothold in the race here. But remember what I said just now at the start. It is going to be when they can capitalize off that. Starting it off, they do pick up Jirari here for 1. But now they kind of need to see how can I go in a fight. We have Nachos on the corner here losing so much HP, and now there's not really an opportunity other than to just wait it out here. Don't forget though, Rings and Bar has been used, so there's no real way to pull them back.
That there isn't, and there's 200 points between these two teams right now. We've got Kiwi all the way up onto that side to go for the home pad score to lock in this game for Ultimate and bring us to a game 5, buddy, because I don't think with 45 seconds left and still people on the side of Ultimate to defend these pads that Banana Peelers will do enough. There goes the Verdant Anger. They do take the Groudon, but they've got to score 3 hundo burgers here to get themselves into the lead and try to win this game. There goes the first. Mbok has just put the nail in the coffin for Banana Peelers in this game as they look to fall, and it's going to be a 2-2 piece over to the side of Ultimate.
Nah, ain't over just to it yet. They've got 10 seconds on the clock here. They do have a mystical barrage to try and respond to that, as we do see that slowly piling it in. They have 5 players. If they can somehow rush through here, it might not be over just yet. I'll cope. Let me hope, because there is a chance Banana Players can take the down. 40 there.
40.
We're not seeing anything else.
No.
That is so rough. They might have a chance there if they were just a few seconds earlier.
And we're going to a game 5, bro. Could we have predicted it? Of course we could. It's Ultimate versus Banana Peelers. This always happens. Ridiculous effort coming out from them there. And Ultimate managed to bounce back. It was all about scoring those back caps, those back points from Kiwi and Mbok, recognizing the time that's left in this game. If we go and score these Hundo Burgers, it's going to be undefeatable for Banana Peelers to bounce back.
This is going to be a fight for the ages here. I mean, you promised a good game. We gave you a good game. What else is there to say?
That's true. I mean, these two are just an absolute joy in this European League. They have been all the way through, and we wouldn't have wanted it any other way. I gotta say, I enjoyed the Dragonite that we saw from Nachos there. 25% of the team damage. It was pretty even across the board, but those Hyper Beams were getting plenty of secures.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point to be made here. One thing that has always been a core feature when it comes to playing Dragonite, I'm sure you know this as a player back then as well, is that Dragonite's beam kind of pierces everything in its path, which is great because like you're just gonna hit things that you don't intend to hit because everyone's just running away from the beam, right? And you're like, just take the beam, stop being a coward, just take the full extent. There's nothing you can really do about it. Right, and so there lies the problem. I mean, I feel like Nachos could replicate this again, and it would actually work out really well because if you're targeting something at the back, and like let's say Jirari jumps in to try and stop you, yeah, the beam's hitting for 2.
And that's the joy though, isn't it? Because these team fights are so compacted that the Hyper Beam is going to connect on so many Pokemon that it does a decent amount of damage. That was a great steal there by Chari King. They're going up against the 2 secures that Ultimate had, managing to sneak that win and just continuing to put the damage down. But this is Nachos just finding a way to get something out of the fact that they lost that objective, and this is why Ultimate is such a fantastic team to watch and cast and really get into the sort of hand on, because they always found a way to bounce back despite the fact that they lost the objective.
Right, so, well, I guess there's really not much to say other than to just watch these clips, and, well, Tano know that it's 2-2 now, a piece. It's gonna be a rough one here. I think it might be a good time to either grab a break for everyone to just like, you know, rest up very quickly, get a few snacks here, and we will go straight to the games. Because honestly, I'm clenching my seat. I'm here, man. I'm here for this. It is game 5. I don't know if this could have gone any other way when it comes to Ultimate and Banana Peelers.
What I expect to see is some of these speedsters coming back out for Ultimate here. They've been ridiculously, unexpectedly crazy with their comps, buddy. Qatar has played Gudra twice in this set. We've seen a Dragonite. We've seen a T-Tar. Ultimate are really bringing it to Banana Peelers and making them have to work out how can we beat that comp.
Right. So I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's take. I mean, for all the people at home who are watching this, remember you're in your winner semis right now. Banana Peelers vs Ultimate. If you guys need a break, grab some stacks now. This band face is gonna be pretty obvious how it's gonna go. Quickly grab a break, grab some snacks. This is the match you want to watch. Game 5 ensues here. Banana Peelers versus Ultimate. Banana Peelers are going for first pick here. I'm hoping to see them go for the Blissey pickup as well instead of the Fable. Not really a fan of seeing how this pans out here, but of course Empoleon is available for selection here. Very strong call out here, very nicely done. I love how they saw it and didn't waste an opportunity to just pick it up.
And of course, whoever loses this game will be going up against Cafe de Martin in that lower bracket, buddy. And that again is another difficult game. Cafe de Martin are up there with their secures alongside Banana Peelers and Ultimate. Kree is going to get access to the Empoleon here in game 5 as Ultimate decided not to ban that out and try and take away that Zacian from Tibby.
Okay, now wait, hold on. So long as Chari King picks a support here, Banana Peelers has a super aura play they can make against Ultimate, and if they don't pick up these next two Pokemon I think they're going to pick up, Banana Peelers is solidly will have the game. Alright? So, I'm going to hold you to suspense here, Tano, as we take a look at the picks here. But once Banana Peelers come, I'll let you know what my picks are.
Well, it's going to be Lucario coming onto the
No,
field
no,
for
it's not going to
Ultimate.
be Lucario, actually.
You don't think?
There is. Yeah, it's not actually. There's a really strong two Pokemon you can pick up on the spot here. First of all, you can pick up Blaziken, right? So you have a frontline brawler. You have Empoleon who also can go in frontline brawling. See, Tippy's already hovering on that. I wouldn't dare say that Blaziken is not going to be picked up here. So strong. And then your final pickup. I mean, I lost track of what the final pickup was, I'll be honest with you. But it's also a really strong Pokemon at the end of the day, right? Because like you just pick up all the good Pokemon that just generally works, and you got a comp, right? I don't think Metagross is the key here. I think it was still going to have to be Blaziken across the board. Because I mean, look at this fight. You go in, you fight against Gudra here. You're happy to fight Gudra. You have like you're forcing him into like bushes, which naturally has walls. Blaziken's happy with that. You know, if Hoopa wants to bring everyone into the fight here, you're happy to throw a focus blast at them. If Lucario comes into you, you're happy to take a fight. And Powan's doing the same thing as well.
Buddy, I think if Tibby and Qatar are allowed to just fight a 1v1 in the lanes by themselves, we might be here until the end of time. I love that matchup. This is going to be very exciting. Nachos is finally pulling out the Zero Aura, and you and me both know every single time they manage to pull off a huge pull utilizing that discharge, and that can be really pivotal on trying to pick up Cherry King or Laura in these team fights.
I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes here. They do have a very strong lineup when it comes to the front line here. Again, I would have loved to see a Blaziken here with the Metagross to pair up together. I think that would have been so strong. But otherwise, this is going to be a game for the ages here. I am quite excited to see how this pans out. Not gonna see my Mega Lucario. I'm not gonna see the Blaziken, unfortunately. But I still think this was something that could have been, I wouldn't understate it, to say the least.
So, what comp are you preferring here, looking at the two teams, buddy?
I remember what the Pokemon is now, Tano. It was going to be Blaziken and Venusaur. So actually, I really do believe that Banana Peelers' team is a lot stronger when it comes to taking this fight here, especially since you got like Empoleon there. But it's Ultimate. They have Zero Aura on Nachos here, so and they have Lucario as well. I don't really have a preference here. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Well, here we go, chat. This is game 5 of your winner semi-finals 1. It's Banana Peelers and Ultimate games apiece as they look to take the victory here and send the other one to take on Cafe Du Martin in the lower bracket. This bottom lane is an interesting matchup as Pitbull looks to see if they can find the secures.
Aggression.
But Ultimate are very aggressive with it as they find the double KO.
If you're Banana Peelers, you don't want to see that early on here. You have been holding the lane very well. You know, you might not be able to beat Ultimate here, but you've never gone down like that. And already Nachos capitalizing on it, coming in early here. And you're going to stop this Empoleon as well, right? Because, like, look at what the Zero is going to do. He's going to just wait and be like, hey, by the way, hi.
Well, Alolan Raichu is on the field here for Banana Peelers, and if Nachos can find a good pick, that will make a huge difference, but they need a little bit more levels here, buddy, as we have the 850s about to spawn on in. 26 points for Ultimate so far, still looking for the levels in the bottom lane. I love this from Ultimate. Capitalize on how weak that lane is right now.
And already it's starting to be a problem here. Laura starting to fight, throwing a few balls here and there, not really trying to make any damage or any headway, just wants to see if he can peel for his team. And right now it's going to collapse. Ultimate fighting his mark here. We do see the E-Speed come out here and a pushback from the Meteor Mash. But otherwise, it looks like this is going to be stale across the board. But we are seeing a very big problem here. There's no EXP is flowing to the bottom lane. And so we have to see a Prinplup level up in the central area. We see a Tang have to pick up a Beltoid to level up as well. I don't feel like, you know, Banana Peelers are feeling too good after that.
Well, at least they're in a better stance now. Juare's on the field with their Trevenant. We've got Kree getting that second evolution as well. Tibby trying to see if these Gyro Balls is going to keep them in this fight with Cherry King providing their heals. That's right, we've got the ranged attacker on Blissey this time round. Tibby has to get back to the pad because Mbok is not stopping with the damage that they're dropping here, but Jurare backs up as well. They do find the Regidrago, but Banana Peelers are struggling in both lanes.
And mind you, this Regidrago buff has gone onto Prinplup here, which means if they do take a good fight here, we're gonna see a lot of stacks coming in for Empoleon, and that's not a good sign to start us off here. Bone Rush coming in here to see if they can make any damage. Target have been shown. If they want E-Speed for one, they still have one more target for E-Speed here. They come in for the Altarias here. It could be massive going into that. I do not see the E-Speed finishing off, and unfortunately it looks like, well, Nacho has pulled that in here. They do pick up the mid-tank, which is fantastic. They bought enough time for Nachos to do and dish the damage.
Nachos is one of the best Zeraora players that I've ever seen, buddy. They are so incredible on that Pokemon. But what I have seen is some great play as well from Mbot coming out with the Astonish. It's worked so well at trying to stop the approach that Banana Peelers was taking, and they stop the KOs coming through. They don't stop the Registeel lock-in though, as Laura does find that, and Banana Peelers are getting a good moment of experience. But 140 points to 20 right now. Ultimate getting dangerously into the lead.
And now let's take a look at the numbers here. 20 points to 140. Banana Peelers is definitely squarely behind. When we're talking about levels here, yeah, it looks like they're kind of like picking themselves up against Ultimate here, who are slowly pacing them out in terms of power spikes. But across the board, I like the team having a lot more levels in general to kind of just face them, right? Each individual team member is strong and they can hold their own better than, you know, just falling like flies and then leaving it be a 3v5, for example.
Gonna leave Kiwi in the bottom lane to try and deal with that Empoleon, and Ultimate are now gonna swarm around them as Kree has to use the eject button to get out of there, but his Sovereign Slide came through and they get KO'd straight off the bat. That is unfortunate for Banana Peelers, as Ultimate managed to score a couple more points as well, but they've got to go on the retreat here. Mystical Mirage is going to be used to protect Nachos, and it works a treat as we see the E-Speed coming out from Lucario. There's the Aura Cannon. They don't find the KO onto Laura though, as Kyoro tries to run away. Banana Peelers don't find any KOs, and Nachos takes down Jirare.
That's pretty rough, to say the least now, as we have Empoleon online, like you say here. Hydro Cannon is being picked up, and so any point in time, look at the damage he's just dealing. He waits for another one, he'll have something. Computer Crush comes in, and there's the lot coming in here. There is no way out from you, and there it is. First of many here. Tippy being pulled into the fight. Has a 3-man target with the Gyro Ball here. They're going to keep starting the fight and pushing it down. Tippy goes down for the count here. Nachos as well. Returning a favor back is Jirari to pick themselves up. And returning that favor is going to be Qatar to pick up the Lone Raichu. Right now, it's going to be even fight across the board here. They have a nice wood hammer to give them a bit of stun, but it's going to be a bit hard here. The E-Speed comes through. They might be able to pick the Empoleon there, and now they have even the playing field just a little bit more.
As soon as Banana Peelers get the advantage, Ultimate snatches it away from them. They finally find some good KOs, they're trying to score some points, but Ultimate bounce straight back and limit what Banana Peelers are able to do. Here's the rip on the Registeel. Woodhammer's going to come on down. Aura Cannon is used to take it as Jirare runs back to the T1 pad. Nachos is ready to dive on in and get a good pull. Regidrago about to spawn onto the field, Niter, and that's exactly what Nachos does. Manages to find the Blissey. Chari King so weak here, but they get hit as the Lucario comes in for it, but a brilliant response from Banana Peelers as Laura drops the Thunderstorm Aerial and brings the pain to Ultimate.
And already you can see how Ultimate is just in a weird spot. They lost 3 other players off that fight alone. I mean, not including extended fights, right? So it's going to be a bit tough for them to even regroup right now for the Regidrago here, giving Banana Peelers so much priority and like positioning when it comes to the map. We're going into the last minute before the Groudon spawns here. They do have a Regieleki they can pick themselves up here. And Ultimate can play the numbers game when it comes to scoring, right? Just wait a little bit more and you might be able to play with a lot more than you've bargained for, which is great. They started off, it's 50%. They kind of see the way of opportunity here. Tippy, I don't really think you want to pull them. That's a good call. Just get the Regieleki and call it a day.
Still a close game though here in this game 5. Not that much points between them right now. Just over that 40 mark, and Ultimate are going to go for this push, but he rings a let loose here as they look to bring down the damage. Thunderstorm Aerial, a massive block from Laura though as they find the KO onto Nachos. All Ultimate can do is run back to their pad. Usain Bolt it out of that push, and now Ultimate are going to lose their Hooper as well. A brilliant response from Banana Peelers.
And it's going to be a rough one to say the least, as we do take a look into how they are going to respond to this. It's going to be just dunking points here to see if they can get a lead back against Ultimate here. Which, I mean, Banana Peelers, great job here, but you're kind of losing a lot of Unite moves here. You have 3 Unite moves missing, you have 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, gonna have to farm those back big time, especially on the side of Laura. You need that Thunderstorm Aerial Bliss assistance as well, and Jurare's Phantom Forests have been so good in this battle, buddy. Nachos trying to see if they can get a good pull here, doesn't find it, does at least drop a decent amount of damage. Reggie still down in this bottom path as Ultimate go for the rip. You cannot allow them to get this buff, it's so important here, but there's so many of them, as we do see Tibby coming in as well, gonna go straight onto the side of Qatar. Gyro Ball ready to go, who's gonna get the secure? It is going to be taken by Kree.
That is so painful to see. The beam does connect into it here, and we do see that come in for it. But Empoleon managing to just finish it off here, and no Unite moves were really forced out from that. But as I say that here, we do see a computing crash. It's going to be rough, because now we're moving in 2-minute mark. They do have one pick out on the side here. Zero Aura down for the count. They have 5 players going into this here. Kyoro is waiting for opportunity here. The Aura Cannon is committed here. They do have a lot of damage coming through. They did take one out onto the lone Raichu, but it's not enough. Sovereign Slide coming through, and we're not seeing any headways being made for the side of Banana Peelers, who can just sit down pretty right now, right? They have 300 points. They don't have to start Groudon. It might be a good time to start it, but remember, they still have a Hoopa with Rings Unbound to respond to that.
Bro, Banana Peelers have the advantage coming into Groudon in a Game 5 versus Ultimate here in the European League, chat, with 1:20 left on the clock. Ultimate trying to see if they can get this extra Unite move onto the side of their Lucario, as well as their Zero Aura. Going on to Mbok here, though, is Banana Peelers, as they find a massive pick. The Rings Unbound was not able to be used, and the advantage is still on the side of Banana Peelers. Cherry King making sure the entirety of their team is nice and healthy here. Not going for the rip is wise from Banana Peelers. With 1 minute left on the clock, though, Ultimate are back and ready to bring the action.
Do they have information that everyone is there though? That's the question, because Ultimate can sneak a goal in. Lucario very nimble, very quick, and I'm gonna see if they can make something from there here. Qatar, 50% HP down, cannot really base now. They need to play it slow and steady. Phantom Forest committing onto Mew here. No damage being dealt, but the Plasma Gale is coming in and does this damage onto Metagross here. Rings Unbound to see if they can try and make any headway with the CC, but it looks like they have the numbers to start this off here. No Metagross means we have one more player back up on the team here. Starting it off here, Horn Leash to push them away, and Kyoro is stuck. Thunderstorm Arrow to commit into the fight here, as you do see the Plasma Gale finally committing here, and a pickup on the side, but it is not going to be Ultimate who picks this up here, but beside Banana Peelers, who has the buff. They're going to try and see if they can defend this here, but right now, Banana Peelers in such a dominant fashion, locking them out, and Ultimate is going to be dropping down to the losers bracket.
Chat, well done. Banana Peelers have managed to do it. They've defeated Goliath here. Ultimate have been the dominant team of the European League, but in these winners semi-finals, Banana Peelers are your first winner finalists here in the European League playoffs. And what a fantastic showing it was. It all came down to the final Groudon fight. A brilliant pick onto Mbok, and then a combined damage onto the side of the Groudon in the final few moments, as Kree goes for the Hundo Burger, locks in the secure for Banana Peelers.
And we even got to see a triple Registeel to boot here. It's like a double rainbow for us here in Unite, and I gotta give it to them. Once again, Ultimate proving to be a very strong team, but not impossible to beat here. Now, of course, I don't think, they're gonna go down immediately in the next fight. So I think there's a lot to say right now, and that is, there's a chance that we'll see them back for a revenge match against Banana Peelers. So don't hope too soon, Banana Peelers. You guys gotta keep your morals high, but not get too complacent on this win.
One thing I will say is that Ultimate are coming up against Café du Martin in that lower bracket, and Café du Martin are one of the few teams that has been able to take something away from Ultimate. So what a matchup that is going to be, which is a best of 3, by the way, chat. Down in the lower bracket, it's not a best of 5 like these other bracket ones are. That is going to be beautiful, but a huge congratulations to Banana Peelers managing to bring the damage and bring the secures to defeat Ultimate here in the winner bracket semi-final.
It just feels like the longest 10 minutes of my life right now. It's only 10 minutes, and it has always been 10 minutes. It never extended, but I mean, you can see how the fight pans out here. We thought that so many things could have gone right for the side of Ultimate, and it did. And then suddenly it just went back to Banana Peelers. Feels like they just got a Banana Peel for Mario Kart, and just kind of fell off course.
Boy, this is brilliant. Like, what more could we want from these playoffs as we see the rest of here? I mean, Ultimate, they had control of this, and Nachos was so good with those pulls, but it's all about these defenders, and I cannot... Jurare was so good on the side of Banana Peelers at trying to bring that crowd control onto the side of Ultimate. going in with the flanks, as we see here, managing to get around with the wood hammer and stopping Nachos from being able to retreat. This is just one example of what we saw for the entirety of Banana Peelers in this game.
Right. And on and on and on. We said that Ultimate were the unbreakable team, and today, Tano, we've been proven wrong. I love to hear that we were proven wrong, because this means that we have a lot of matches that could be a little bit of a twist and turn, a little bit of a shake-up in the EUL.
The best part is as well, this means coming into that lower bracket, Ultimate are going to be playing very angry against Café du Martin, who are the first team, by the way, that took a game away from them in the regular season. So they're the ones that first showed us that Ultimate have a little kink in their armor. Are they the ones that could bring them down? What we know for certain is that Banana Peelers are our first team here in the winners final. Oh, buddy, what an absolute blast that set ended up being. It went all the way. I know it's ridiculously early for you, but I'm glad I was on the mic for you with it.
I'm going to be honest with you, I've lost track of time. You know, I've just kind of been here and there, so it's all good for me. I'm absolutely just living it. But right now, I really feel like hopefully we can see something interesting going about it. But let's take a look at this final interaction here for the Groudon. It was very messy across the board, right? It comes in here, the Plasma Gear to lock them out a little bit early, but you know, what can I say? Right? And then there's the Muse pick up here, the Electro Ball. Not the final thing, the Aura Cannon invested as well. What do you think is the final hit here? It is none other than a raw Electro Ball from somewhere out of nowhere.
And how important has this Alolan Raichu been in this set? We've seen both teams use it.
This
both
set?
teams
No, this
dominate
league.
with it. This, yeah, exactly, this league. But specifically in this set, it was used, I think, in every single game, buddy. Either team managed to pick it up and use it. So that was an absolute blast.
I mean, it has been a blast. But we do have an interview for you guys here. I think it's only fair that we talk to some of the strongest teams, the strongest players coming into this year. So let's bring in our interviewee, because we've got something fun for you guys. But it'll just be a short one, right? So we're going to make some rapid fire stuff here, Tano. I've got some questions, you got some questions, let's make it fast.
I'll have to think off the top of my head, buddy. But whilst we get that set up, tell me a little bit about the Metagross. How did you find it in that game, Nitera?
Should have just been a Venusaur.
I mean,
are we gonna really deny it? Like I said, right? Like if it had been a Blaziken and a Venusaur here for the 7 Peelers, this would have been a much easier slam dunk win. Because I mean, yeah, it's nice to have a wall like Compute and Crash, but at the end of the day, Venusaur just runs through the entire team so easily. Is not easily shred. So, and then there's Blaziken who can play both sides of the coin, right? Range and front line.
What about the Goodra, though? Katara's used the Goodra multiple times in this set, and that was not a defender I was expecting to see.
I mean, you're the non-believer. You should answer that question. I don't think Goodra is like a bad Pokemon. I just don't think that there's a right case for it to be in the meta. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
I
think Katara was very impressive with it. Managing to stick to Banana Peelers in multiple fights and even chase people down using the Writer's Rain. In a couple of these games, I thought it was very impressive from Katara, and it's made me more of a believer in that Goodra.
Right. So hopefully, maybe we'll get Katara as our interview. That'd be really cool. I mean, I think we've got something to talk about when it comes to Katara and his plays here. I wouldn't want to shrug off the fact that you can get Nachos here. I think Ultimate has a lot of spotlights. We've gotten them winning so many times. I'm pretty sure they've got like one too many interviews at the belts. Gives Banana Peelers some chance here.
Well, it'll be the winner's side that we get an interview from, so it should be Banana Peelers. We'll wait for that to come on through chat, but a little bit about this Empoleon as well, Nitera, because we don't get to see it often. It's often banned, but I very much enjoyed seeing it from Kree.
For a good reason, for a really good reason, and we see that here today, which makes a lot of sense. Because, man, that Sovereign Slide. How about Sovereign Slide into that goal zone? Because holy, there's so much to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm literally just seeing in chat now, Kree saying it's their first game ever on that Pokemon. But the important thing is that you picked it up and took it away. And I think that's probably why they had that little bit of rotation there with King being on the Blissey, because of the fact that you didn't expect the Empoleon to be open. So it was taken. You had to take it if it's there, right?
Right, I mean, it was a freebie. I felt like this ban phase could... I mean, I've always called it, right? Once Mega Lucario enters the scene, the bans are going to be simple, right? You pick up Suicune, you pick up Empoleon, you pick up Buzzwole, you pick up Mega Lucario. that is the easiest way to just ban the game and then you just play with everything else, because like those are the most broken ones currently, right? Strongest sucker in the game with Buzzwole, so much sustain. Mega Lucario is just a slow burn to level 9, but if not, like he's just so massively strong in terms of any team fight. And of course, the other two strongest crowd control Pokemon currently, Suicune, and then there's Empoleon, which is the strongest mixed attacker, I would say, coming into the game. Which even then, you kind of need to compare it to Blaziken, and at least Blaziken feels a little bit more fair.
Yeah. Either way, though, I think Banana Peelers are going to be so confident after that. They knew they were a very strong squad. They came up against what was considered to be the biggest and best squad here in the European League. They take them to Game 5, bro, and they actually come out on top. It couldn't be better for Banana Peelers.
I mean, what else can I say other than this is going to be a fun one. I can't wait for the finals where we're like together and we're talking about the games. It's going to be fantastic.
It's been a brilliant European League chat as we get this interview ready to go. I hope you're enjoying all of the games. We have way more action for you just yet. So as we have a look at the standings so far, this is the state of our playoffs as we see it going on through. It's Café de Martin that ended up winning against Los Duros. Ultimate are going to fall here. They're going to be Café de Martin versus Ultimate down in the quarterfinals, which will be tomorrow. And Banana Peelers are our first team that make it through to the winner finals.
And it's kind of funny to say, because if, let's say, Do You Like Pineapples win against the enemies, then we're just going back to seeing Group D again.
Yeah, that we are. But,
yeah, and the other thing is because we're going to see the fruit matchups again, right? Like,
I think
welcome back.
I think I saw as well, I think it was Pig from Pineapple basically saying, if I have to play against Banana Peelers one more time, I'm going to lose it, because they come up against each other so often. That would be really funny if they end up going into the winners finals and it's Banana Peelers versus Do You Like Pineapple?
Hey, someone rub their scream, and like the cynical genie I am, your wish is my command, right? Pineapples is most likely going to be taking home here, and then we're going to see Banana Peelers and Pig. I'm sorry to say, but you kind of wish this one upon yourself. But the enemies are no slouch, to be fair. So let's take a look at that later on, because I do believe our interviews are actually back and ready to go. So let's see who we got coming in. Hello!
Hello.
How are you feeling of that last game, sir? I mean, give us a good introduction for everyone here. I mean, the game has been a few minutes long. What were you playing? And who you are? Give yourself a shout.
Stop playing. Who I am. Well, I'm TB. I'm top laner for Banana Peeler. I'm also a coach. I used to coach some Australian teams. Maybe you know. I coached at NAIC Jose's team. And
I recall, yeah.
You said I played pretty well.
Well, you did play well, bro. You played like out of your mind.
Hey man, I was trying my best. I got double target banned every game. My 2 best picks, every single game, I couldn't play them. Or if I did play them once, I couldn't afterwards. It was so sad.
Alright, that's fair. Tano, what do you got for him?
Tivi, give me a little bit of insight into that Game 5, because Ultimate, we all know how strong of a team they've been, but you managed to take them to the final game. And then we see a little bit of adjustment with Kree pulling out the Empoleon for the first time ever, and Chari King on the Blissey. Tell me a little bit about that.
Ooh, well, it's pretty simple. Well, we didn't have anybody who played any Empoleon. Since Empoleon is still a license with the dice, we just didn't have anybody who played the game with it, since nobody unlocked it. And Kree was like, hey guys, so I played it on practice mode for 5 minutes. I can try it out. And Chari was like, yeah, sure,
make it work.
Why not? Let's go. We'll make it work. No problem. And that's the story of how we won.
I absolutely love that. The confidence for you to be like, we're going up against the biggest team in the European League, but hey-oh, you've had 5 minutes on it, Crete. Let's go. And then you get the win. Huge shout out to you, boy.
What a call out. That's a real coach here. You just ball.
We ball. I trust them. I trust my teammates. I love my teammates.
I don't think I need to ask a question here, because like it was going to be a team-related question, but I think I've got my answer. You guys are very tight-knit, and I'm quite shocked. I mean, I've said it before, for Banana Peelers, you guys just have a very interesting name, and you have my heart. course. And so I do hope to see you guys move on from the winners finals here. I do have a feeling that Ultimate is not done with you just yet though. So do keep your spirits up, but don't get complacent. I love to see how you guys go. But thank you so much for being here.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you so much, Tippy. Tano, this has been a fantastic fire of a set here. Woo-wee!
It's made even better by the fact that that final game was just them saying, all right, go for it. Let's run it back. Let's cook. And they end up defeating Ultimate. That's absolutely made my night so far, buddy. What an absolute pleasure that set was. And a huge shout out to Banana Peelers and Ultimate for giving us the best one yet. But we've got more action to come, chat. Very exciting games as well. We're going to take a quick break while we get that set up. I think this is goodbye to you, Night Terror. So thank you so much for being here, bro.
No. It's goodbye to you, Tano. I'll be bringing in with Fu later on. So it's me, Fu. And Tano, it's great casting you. I mean, you've been having a lot of time in the EUL. I think it's time for you to take a break. Short vacation for you.
They could never get rid of me here. But anyway, we're gonna go to a quick break, chat. Have a snack, have a drink. We'll be back very shortly. Welcome back, trainers, and would you believe it? We reached across the pond and we picked up It's Me Fu. Welcome in, Fu. How are you doing today, buddy?
Thank you so much, Tano. I'm very excited. I haven't gotten to cast with you in a very, very long time, and it seems like things are heating up on the league. And with that scorching little best of 5 you guys just had, with all 5 games being played, I'm keen to see how these teams play in the next few sets we get to cast.
Well, the joy of this one, buddy, is this matchup shocked everybody in the regular season when Verbs took a 2-0 victory over the Victory Road in the last week of the round robin. And the Victory Road, as you can see with their record, very good team here in the European League. So Verbs Esports, they are fresh off some brilliant victories, looking to take this one.
Wow, and I can see the team that has been put on for everyone to see, all the teammates. Sauce Caesar, Nachos is back. Mythville we've seen so much. Greg we've seen so much. And Aslan coming in. They all have so much experience, I think, in both, I think, the official cups and also I've seen them play a lot in these grassroots tournaments. But, I mean, top 8 regionals, Tano, 2025. The only person that I said is rookie is Nachos, but we've seen Nachos play and they're no rookie.
Literally just swap it over to Volta in the final moment.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
We know this team, buddy. They are brilliant. And here is Verbs Esports. This has been an electric team in the final few weeks of the European League. I love them so much. Toppy is there, fast DJ Silex, and it says Oscar there, but it will swap that one out. The thing is, whoever wins this goes on to the next stage, the lower quarterfinals. Whoever loses it is saying goodbye. This will be the second team that we say goodbye to in the European League. And right now, Verbs Esports, they've been winning these matchups against the Victory Road.
Well, it all goes to show, right? Sometimes you just feel it. You've got that competitive buff with you on the day. Underdogs win matches because they've got nothing to lose, right? It's the people that have something to lose that have that pressure, added pressure in this new map. I do have to say though, since this is losers, like you mentioned, I can just see. So the best of 5 were the quarters that were played or the semis that were played, right? And then this is the whole entire through. They have to make it to the losers finals before they have a chance to get back into the grands. Is that how the structure works?
Exactly that, buddy. So it's going to be in the lower side of things until they hit the semi-finals, because right now we're in the quarters for the lower round 1. They're best of 3s. So this is going to be a best of 3. Next we move into the quarterfinals, which will be tomorrow. And then we also have the semi-finals after those tomorrow as well, which will be best of 5s here in the lower side. So after tomorrow, all of the games will realistically be best of 5s.
Oh, how exciting. We love best of 5s. Especially, I think, on this new map. I haven't gotten to talk too much about it since the release, but it's just, I think, made the game so much more intense to the last 2 minutes as well, right? It's not just whoever gets the raid gets the way. I think there's a new line we've come up with in the OC region, Tano. It's let's get rowdy for Growdy. So I'm going to be trying to use as much of that as possible today as we look at these drops.
Fair dues, buddy. Looking at the bans here, Victory Road are going to take out Snorlax and Blissey, forcing Verbs Esports to pull out the Empoleon ban, and they're also going to take Mew off the field as well.
Yeah, Mew is just so good at the moment, just because the early game, even though the damage was nerfed a bit, Tano, the fact that the auto attacks are now scaled to your special attack just means the secure game makes it so much better as well. I'm surprised Pormot isn't picked up first by the Victory Road or Verbs Esports.
Yeah, so Cesar's going to pull out the Suicune here. The Crustle has been the dominant defender when Snorlax is taken out. Pedro's going to pull out the Hooper as well. Verbs Esports picking up their core for their team that they love to play so much. But Victory Road getting really aggressive with it from the get-go. But Mythville pulls out the Leafeon. Volto has access to the Pormot.
I was just going to say that this might be the sign of their victory later on, because Pormot is in a great position right now, especially since the much needed buffs as well to the Supercell Slam. It really works more like that Gyarados now, right, with that unstoppable. But another great Pokemon right now is this Venusaur, and DJ's going to pick it right up.
Pairing that with a Buzzwole as well, a brilliant combo here for Verbs Esports. Hiyori won't have an easy time getting in, but a brilliant double speedster combo from the Victory Road. Is Greg going to go for the comfy, or are they going to go for some disrupt here on their support instead? This is an aggressive playstyle from the Victory Road, and you need to be confident with it, because going into that late game, it's going to be very difficult.
Ooh, Psyduck here to end off their roster. It's going to be up to Verbs Esports to think about which Pokemon they want to do to really counter the fast-paced Pokemon that the Victory Road has on their side, right? Maybe something with a little bit of self-sustain as well. Silex thinking about the Sylveon here. I do want to mention as well that Buzzwole into Pawmot is a really interesting interaction. A lot of teams have been picking it up to kind of counter it, because Pawmot relies on those auto attacks to really, and the moves as well, to gain that ultimate or unite back. So having something that can chain crowd control you away from your team is really a good option to counter.
Yeah, especially when, like, what we've been hearing from the teams in the interviews that we've had is that they like Pawmot so much, or they hate it so much, because it's so sticky. It glues itself to whoever they're trying to take on, and you just can't get rid of it. So Buzzwole is so good, because not only do you get to pick it up, or you can throw it away, you can really chain the crowd control so that Pawmot is limited to being able to stick and get those moves hit through. So I like this pickup, and I also like the Sylveon, because I actually think a Mystical Mirage with a red buff on a Sylveon is very good for limiting us all around.
That's right, and I think it also is self-sustaining from the get-go. As soon as you see that level 4, you can start dancing around, you can get vision for the team, as well as maybe do a second round invade as well, and you know, you can really dance around a lot of the Pokemon, especially that Zoroark as well, and not get Chain CC'd into that Faint Attack combo. But my eyes are really on this Petal Dance Venusaur right now, just because you know, Venusaur has been all the talk shows, whether it's Beam or Petal, and I understand that Big Root has been in the moratorium for this competition so far. Regardless, I think that this Pokemon is just a raid boss to beat at the end.
That's why I love this Pokemon, because Big Root has made it even better, but it doesn't need it to be dominant, buddy. This is going to be an absolute joy. Verbs Esports here going with a little bit of counterplay to what Victory Road are bringing them. Let's see whether it's going to be enough.
Yeah, looks like no invade so far from either of these teams, but the Hooper is going to help pick up that red buff as well. Means we're going in for an early dunk to hopefully get that level 4.
Alright, first points are going to come through from the Victory Road here. Interesting bottom lane. Miko's looking for that early Evo, and boy, do they bring the crowd control to Toppy.
Yeah, they do. And meanwhile, on the top side, looking for Evolution and also Volto as well. They're going to be able to soak up these Natus. And while the Buzzwole is just going to go for that top funnel B, and the headache pops a little bit too far out of range. But look at the damage that Volto is doing to BCX right now. Sets up perfectly for the Faint Attack double for Yori with a Chaos Trigger 2 to start off today's match.
Oh, that is tough, buddy. We saw the Magician coming through, but unfortunately they couldn't pick up the Citrus Berry, and instead Mifil's just going to clean them up with that combo as well. 21 points in. They've got 54 to nothing so far. Good freeze is going to come through here from Cesar, but we do have a Crystal on the field. The levels they needed have been taken by Verbs Esports now. They want to go in for the KO, but guess who's here? Looking to get the damages. Hiyori, as they do combo onto Silex, and they find the KOs.
Oh, too greedy for Verbs Esports right now, as Hiyori looks like to have the best time using their illusion to kind of dodge out of Topo's grabs, and with that feint, they're able to get out scot-free.
Right now it's 102 points to the donut store being open. Verbs Esports on the back foot, but they're looking for those levels, but he's still looking for the 5 on the side of this Buzzwole. They do find it, but Volto 7 right now, and that's going to be really detrimental to them as they look to take the Citrus Berry. They take Buzzwole before they can find the Citrus Berry.
Such a great full heal coming out from Volto there, just to time themselves to pick up the real damage dealer up in that top path, right? That really saves them from going back to Nurse Joy, as we have a fight for Regidrago coming in, and Venusaur the one to pick it up for their team, and you can see how much this experience means for them. They're going to be able to take down Leafeon, but here comes Hiyori right again, on time always, getting a case to go to Tano, and really maintaining that level lead at level 9.
Now we're really getting to see why this Pawmot is such an issue. Volto is just sticking to this Buzzwole like glue, but he's managing to steal away some of those hits as well. It's very difficult for them to escape it. Hiyori, though, has been caught out. The X-Scissor is pivotal to stopping that combo coming through, and now with the Reggie about to spawn on in, whether it's a Buff or a Lecky, we're about to find out. It is a Reggie steal. That is massive for Earth's Esports to bounce back.
Yeah, this is a great comeback for them, and Venusaur able to lock it in. I mean, Caesar had a good opportunity there, good effort to try to take it away from them, but with all 5 members having this attack buff, this seems like a hard pad to defend, but they're going to try anyway. Hiyori going in, not going to get at any action there as the Verdant Anger lands right on top. Sylveon picking up that KO.
Oh, that is tough. Now this Lecky's going to go into the T2 pad as Victory Road continue to pummel the scores onto the side of Verbs Esports. 247-4. We know how important it is to score points in this second iteration of Thea Sky Ruins. It's so hard to catch up, buddy, as they now break that T2 pad.
Yeah, you know, despite losing the bottom Reggie, I feel like the way that they were able to defend that and get value on the top side is just a great tribute to how experienced they are in the macro way to play the game. Massive freeze by Suicune there. Caesar runs away. Psyduck getting that KO Trigger too, and they look for more. Have you ever seen a Psyduck run around and get a KO Trigger free, Tano?
That is the first triple KO streak I've seen on a Psyduck. A brilliant play by Victory Road. Get the camera, because they're putting in a fantastic showing so far. Verbs are on the back foot. They need levels, they need points, and they need to find a good way to counter what Victory Road are bringing to them. They've got so much oppression to deal with, buddy. The freezes from Cesar, and then you've got the damage from both speedsters. It's becoming a little bit too much for Verbs to handle.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough as well, just because Buzzwole has not hit their level 9 either, and we're approaching the 5-minute mark. And yet again, a massive freeze, endless icicle spike to set up of that play. And with 2 members down from Verbs Esports, we're looking like a lot of action coming out from the Victory Road as they seek to dunk even more in that bottom tier 2. Almost 400 points at this 5-minute mark, Tano.
It's getting to the stage where they don't have to be concerned about Groudon, buddy. They've got 4 minute 50 left in this game, 2 minutes before we even see Groudon on the field. And we know if you get yourself a 500-point lead, you can just go score in the home pad and pretty much end the game there as they continue to bring the damage onto Verbs Esports. Their highest level is 11. We've got plenty of 12s on the side of Victory Road. Buzzwole has only just hit their Unite move.
It's really scary right now as well, because Venusaur will be looking for their level 13, but they need to get some KOs ASAP. And now with that eject from BCX, that's a great start there, but yet again, the freezers coming out from Caesar have just proven to be such a wall of defense for them. They try to get the Psyduck, but with the Surf, they're able to get away scot-free as well. Fury using their Unite move there just to get some chip damage in, and since it's at 4-minute mark, might as well.
Oh, wow. This is a dominating showing from Victory Road. Verbs Esports, though, just looking to sneak themselves a couple of important KOs. The Victory Road, now you know you're dominating this game. You've got to be smart with it. You can't give over any KOs that you don't want to. I mean, that's not too bad because it's a level 10 Suicune, but it's all about these high-level Pokemon like that Pawmot, like that Leafeon. Oh, the Zorak that you don't want to give over KOs for, Bo.
Yeah, speaking of the KOs and the levels, right, we've got a level 13 Sylveon on the board now for Verbs Esports, but they're going to be matched with the Pawmot as we have the Rings Unbound coming out from your Hooper on the side of Verbs Esports. But who does it pull? Only but the Venus, but the Venus goes up top anyway. Was it just an illusion? Was it just so that they can actually distract them? But it doesn't matter because Pawmot gets the Reggie Alecki anyway, so I'm failing to see the point of that Unite move, Tano.
Yep, you and me both, buddy, as Verbs Esports look desperate to try and see if they can take anything from Victory Road. They are going to defend this Regieleki right here and now. They were looking to push that T1 pad, but still over 400 points behind right now as we've got 50 seconds before the Groudon takes to the field.
Yeah, I did see Leafeon getting a 50 in the home pad as well. There goes the Emerald 2-step, and this is one of the advantages of Speedster-like Pokemon, right? You do a few scores, you get your Unite move back, you just press your Unite move and someone explodes. And speaking of explosion, Hooper also out of the field for Verbs Esports.
Wow, I don't know how Verbs get back into this, buddy. They need a little bit extra. They do have some good levels, but Leafeon's at 14. We've got Zorak at 13 and Pormot as well. A Reggie Steele for Victory Road as well coming into this Groudon fight. It is all going to be about what they can do to win this next fight. You've got to protect that Venusaur, and you've got to try and get some good damage onto these speedsters.
So like you say, Tano, when this map first dropped, when there's Groudon, the game is still on, and definitely the mantra that Verbs Esports thinking about. But with those crucial scores going into the home pad, that brings the scoreline to 604 to 43. I mean, what can Verbs Esports do right now but try to take a good fight? They get in some dunks up in the top side. They group together like they need to be. But with Hooper going down without uniting and the endless ice spikes coming in, this might be showtime for the Victory Road to clean up. We have Leafeon going down early on and Caesar on the back foot as well. Hold on a moment. K-Sugar 2. Maybe this is possible to get this crowd on, Tano.
Oh, until Psyduck has something to say about it. Greg coming in with the serves here. They're going to get the rip onto the Groudon, but still, they are 500 points behind, buddy. Is there enough time for them to get all that in? But it is going to be taken by Victory Road anyway, with Pormot showing back up. It's a triple KO. They get the Groudon, and that's going to be all she wrote. With a minute left, Verbs Esports have been aced.
Yeah, definitely a very short 10-minute book here, but masterclass indeed from the Victory Road. And just, I guess, the glimpse of how strong Pormot is right at the end. There were 3 members in trying to rip the Groudon, but one Pormot comes in, uses their zips out, full charge spark, and then, you blink, and all 3 members were going down there as well. But not to fret, this is just the first game of a best of 3. Back to the drawing board for Verbs Esports, but something to consider is the strength of the Pormot.
It honestly feels like the Victory Road have done their research on Verbs Esports. They didn't want a repeat of what happened in the regular season, but it was a massive upset for Verbs to be able to pull out that victory. They were on the lower side of the standings, and Victory Road got defeated. They don't want to be embarrassed. They have gone back to the scoring board. They've watched the VODs, and they've put in a dominant showing here with the Thousand Island dressing to ring it out.
Definitely a really good showing from them. But let's see whether they can continue their dominant phase there. I do feel like that game just was really good from the get-go when we saw Yori manage to get that 2 KO, right? Because that was able to snowball their levels as well as them able to fend off any sort of scores coming out from that Reggie Drago in the earlier portions of the match. But you can see 13 KOs for the Zorak, but the Volton getting the MVP there with 9 KOs and 7 assists.
Alrighty, how are Verbs Esports going to bounce back in this one, buddy? I think you're right. I think you have to consider that Pormot. The thing is, if you stay on this second pick side, and we might see a rotation from Verbs, you have to be the one that bans out Empoleon. The team's going to force you to do that, so you have to use a ban on that.
Yeah, that's a great point as well. And I think with the fact that the bans are staying with 2 per team, there's bound to be a couple of really strong Pokemon. And you just have to think about, if you're going to be letting through strong Pokemon, what Pokemon can your team face off and have less difficulty, right? We can see just really is just the highlight reel for Hiyori here going in the early time. I think they were able to get like 4 KOs before the 8-minute mark or something like that. They were able to bounce off to get the Sylveon, Chaos Trigger 2 top and bottom. And even though Reggie Drago went on the side of Verbs Esports, there just wasn't enough conversion from that score.
No, I think the fact that your Buzzwole didn't have their Unite move until like way later into the game. I mean, we're just under the first objectives here, and it's one of the lowest levels on your team. Hooper is the same level as your Buzzwole. That is not what you want to see, buddy. And not having that Unite move until way later into the mid game really puts you on the back foot for Verbs Esports, because you don't have the carry that you were hoping to have.
No, and I think all the carry Pokemon coming out from Verbs Esports were just stunned out by this Suicune there, which was, I think, a really underrated pick. That's something that Verbs Esports can think about, because you can just see from there, at around, a third of their HP, instantly frozen. You've got the Execute as well potential on your second move. On the Icy Wind, and if you get a really nice Unite move off, that's just perfect time for both the Pormot and the Zorak to combo off, and I think that's exactly what happened.
What a brilliant effort from the Victory Road. They were dominant throughout the entirety of that, but Verbs, they need to bounce back, buddy. Coming into the last season, week it was a 2-0 victory to Verbs Esports. They definitely look like they want to take this all the way, but I feel like Victory Road was so dominant in that game. How are they going to respond? That's the question, because right now it's match point, and if Verbs do not get this win, we say goodbye to them as the second team leaving the EUL.
And I mean, I'm sure they don't want to be that team leaving so fast. And if they can pull off another upset, I mean, it's possible in the next 2 games, but they need to find something, as well as maintaining that defensive and also offensive side to them throughout the next 2 games, because best of 3, right? The down 1 game, this is really just do or die.
Yeah, that it is. I think Victory Road, like, they can be proud of how they played there. It was definitely way better than what we saw them playing in the past few weeks. They're a very good squad, very strong team, as we've witnessed. So they're going to be proud of how dominant they were, but they're going to have to keep that momentum up, buddy, because they're going to, whoever wins this goes into the next side of the quarterfinals and continues in that progress. But again, it's another best of 3 in the quarterfinals. You don't get best of 5s until you hit the semis.
Yeah, so important next game here, just to even the board for Verbs Esports. If they can take this, they will maintain the Mew ban here. Probably a great idea, but I want to think about, the bans coming out from Victory Road, whether they will actually ban out this Portmore or really give it to Verbs Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they've at least forced them to ban the Empoleon, so I like the adjustment from Verbs Esports. And they're actually going to allow the Suicune to be banned, and Slowbro is taken out by Victory Road. So Portmore is going to be allowed in. Will Verbs pick it up? I feel like you kind of have to. Yeah,
especially banning out Suicune as well, right? I mean, there's nothing stopping it. Venusaur's also on the board for them, but seeing how Portmore's performance last game, as well as the Zoroark as well, I'm sure maybe the Slowbro is just the anticipation to maybe Verbs Esports trying to use Slowbro to counter any of the speedsters coming in, but it seems like Victory Road will be picking up this Inteleon early on, and Pedro going in for the Blissey first pick is very interesting.
Yeah, I think with the supports in the game right now, you're always going to be happy with a Blissey first pick, because, if you don't get the Blissey, usually you're looking for the Eldegoss or the Hooper, but the Blissey is going to be great for what you can build around it, especially with the both movesets being very strong. Cesar's going to pull out the Ho-Oh here for Victory Road, and it looks like they're building a strong front line for Greg to capitalize on these snipe shots. DJ brings out the Delphox, another Pokemon that's had a great rise with this new Fire Sky Ruins and the Flame Charges being so good in the late game. Hormot finally takes the field. Verbs are going to take it this time.
Yeah, I think this is just a really important pick, especially with Blissey as well. If you got the Helping Hand and the Safeguard, you're not really going to be caring. But I think crowd control is on the mind of Victory Road. It's just full of Fent here with another Zoro Comfy gameplay. I mean, last game there was no Comfy and Zoroark was able to run through it, so I can't imagine how much stronger it would be with a Comfy and a perma focus ban on your back. But to counter this, we do have Toppy going in for the Umbreon and Silex with the Talonflame here to probably bypass any of this Ho-Oh defense coming in and maybe take out Greg before it gets too late.
Okay, I like the comp that we've built here on both sides. I mean, Victory Road, if you need 1 win to progress and we're here in the European region, you gotta pick up the Zoroark Comfy. It works nearly every time, but a good answer with Toppy on the Umbreon and Silex bringing out the Talonflame. Volto brings out the Metagross. Now, Metagross is very good at dealing with speedsters 1v1, can be very difficult to take down, but also, if they go for the Zen Headbutt here, it's going to be very difficult to get away from it on the side of DJ.
Yeah, I think DJ has a lot on their plate for this next game. Not only is Midfield going to be running it down, to chain your crowd control them with the feint, but also, like you mentioned, if there was Zen Headbutt, you have to dodge that as well. Maybe that's why they have the full cooldown build for that Flame Charge. Not too familiar with which set they play, but you'd have to think if you're playing Fire Spin here, you need a lot more protection than if you have that permadash.
Yeah, I just think with the way that Fire Sky Ruins is now, buddy, Flame Charge is just an absolute guarantee. Like, I'd be surprised if Fire Spin comes in. The cooldown is so good at like that level 12, where you don't have a cooldown. It's as simple as that. It's always up. And I think with the amount of extra experience now on Fire Sky Ruins, it's easier to get to that level. So you kind of need it, especially with the amount of pressure that these all-rounders can bring you, especially with Mephil being on the field as well. So let's see if that's the approach they go for, buddy. This is going to be an exciting one. Verbs Esports, they have to get this win, otherwise we say goodbye to them.
Yeah, really important as well. I mean, speaking of pressure, just the Fanciful Fireworks coming out from Delphox is a great way to push pads, especially at that 3-minute mark as well, when points really matter going into the Groudon side of things. We do have your Silex going in early for the central area, and that's matched by Hiyori once again. They did the sneaky little swap at the end, going back on that Zoroark.
Yeah, we probably could have predicted that Caesar was going to come in with the Ho-Ho. Whenever we see it on anyone's team, they usually go for the invade. Trying to take the buff straight away from the Talonflame is a good shout. Up in the top side, though, Volto's going to be difficult to take down on this Boltund. It does a decent amount of damage. If they can limit the Pawmot, that might be a way for them to win the early game.
Oh, and there goes the blue buff to the victory road. And Toppy has to come in to just fend off and help this fledgling. But the damage has already been done, as Ho might be choosing to go up either top or bottom to help out this Sobble as well. And I think just yet again, really just that the mark of the victory road is how aggressive they play right in the...
Yeah, 100%. I also really like how they spread out this experience, mate, which is, yeah, what they've exactly done again. Ho-Ho has managed to go and steal stuff away from Verbs. Now we've got this Zoroark coming into the lane. They're allowing Boltund to grab the experience while Zoroark puts the pressure on because they have the matchup on their side here. Volto finally gets the Matang. They've got Gyro Ball ready to go for these next fights.
Yeah, kind of deja vu, I think, for the victory road and maybe also for Verbs Esports going out the top side. Silex has to try to find any sort of wild farm on the map now because they know the central area is going to be filled with members of the victory road, and you can see a clear clean of the buffs for the wrong side. But I think it's just a fantastic play and decision coming out from the victory.
Poppy was looking to get a stack there, ends up coming across a Drizzile and goes back to their pad.
Oh no.
Caesar looking to cause the damage, taking that away. Hiyori looking for a good boosted here for a good KO as well. If they can get that, they could put even more pressure in. In fact, it doesn't matter. They do find it, and Volto gets a 30 dunk.
Yeah, it's scary now. We do have finally an Umbreon on the side and also Fly available for Silex, so things are looking up. But I'm just wary that there are 2 level 7s, especially the Matang now with the Gyro Ball, like you mentioned, is so hard to take down, especially in the early portion of the game when you can get that Perma Shield as well. We will have Regidrago going on to TVR, and let's see whether they can make something out of this. Snipe Shot also available for Greg now as well, and with that it lands directly onto Umbreon, and all these birds might be soaked up by this team instead.
Bro, that was a 2k crit. You can say goodbye if that hits the Delphox right now as they do connect onto the side of this squishy. Diving on in is going to be Hiyori. There's another connection with the Snipe Shot. Umbreon, all they can do is run up the Flux Zone, pop the Wish, and hope they don't get KO'd as Victory Road bring the damage. They're going to lock in the Regieleki after taking a 153-point lead.
Yeah, we're kind of in that awkward stage for Verbs Esports right now. We have the computing crash to come through to save them, but Silex gets that KO, and that's actually huge for their team. They have still their Flame Shoot available, and Pawmot, once they hit that level 9, their life's going to get a lot more easier, but they will have to give up their bottom for that Regieleki to crash in, and a 27 from Greg as well. I definitely have to say, though, points-wise, on that basis, they're already doing better than last game.
Yeah, I think Verbs get so much out of that, but a 108-point difference now, and they could find some really good KOs. The Flame Sweep's going to come through right into the arms of the Nightfall Days. They do manage to escape at the moment against Hiyori. Baits them out with the Fly. Hiyori knew it was coming. They use the illusion and get themselves away from Silex. The Snipe Shot doesn't connect just yet. The combo's looking for it. Oh, they tried to get him with the knot. Doesn't, as the Fly saves them.
Yeah, really, really fun 1v1 there. Well, 1v2 actually, if you think about the Comfy helping out there as well. Both teams looking for more of an engagement there. Thanks for Fireworks gets popped in just for Voto, but if they can get this KO, that's huge levels for Delphox, and we know how fast that Unite move comes out. Meanwhile, probably in a bit of a scuffle here is BCX going down, not able to survive the onslaught of 3 members of the Victory Road.
So Victory Road giving themselves consistent lead here in points and levels, although Talonflame now, Silex has managed to hit level 11, and it is still close points-wise. We have a look at final stretch through, and we know that there's not that much difference between those 2 points. Trying to find Inteleon here is Silex. They do manage to connect. Greg is cut up by the flame sweep, and Ho-Ho has to go back to the pad.
To be honest, that's really worth. You've got your Unite move at, what, 5 minutes and a couple seconds after. You get a good KO on Greg there on the Inteleon. Get some, maintain your levels. And with the Bliss assistance coming in to find Pormot, it saves a Blissey, but there's just not going to be that conversion of KOs there, as Pormot still struggles to get their second Unite move off, as Delphox go down, the Nightfall Days to come through, and maybe we will have a good fight there with the Mimo going on into Ho-Oh as well, but I think the Victory Road has learned their lesson. They're going to be retreating right now, especially since that Comfy is trying to heal up this Ho-Oh before he goes down once again.
Ho-Oh does fall, and Moonlight Prance is going to come out as well. Hiyori diving straight into that fight. Talonflame finds the KO. The Regieleki is taken by the Inteleon, but the Victory Road may have given a little bit more than they were hoping to in that fight, buddy. Toppy gets the wish put onto them. They're managing to get away just at the final moment, though. Their snipe shot back to Nurse Joy. Fancy for Fireworks is going to go up for the defense here, and Verbs Esports looks like they're going to do enough to find some good KOs until that triple comes through. Oh, buddy, Greg connecting left, right, and center as Victory Road are going to push on through, but Silex, being the savior for Verbs Esports here, manages to find the KO onto the damage, and all they can do on the side of Volto is go on the retreat.
Massive, massive 2 picks for Silex here, taking down both the Inteleon and the Ho-Oh to gain themselves that level 13. So, you know, despite having a deficit in points and maybe the pads as well from some of these fights, they are maintaining the level lead, and with Hiyori also going down as a sacrifice of level, we now see a lot healthier there in the balance. We do have level 12 Delphox. Cormot still struggling a little bit, but level 14 Talonflame hits the field first for a team that is low in points.
I feel like that was the very definition of inting. I don't know why they felt the need to dive in there, bro, and use your Unite move. I mean, I know you do have, you know, a chance to use it before you can farm it back up for the Groudon fight, but there was absolutely no need to do that. You were on your own.
Sometimes things are just done for the broadcast, you know. They know they're on stream. They know the world is watching. And, you know, speaking of interesting engagements here as well, maybe just another KO there just so that they can get their Unite moves back earlier. But it does allow some 50 to go through up in that top side. And, you know, they do say in the games, Victory Road is that final test before the Elite Four to see whether your Pokemons are good enough. And it does seem like right now, Verbs Esports have taken this game back in their command. Can they actually finish it off to go the distance and hit that level? Oh my god, we just saw what Computing Crash come out for what reason? What is happening right now in this game, Tanner?
Well, buddy, we saw the Zip Zap Full Charge Spark coming out of Pormot as well, so they tried to respond with a Compute and Crush, and now they're going to go for the rip on the Groudon. Fancy for Fireworks is there. There comes the fly. Victory Road getting ready to dive in. Nightfall Days is ready to go, and it is going to be taken by Verbs Esports, though. Rekindling Flame is going to come on through, but it's going to be DJ that finds the secure on Groudon. They're taking down Victory Road one by one, Fu, but they need a couple more points. They've got a minute and 40 to score these points. But can they do it?
Well, right now, you just have to say, what a waste of Ho-Oh Unite, right? They could have played for that counter push if scores come in, but exactly right. They know they're just only struggling. They just need to get one of these scores off. If they all crash one pad, they are going to be able to get it in. But the problem is, if they lose any of these members, the buffs go on the opposite side. And that's what makes Groudon, and in this new Thea Sky Rulers map, so much more interesting. We now have one more 5v4 on the board here. Tano, this might be a very close one, but they do have fanciful fireworks, and that's going to be able to fend everyone off the pad. But can they get anyone on in for a score? 36 to go through. They're still shy of 2, but there goes the Hundo Burger, and that's game, set, match if they can just not int right now.
Yeah, don't give up anything. Get back, if anything, because we see Hiyori trying to see if they can get onto the flank here, looking for the KO onto the Umbreon, but then go back to the home pad. Fu, I think Verbs have done it. They may be able to hold out here to take us to a game 3. Hiyori finds the KO onto DJ, and they've now got 2 Groudon buffs ready to push this next pad. They've got 3 down from Verbs. I don't know, they may have given over too much.
They definitely may have given over too much, but we do have a possible comeback. If they can just get a 50 in though, they will win by 4 points. Let's see what happens. Oh my god, they do it! What is happening indeed? Out of the clutches of victory, the Victory Road have stolen this game away from Verbs Esports, and that is devastation now, because they played a fantastic last 5 minutes, and they should be deserving of this game. But sometimes things just go some ways, and I think while we wait for the scores to update, the Victory Road able to edge out the competition in our lower losers round 1.
Bro, that is brutal. The flame charge coming through from Silex, the flame sweep, sorry, was just too much time. It gave an opening for Hiyori to get the Hundo Burger in. Oh, that is so tough, because now, just as they were about to take us to a game 3 with a brilliant final few moments, by the way, were they managing to connect and find the KOs onto Victory Road, all of a sudden, the game pressure had flipped Fu. But then it comes down to the one final push, and they give over way too many buffs, way too many KOs, and the Victory Road win by 3 points.
It is absolutely devastation, I think, for Verbs Esports. But they have to look at the bright side. What a wonderful, spicy little best of 3 we got to watch and cast for everyone back home. And this is just the battle report, probably of everyone's nightmares. Having that fantastic, to be honest, the last, 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes, it was really just a Victory Road playing with the food and then pressing the Unite moves for no reason. But then the fact that Verbs Esports were able to capitalize on that was a great sight to see. Despite all that, Victory Road somehow gets lucky today and moves on in the competition.
Wow. I mean, hey, we're going to say goodbye to Verbs Esports here, chat, but I tell you what, they deserve to hold their heads high because they came into this competition whilst it was well underway. They replaced Game Crash, I believe, and they had a difficult few games to begin with, but they have improved and improved and improved. They defeated Victory Road in the final week of the regular season, and then they came into this with a brilliant effort in the group stages. They managed to win so that they go to playoffs, and then they give us a brilliant set that we just witnessed. Victory Road come out on top, but Verbs have massively improved in their time here in the European League.
Yeah, well said. I think that this is just the point of the league, right? It's about the journey of these players and how it sets them up for the next official season coming up very, very soon. And the fact that you're able to come in throughout, late into the league, but still make playoffs at the end of the day, facing some of, the best teams in the Europe region is just a credit to themselves, and they can add the European Unity League to their resume, as they are definitely thinking about next season as well. You can see this is the fight there where the Groudon was able to be shredded so quickly. Fantastic work from them. A really abysmal Hoa Unite that just sends Hiyori back to the Pokemon Center and really sets up less of a counterplay for them. And that's when we saw the potential for them to get some dunks in. It's just this fight, unfortunately, a massive meteor mash to knock out the Talonflame, and then also provide Zorok with the buff as well coming in. And sometimes things are just written in a certain way, and today the Victory Road is able to look forward and maybe learn from some of the mistakes in that 230 mark. I feel like a lot of Unites were wasted there.
100%, buddy. You're absolutely right. It felt like Victory Road was just giving over a little bit too much to Verbs Esports, and I think it probably was the confidence that they had. It was after that moment, Verbs got some massive KOs and got some massive picks that they ended up being on the stage of the verge of winning. But A huge shout out to both teams. A brilliant set yet again, but we have one more to bring you, chat. We're going to head to a quick break while we get this final one ready to go. Again, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We're back for a best of 5 very shortly. Hello everybody and welcome back for the final best of 5 of the day. We have a very interesting storyline on these two teams as Do You Like Pineapple had to FF versus the enemies after an unexpected victory against Banana Peelers during the mid-season, buddy. So they're going to be able to match it on out here.
Yeah, DLP against TE. Do you like Pineapple, Tano, on anything?
I like pineapple, and you know what? I hate to say it because people are not happy with it. Pineapple is also tasty on pizza.
I concur. I think it's a great take. But speaking of pineapple and the actual players playing in, some very familiar faces for me: Daddy Leon, Skull TT Bone, Nilts, By the Pig, and also LFD Beach. They've got experience galore here. And I mean, especially Daddy Leon, I think we've seen a lot more in that last season as well. Do you want to give us a quick overview of the enemies?
Yes, we do. This is Galaxy, Revenge, Chimparis, Jean-Midu, and Clem, what I consider to be the silent assassins here in the European League. But having said that, when Do You Like Pineapple and the enemies went off against each other, buddy, it was in the following week after that mid-season finals, and it was a very close game, but Do You Like Pineapple took the win. Will the enemies take over Pineapples, or the enemies go to the finals? This is the question, buddy, because right now, Pineapple have the advantage.
Well, the great news about this set, it is going to be best of 5, so a lot of potential for very close matches here. And also, my understanding is this is in the winner's side, right? So they do have that safety net of the losers.
Yeah, that they do. The lower bracket is waiting for one of these teams, but the winners and final is waiting for the other, with a team already set up ready for it, which is Banana Peelers. The matchup of Banana Peelers versus Do You Like Pineapple would be an absolute joy, but the enemies want to be the team to stop that happening.
Well, let's see how they play now. We've got a Hooper banned out first from the Pineapple, and Blastoise now banned out from the enemies. These are some interesting and different bans that I love to see, and I think it just depends on the kind of roster that they want to bring to the table, right, for this game number 1.
Yeah, trying to adjust. I mean, these teams have played against each other for, 13 weeks, and then we had the group stages, so they definitely are aware of what each other can bring. And Eldegoss ban is very interesting. I don't remember the last time I saw something like that banned.
Maybe it's just to help out that top path, since that Hooper and Eldegoss are both really good duo partners for Buzzwole or Pawmot or whichever Pokemon they choose. But, in the midst of all these banning, we do have Niels picking up this Empoleon that seems to have slipped through everyone's fingers in the ban phase.
A little bit crazy that a Galaxy is going to pick up the Buzzwole. U gets access to the Mew. They are so good on that Pokemon as well. So the enemies, they're very happy with their 2 main pickups here. But that Empoleon being let through is definitely a dangerous game that they're playing, because Pawmot also gets picked up by Skull.
Ooh, it does seem like they have given too much to the enemy team from Team The Enemies, but we'll see how they like to play. I mean, Mew's just in such a great position and able to get out of members that are, that all-rounder-ish, dive-ish type of play. So, even if Pawmot starts to get sticky on you, you do have the option of either your Agility Surf or even just a Light Screen as well, just to push them back. Coaching is a great way to keep members such as the Crustle and the Buzzwole in your sights, giving them a bit more shielding, but also creating boosters for yourself as well. So I don't see the 2 all-rounders being too much problem for Mew, but just for the Buzzwole, what is the matchup like between Buzzwole and Empoleon? I've yet to watch enough gameplay. Do you know much about that 1v1?
Well, to be honest, we see so rare the Empoleon coming into the game, buddy, that we haven't had much chance to witness that matchup. And I think it would be a great one, because Empoleon's one of those Pokemon that not only wants to get in and brawl constantly, but also does drop a little bit of AoE, which can be quite effective to a Buzzwole compared to the others. So, but they're also going to have to think about the Pawmot, aren't they? That's 2 Pokemon that Buzzwole wants to handle, and that might be a little bit too much for his mighty arms.
Yeah, and it might be a little bit too much as well, seeing the fact that Venusaur has come out with a potential Petal Dance build as well, and this Blissey to come in. I do have to say the Pineapple has rostered in a really strong, kind of Death Ball-ish comp here, and to match that, I mean, we do have a Talonflame that can escape some of these attacks with the fly, but is it going to be enough damage, I think, coming out from any of these members from the enemies to take down, let's say, a level 13, maxed out Petal Dance Venu, or when, the Pawmot goes with its Unite move and becomes quite a damage machine. I'm curious to see how the enemies actually play around that.
Me too, and I completely agree with you, buddy. I think Daddy Leon, if they go for the Petal Dance, that's going to be the difficulty for them, because I don't think they have enough damage to take that down. You're going to have to really rely on the Talonflame paired with the Buzzwole combo to really find the KO onto Daddy Leon. Either way, though, I mean, just before we go into this, a huge shout out to Clem, I believe the only one on that side that has actually now been picked up by Komai Esports. So a huge shout out to them, very well deserved, a brilliant player, and it's great to see them here in the European League.
Yeah, it's so exciting on Twitter nowadays, because all you see is just teams starting to announce their rosters for the next season, and always interesting what orgs pick up and whether they get new people to come in, or they rely on members that have proven success. So a great time for the European region indeed. But we're going to be back onto this game to see how they're going to be able to play with each other. But with a massive Buzzle start to the game, they take out Chansey, and poor Flipper has to quickly go back for that Citrus.
Oh man, Buzzwole is so dominant, but especially when you pair it with a support, and Jimmy Do is brilliant on these supports. Production did help us realise, buddy, that actually the Eldegoss ban is a direct target onto Jimmy Do because they are so good on that Pokemon.
Now it all makes sense, because Buzzwole with, let's say, an Eldegoss that's a seasoned player would be devastating for something like a Piplup to go up against. Mew gets a pick of the Snorlax there, as we now have more of an even board in terms of levels. We will have Pawmot running away, Super Cell Slam, able to get them out of dangerous reach, but they don't really have enough HP, I think, to come back into this fight if Galaxy gets a good pick on them.
Oh, manages to save Jean-Medou as well as they find the KO onto the Pawmot Bida, having to run down to this bottom side. Maybe cut off though, as Talonflame's trying to see if they can find her. They do manage to dive onto them down in the bottom lane. Beach trying to get away from Clem, runs into the Rock Tomb. They are going to get some good healings from the Nap, and that gets them back to the pad.
Oh, really good beam, but great defense coming in from Do You Like Pineapple, as we have a couple more stacks coming in from your Buzzwole already. Level 7 to his name. Mescal comes back in. And this is just the issue with Pawmot. You're not going to be able to do too much until you unlock your Mark Punch as well to set up the play. But as I say, there's a really good pick, at least, of the Alchemy. And Revenge looking to get that level 7 as this Drago gets ripped on by Do You Like Pineapple.
Looking for the Secure is Revenge though, ready to dive on in with the Acrobatics. Brilliant Secure, there's the Electro Ball as well. A brilliant effort from the enemies to take that away from Pineapple as they find the KOs here. Or rather, they do on the side of Pineapple, and they do find the Crustle as well. No, they don't, they're back in the bottom pad, buddy. This is crazy from the enemies as they manage to escape. Clem is going to fall, but points-wise, they've managed to take the lead.
Yeah, a bit of Houdini action coming out from the Crustle with a massive eject, but they stayed back into the bush instead and end up getting sent back to the home base anyway. We have the 720 birds up for grabs, and 4 members of Pineapple are all going to be down in the bottom. We do have Petal Dance unlocked for Venusaur as well, so definitely is that go-go showtime. Empoleon also online with level 7 as well. Haven't seen too much Empoleon gameplay, and it seems like they're playing the other set rather than Whirlpool, right?
Yeah, is it
Hydro Cannon?
Hydro Cannon, yeah.
Ooh.
The thing is, though, we've got a level 10 Buzzwole on the field, bro, and we're just under the 7-minute mark. This is massive for the enemies. Can they take the Regirock as well as Clem goes in with the X's as here comes the Fly? That's going to find it. A brilliant effort from Revenge as they take the advantage, now trying to go on the flank, looking for the KO onto Pawmot. Baidu's there to provide the assistance with the healing. Can't get enough off in time, and the enemies capitalize on having that open hole as they find the KOs now as Daddy Leon tries to put up a bit of defense, but it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, Talonflame's just a great pick here. It's like, yes, you can have all this damage resistance and healing from your Giga Drain on that Petal Dance Venusaur, but you can't really heal off what you can't see. and Talonflame, if they pick their moment correctly, they're going to be able to execute and take out the Venusaur before it becomes too much of a problem. Another big fight here with the Heavy Slam, but that comes in with the Fluffy Cream Supreme to heal up all members of the field as they fight for more. We have Galaxy now 1v1ing Nils there on the Empoleon as they use for the grab, but the Bliss assistance onto the Snorlax there, able to knock up everybody and clean up aisle 9. As we have now 4 members of Pineapple looking for a counter score up in that top half.
What a way to respond. The Sovereign Slide comes in. They do get KO'd for their efforts, but that was enough for Pineapple to win that fight, go and score massive points into that T1, and finally get extra levels that they're looking for, with now every Pokemon being available to get their Unite moves.
Yeah, really good fight now, and just an indication that they're not going to go down that quickly despite the early game going more on the side of the enemies. We will have now a kind of the eye before the storm resumes as members look to capture more wild Pokemon just for either their next Unite move or for that next fight. That's probably going to be down in this bottom path as the next Reggie will be spawning soon. Beach, kind of in no man's land right now, has to just chunk a bit of damage and get back into the fight soon.
Bottom Reggie's about to come on in. The enemies are well prepared for it, ready to go for the Rip Pineapple, trying to counter by going to score in that T2 pad, but Buzzwole is there to stop them. A Registeel buff goes to the enemies as they look to continue taking all the advantages that they can in this game. Regidrago is about to come on in about 20 seconds. The enemies continuing to put the damage on. Beach has to use their eject button. The Flame Sweep comes through, pulls the Empoleon aside. They use the Sovereign Slide here, disconnect onto the Crustle, but they don't get that much more out of it. They were looking to get the hunt onto Revenge, and they go on the retreat here. The Mystical Mirage is going to be used, and that allows you to get out of that position. And the enemies, they've managed to capitalize on that, but a massive block comes through. Verdant Anger as well, looking to find the KO onto you. They don't just yet. There's the dive in with a full charge Spark, and now they want to brawl on the pad, buddy. Here comes the Venusaur with the Giga Drain ready to fall, but can they find the KOs? There still hasn't been one just yet. It continues with a huge beam connecting, and finally Venusaur goes down. So does the Snorlax and the Empoleon.
Yeah, like dominoes, I think Pineapple just was able to be picked apart by the enemies. Quite a premature Unite move from the Alchemy, I think, and when they needed the most, unfortunately, there was no more healing there on that pad. But while this is all happening, Revenge looks to try to find a way to lock out this Regidrago to maybe score up in that top pad as well, because it seems like another skirmish has started again in this bottom path as we have nice Hydro Cannon landing on, but just no execution coming out from Pineapple. Another block to come through. Not enough damage, I think, with what your defender, supporter, and this is one all-rounder against a Mew that just gets free chip damage because no one can actually get on this attacker.
Yeah, it's very hard to do so, isn't it? It's so easy to kite on that Pokemon right now. The enemies, they've got themselves with a consistent lead here. Levels as well, with 14 being on the side of the Buzzwole. More points are going to go on in from Jimadoo as they look to put some pressure onto the Regieleki. In fact, they decide to leave it, looking for a pick here onto the side of Snorlax, but no, instead, Crustle gets caught out. Clem is just going to pull their attention away so the Buzzwole can walk back into that central area.
Fantastic isolation coming out from the Snorlax there, but they are going to be giving away a couple of scores down in the bottom though, so don't think the enemies is too worried about this Regieleki either. They're going to be setting up for this Groudon now in the next 10 seconds as we do have Snorlax on this little choke point, waiting for the team to come in before they start checking all the vision. The lack of bushes now in the central area just makes this fight way more interesting. Instead of you walking into a bush filled with 5 people, it's about how you can actually fight when you have vision of all members of the enemy team.
Here comes the fly. It's going to be blocked out by the Snorlax. Skull gets hit with the X-Scissor as well, but here comes Daddy Leon ready with that Pedal Dance Venusaur. Rubble Rouser is going to be used. The fly does go onto the Venusaur, but so does the Bliss Assistance. The Flame Sweep to come through and disrupt that, but they don't find the KOs that they were looking for, but the Swole Slam does though, as they take out Pawmot. Blissey's gone as well. Pineapple are falling one by one, but Crustle has been taken. Galaxy here is going to fall as well, as the Verdant Anger finally rains on down. Daddy Leon being being the only one up with Beach here to defend against this. But oh my god, Revenge has been dominant on this Talonflame. They still haven't been taken out yet, and Daddy has to back on up onto the ground on here with the Giga Drain, ready to get the heals. But Beach gets taken down as well as the enemies are back.
Oh, that's a huge pick, actually, from your Talonflame there. A great little revenge arc here coming in. If they can just take down this Venusaur there, they were oh so close beforehand, but with the Zip Zap full charge Spark there, able to take down the Talonflame, and now it might be in the favor of the Pineapple yet again. Beams come through a bit early on. Can they switch moves in time? It's on 1 HP and a Dream. Groudon comes in, gets secured by the enemies, and this might be the end of our game number 1. I mean, they already had the score lead to begin with, but anything else to help out in the last 20 seconds will not hurt either. Not enough time for counter scores as we have more 100 burgers running through in. Ending up, what, nearly 600 points to the name. The enemies seem to take game number 1.
What a brilliant effort. But can we just say how ridiculous the Unite move name is for Pawmot, buddy? It is way too long to call out in the middle of a team fight, right?
That I agree, Taro. That I agree.
When they're naming it, they should consider us poor casters, as we have to call it out in a fight. Zip Zap Full Charge Spark? Like, what?
It's almost as bad as Bright Future Meteor Storm, but maybe this one is worse. It is 5 words, isn't it? I was struggling to get it out before the move ended. You know?
At least with Bright Future Meteor Storm, it kind of like resembles it in the Unite move, doesn't it? Whereas the Zip Zap Full Charge Spark is very much like the move that it already has. So it's like, what is going on?
They should just call it Super Cell Slam. Like that would have been. Hire me, Pokemon, please.
But it is a brilliant win from the enemies, and they definitely felt very dominant in stages of that game, but 111k damage comes through from you, and I think Revenge was very difficult to handle as well.
Yeah, and yet again, I think just, Revenge's pick on the Talonflame, very crucial in a lot of these moments. Hopefully we get to see some on the replay. But yet again, the Alchemy Unite, I think the timing is going to be an interesting point to have a look as well, because at the end in that Groudon fight, Tano, it just went off a little bit too late, so the only thing they were healing up was that Mew. Regardless, though, the fact that they were able to come back in, delay the fight for the Buzzwole to come in for that Chaos Trigger 3 meant that they won it anyway. But you can see in this fight as well, they're just trying to defend this pad, and with some of the moves popped a little bit earlier, they were able to clean up, and then unfortunately Pineapple not able to get any more scores in. And then I think towards the end, it was like, what, 370 or something like that to 145? A great position to be in for that last 2 minutes.
Can you keep the momentum? That's the biggest call, because I mean, the Pineapple, they get Pawmot, they get Empoleon, they get Venusaur, Snorlax, Blissey, some of the strongest meta picks in the game right now. And it felt like Revenge just wouldn't be caught. Buzzwole was very difficult for them to handle. In fact, we were talking about that pick, weren't we, coming into this, buddy? What do you think about that matchup between Buzzwole and Empoleon and Pawmot?
Yeah, that's a good point. I do think the Empoleon was using a move that I probably wasn't too familiar with. Normally I see a lot of Whirlpool, which is kind of like that Death Ballish gameplay, but Hydro Cannon makes it to be more of a ranged all-rounder, right? You kind of need to set yourself up for a good hit on the Hydro Cannon before you actually go in. We're going to have a slow-mo on the Secure on Groudon here. In the end, it was Clem that takes it out. I was wondering whether you had time to switch the moves here for their Electro Ball, but as it happened, you can see eggs flying in and out of this pit. People get stunned on. It was up to Clem, I think, at the end that was able to get an auto attack in, perhaps, or X-Scissor. One of them. Empoleon going down to Buzzwole there as Blissey forced on the same. Oh, this is a little bit unfortunate for Daddy Leon, I think. They were one tick off from basically getting it and maybe turning around this game. Unfortunately, with Clem's insane secure, that able to secure them not only the Groudon but also game number 1.
To be fair, I think with most of Pineapple being KO'd at that stage, I think even if Daddy Leon managed to get that, buddy, I don't think they'd have got much from it. Because looking at it, there's 4 enemies around them, so that would have been an easy buff over to the enemies. But you are right. The tick that, oh my god, there's literally no, I was just watching it on stream as well. There was literally no HP bar on that Groudon anymore. That is crazy. But the enemies are going to take game one. Looking at the bans here, Pawmot taken out, Suicune taken out. Pineapple sticking with that Hooper and Eldegoss.
Yeah, interesting that they're just locking those two in to make sure that Galaxy Eagle does not get the best support, right, in that top side, especially any ranged ones like your Eldegoss and your Hooper will mean that it's just so much harder yet again for Nils to play that top side. They will have a revisit of this Empoleon, but it seems like Pawmot will be out of it for this game at least. But that might set up a better dive option for Pineapple to really access and take out U-Books.
Yeah, now Skull looks like they want to pick up these this Speedster, and I think that would be a good shout because I mean 111k damage we saw from that Mew there, buddy, so they need to do something to try and get onto the side of the Mew, but it looks like Skull's going to pull out the Blaziken now, and surprisingly, we actually haven't seen any Blaziken yet today, so that's going to be the first time. Daddy Leon is going to pair it with that Armor Rouge, which I expect to be the Armor Cannon because that's the only range that they have on their team.
Yeah, it's just yet again, I'm not sure whether this option will be the best to take down two attackers in the back line, right? Because there's a lot of defense, so if you're running in head-on, you're not going to be able to get through something like a Crustle and a Buzzwole. Yet again, though, if we can maybe get a good sidekick onto one of these attackers, maybe it sets up for a good play. Blaziken is great to play once you hit those 4 moves, right? But it doesn't have that straight dive option like your Leafeon, where you can just go in, click your Unite move, and then either Raichu goes down or the Mew goes down. So really interesting double 2 picks at the end for Pineapple, but let's see how they play actually. But this is a very important game, right? If they go down here, Pineapple will be 0-2, and then it's just set point for the rest of time. So very important conversion required from Team Pineapple this game.
Yeah, it really is, and to be honest, I don't know, I feel like the ranged attack on the side of the enemies might have the upper hand here, buddy. You've got you already putting in an absolute shift on that Mew, but Revenge has now pulled out the Alolan Raichu, and there's one thing that Alolan Raichu is good at, that's dropping a huge amount of damage onto these brawlers with those Electro Balls, as well as securing the farm that spawns on in. I think it's going to be a little bit too hard for them to be able to catch it as well, because, it just kites around the entire team. I don't think the Armor Cannon has enough range to deal with that.
No, and you really need level 11, don't you, for you to be really outside of the space of Buzzwole so that you can actually get value of that move. But we're going to head into game number 2 now, as yet again we have your Piplup going into the top side. They will have a little bit more of a relief since Psyduck is also going to have that range and a decent secure in that early game. Revenge going in for the central area to get that Raichu ASAP. I'm curious to see how these parts actually play out.
Yeah, because they still have a tough matchup against this Buzzwole. Good stun's going to come through from the get-go. Yui's going to get a stack straight off the bat. And they've got to keep out of the reach of Beach, because the battle between Beach and Clem down here, that's going to be how this lane is decided.
That's exactly right. I mean, both of them are a decent early game, especially if you get a Crustle somehow before those birds come through. It will set up a really good way for your central area player to play the game as well. We do have Revenge coming in early up in the top side, and so will Skull as well. So this is going to be a massive 3v3. Buzzwole, not 5 yet. This is probably the only option and opportunity for this Piplup to gain some levels, maybe even out the board before the Buzzwole starts winning those 1v1s.
That's the power, though. The balls are dropped by Revenge, and they're going to find all those KOs onto that farm, trying to see if they can push this Buzzwole out of reach of the assistance of Jean Madou. Doesn't work just yet, but what an effort that was, to be fair.
Yeah, Butterpig doing fantastic. There's not enough damage on that team, but it will bait out the Jet, which I think is actually really important for this next Regidrago fight.
Here we go. They're trying to see if they can break this Crustle, but it's going to be Snorlax that's sent back to the Pokemon Center right now. Galaxy getting really aggressive with it. Throws Bida back to Nurse Joy, looking to get the 21 in. Nils stops it. Doesn't stop the 12. But Jamadou looking to see if they can cause a little bit of healing onto the side of Galaxy here. They do get the 21 in. The target goes onto Jamadou.
Yeah, lots of work, unfortunately, for this poor little Piplup. Not able to secure that Bumblebee as well. So they're going to be stuck as Dawn's duo partner, it seems. Probably not the position they want to be in. Finally, evolution to Primplop. But while that is all happening, we will have a fight for this Regidrago. Revenge already hitting close to that level 8 will be able to secure that buff as well as a global experience boost for their team. Not to mention we will have another fight up top now, Tano. It does seem like Revenge cut between the side up, but makes quick work of it. It's Galaxy, and now the pressure is up in that top path.
Yeah, Overheat has just been used, so they know they can go in for this approach if they want. I love this combo with Jean Medou with that slow that goes on down and limits the approach that Pineapple can take. The enemies are trying to capitalize on it here, and they do.
Wow.
As yet again, Revenge finds the KOs. Galaxy will not be stopped, and they make plenty of points into that pad. It's now 61-0 as the first objectives come in.
Yeah, just moment of brilliance there from Clem. Seeing that your Blaziken has already used the dash moves to land a perfect little rock tomb there, trapping 2 members. And it really just allowing Galaxy to just play the game, alright? We will still have Nils struggling to get some level, so they're going to be preoccupied with clearing up that top side. Reggie Steel going on the side of the enemies, and this will make this Regieleki fight maybe a little bit better, but it will be Pineapple that steals it away from them, and perhaps finally a response from this team that needs some sort of KOs, some sort of wins in this next 2 fights.
106-0. Still, that donut store is wide open for Pineapple. They need to do more. You can't win a Pokemon Unite game without scoring, but they're trying to see if they can find the KOs and at least keep up with the levels. They do need a little bit more on the side of their defenders and supports, but at least the carries are managing to keep up. Galaxy here is just sat in the middle of this Fluffy Cream Supreme, and that's going to be enough for Pineapple to end up going down to the Pokemon Center. The enemies so good with this Raichu. Look at it. Revenge is so difficult to catch right now, and then you've got you pairing the Electro Balls with the boosted, finds the Psyduck. Pineapple have got way too much to deal with here.
Yeah, there's a lot of poke coming out from the enemies, and it's clearly a struggle point for Pineapple. We will have Armor Cannon trying to do their best to chunk out this Mew, but in all of the scuffle down in the bottom, Buzzwole gets a 40 up in the top side. Mystical Mirage comes out from the Mew there, but not really too much danger point at all for them. And poor Blaziken just not able to access the backline, which is, I think, what we anticipated when they were drafting this Pokemon.
Yeah, that's why I was hoping for the Leafeon, because I think that the access in the backline is the biggest issue for Pineapple here. You've got 2 strong ranged attackers that you are uncontesting, realistically, because you can't break through the Crustle, you can't break through the Buzzwole, so you're just going to have a consistent game where you don't have enough healing, right? You've got to look at the side of Pineapple. They don't have a healer per se. You've got to side up for the crowd control, and that's what you've got to rely on.
That's right. Bit more of a pause here as both teams just thinking about which path they want to actually go in. And as I say this, I note that Galaxy goes in for the Ultra Soul Slam to just delete Psyduck off the map, and now they have the Beast Boost, and here comes the Chaos Trick of 2. They look for more as Niels has to go back to their tier 2 pad to wait for their team members to come back in. But with just consistent little cupcakes coming out from the Alchemy, seems like this Buzzwole is not going to get knocked out all the way too soon. Great Unite move coming out there, but Galaxy finally getting stunned for days from the Power Nap will go down. But this bought a lot of time, and look at this. Huge little secure on the Regice there. It's all about how these players play the game together. A whole lot of teamwork coming out from the enemies. They take down Blaziken as well, and with that, Snorlax also goes down. I mean, this is really a game for the enemies to just show off their synergy, isn't it?
Bro, Clem is so good on this Crustle. It's Pineapple are having such a difficult job on dealing with Clem. The amount of times that we've seen them just manhandling 2 of them on the side of Pineapple with the X-Scissor against the walls as well. I mean, look at this. They find the KO onto the Psyduck. Incredible effort from Clem. And the enemies, they are really beginning to be unbeatable in this game. They've got 226 points to 0. Looking to see if they can break this. They won't be able to, but the Lecky's going to have to be dealt with.
Yeah, and I think that the best way is just to push this in now to minimize the amount of points going in. But speaking of points, though, that's a whole lot of maximization up in the top side. A 40 goes in and a 50 as well. This is getting to a point where perhaps it's the point of no return, right? If you get a couple more hundreds to come in, I don't see it being very easy at all for Pineapple to come back into this game. They seem to have no answer for the backlines of the enemies, and when they finally get a good psychic of someone, Clem is there to make sure that their attackers are safe, which is a great display of how defenders should be.
Don't want to be too confident with it though, the enemies. We're now 40 seconds away from Groudon taking to the field. You can't give over experience right now. You've got a level 14 Raichu, you've got a level 13 Buzzwole and Mew. That's a lot of experience that you don't want to give on over. 30 seconds before Groudon takes to the field. Looks like the enemies want to make an approach on this top Reggie, buddy, knowing that there's not that many goals left for Pineapple for them to score in.
No, and I think if this is going to be a Reggie steal, it might be a really good advantage going in. Regardless, though, they know they have time to take this out. It's going to be a final Reg Eyes for the team. A bit of buffs there as they head into the final stretch of our game number 2. I mean, is a rip an option here? Can they grab anybody? Massive isolation, though, onto the Mew. But they're going to be able to dance right out of it. And it's actually Beach that's going to get chunked down. Has to quickly use their heavy slam to get out of the way. Focus band, proc and all.
Yeah, they were looking for the ambush there, knowing that the enemies were in that top side, but they didn't get a single Unite move out of it, and the enemies are feeling pretty healthy as well, so it has not worked, but Nils manages to get a Hundo Burger in from the get-go, and finally, we have a ball game on our hands, a minute 30 left, but a massive connect with the balls comes through, and Psyduck is sent straight back to the Pokemon Center. Right now, Skull is having a difficult time in the middle of this bush, a huge block against the wall, though, as Beach goes into the Power Nap, Galaxy connects with the Ultra Soul Slam, and they just have to hold on out here, buddy. We've got a minute left in this fight. The enemies are finding one pick onto Pineapple at a time, but if they just hold out for a little bit longer, there won't be enough time for Pineapple to take the win.
No, time is of the essence here, as we have Sayayai having to pop in a panic rage there. Fortunately, still getting taken out is going to be the Psyduck of the team, and with that, Armourouge also falls short as well. They don't really need this Groudon at all from the enemies. They just need to be able to isolate each person one by one, get those KOs, and that's exactly what's happening. Massive grab into the Electro Ball for the enemies, takes out the Empoleon as well, and at this point in time, 37 on the clock, Tano, it does seem like game number 2 going really easily to team the enemies.
Yeah, that's the surprising thing for me, is how comfortable that felt for the enemies, buddy. It was different from Pineapple in game 1. It was it felt like they could have got in it from a really good team fight. Here, it felt like the enemies had control of majority of this game, and they were really struggling to find the KOs with Pineapple.
I do think that this is really dictated by the draft that's put in, so perhaps a good advice to Do You Like Pineapple is just thinking about how they can actually combat the Pokemon that are coming out and drafted by the enemies, right? You might have some Pokemon that you want to play as a team, but you also need to adapt to how the enemy team is bringing up their Pokemon. If they are consistently putting in the attackers in the back line, and you don't have Pokemon that can deal with it, perhaps in this next game coming in, you can think about whether, drafting that Leafeon, as you mentioned before, is going to be an idea to experiment with, right? Regardless, it might be the last game of your competition today, but if you can learn from that and actually come back into the game, because it's best of 5 at the end of the day, right? I think the experimental stage is over now. It's time to lock in with Pokemons that maybe make your life a little bit easier.
Yeah, looking at that there, buddy, the fact that you only managed to find one KO during that, and you were really trying to fight it on out. We see 30% damage across the board for Daddy and Nils there. 92k blocked by Beach. They were definitely trying, but they could not find the answers for the enemies. Clem on that Crustle is so good for the enemies, so hard to break through them, alongside the Buzzwole as well, that you and Revenge are comfortably uncontested for the whole game.
That's right, and just from the get-go as well, it did seem like as soon as the Regidrago, right, at the 8-minute mark was taken, it really was able to take a lot of these members of the enemies back into their second move, and with that, you can see the poke coming out. Just the constant pressure from the backline seemed to be a little bit too hard, and then this little funny moment we had on top side where Galaxy was able to get KOs after KOs with Jean-Mi just helping it out, and then it's like, do you want to keep going in and keep up your beast boost? Here's a little bit of dessert for you. You know, we had the Psylocke Unite to come through. It took all, including the Power Nap, and also the Unite move from the Armor Rouge to really take down that Buzzwole.
Watching that again, I didn't realize they used 3 Unite moves to try and take out that one Buzzwole, bro. And here, I mean, Beach, brilliant effort to push them up against the wall. Just needed to be a little bit quicker on it, did Daddy Leon with that Psycho Boom. Then Galaxy breaks free, manages to put the damage in. But now, with a minute 10 left, all the enemies are doing is stalling out the rest of this, looking to find a couple of picks, because right now, they have full control of these fights.
Yeah, no better Pokemon to stall out than Crustle, you know, Mew, Raichu, just to deal damage. So you can't really commit to going in without potentially losing as well. So, I mean, potentially final game, and we're on our 3rd right now. I really would like to see some adaptation and variation from what Pineapple bans out or picks them in. They will have the first pick once again on the purple side. Talonflame is here. There we go. This is what I'd like to see.
Gonna ban out the Talonflame. Oh, okay, at least adjustments, buddy. That's the main thing. Latios is being banned out by the enemies. What is Nils gonna pair that up with? The difficulty is with this set, when you look at it, like, I never would have thought that the enemies would end up winning it with a 3-0. So Pineapple, they have to bounce back here, buddy. They will go down to the lower bracket. They do have that little bit of space. They're gonna ban out the Mew here as well to limit you.
I think this is a great game for Venusaur, to be honest. There's no Talonflame, right, to really go in for a bulk bit of damage, and there's no Suicune as well. So if they wanted to, it is decent. Pawmot is another great option as well, and being not banned out there, it's either Pawmot, Empoleon, or Venusaur at the moment for your Death Ball-ish comp. Galaxy Eagle revisits the Buzzle that's worked so well, but Clem and perhaps Jean-Mi has the potential to play your Eldegoss or your Hooper this game. So I'm very excited for this top path, actually, because from all those bans in the last 2 games, we might actually finally get to see what it's all about. And it's going to be Hooper locked in for Jean-Mi.
Yeah, you're going to be very happy with that pairing as well, aren't you? Especially if you go for the Trick Phantom Force or whether you go for the rotations. Like, either way, you're going to be happy with those 2 in that top lane. Looks like Bider's going to show some entertaining onto the side of the Eldegoss here. Daddy Leon looking for his Sylveon? Nah, Beach is going to pick up the Mamoswine. And surprisingly, we're like 4 Pokemon down here, and Empoleon is finally being entertained.
Yeah, and I think, speaking of dive, there's a lot more access to backline now. This is what I like to see coming out from Pineapple. Mamoswine is a Pokemon that has just your unpredictable way to actually access the backline, right? Your eject is always available after you use your Earthquake. So anyone in the backline is going to be a little bit scared, but it's really funny because guess what? The enemy's not really playing too much backline or revealing too much about the backline right here. We do have potentially your Armor Cannon on you, which is a great pick for this Mamo. But what will Revenge actually play here? Will they go in with the Speedsters? Will they play sort of an attacker-ish central area Pokemon? They're going to actually lock in the Dragonite, which means that it's all going to be just 5-on-5 brawl, I think, for this game number 3.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Will it? I mean, you suspect, you know, Outrage. We've already seen Hyper Beam today with Nachos playing it in the previous set. Worked very well for Ultimate. And the enemy's going to stick with that plan here because they've got a lot of brawl coming their way, buddy. And Nils is going to constantly be in and out, be an absolute nuisance. That Greedent style play on that Galarian Rapidash. So they've got a lot to deal with, trying to grab that at least. And then Daddy Leon looks like they're going to go for the beams here.
Yeah, I think Beam is going to be better now, isn't it? Because you have actually a little bit less dive coming out from the enemies with that Dragonite pick. And they do have Mamo and Pawmot to really play that front line for them. And if things get bad, we will have still the Eldegoss Unite as well. So, Murray King, this is a lot better drafting for our game number 3. And perhaps they will be able to take some games off the enemies so it's not going to be a 3-0 loss. Seeing like their performance so far in the league has been quite on par with each other, right? It's kind of we didn't expect those games in the first 2, and let's see whether it's time to wake up maybe for them and see whether they can bring us to that 5 game of a best of 5.
Yeah, until the final week of the European League, the enemies were pretty much just behind Ultimate. I mean, they still ended the standings in second place, buddy, but in that final week, not only did we see Ultimate defeated, we saw the enemies and the Victory Road as well. So these are a very good team are the enemies, and they have been throughout the entirety of this league. Can they take the win? We have match point here for the enemies. Pineapple have to win every game here on out if they want to make it into the winners final from the top side.
Yeah, a lot of pressure for sure, but we will have now a little Ponyta going up in the top side, going up against that Hooper Buzzle duo. They will have some difficulty, but if there's any Pokemon that doesn't really care about that crowd control, it is going to be that Galarian Ponyta.
Already a difference in this game, buddy. The enemies were so dominant in these early stages in this top lane, but now that Ponyta at least has even pulled them back. They score the first points, and they've got themselves a couple of secures as well.
Yeah, really good play now. They're going to be able to get some of these Natus and run back in. But speaking of the bottom side, though, good slam into the back line here for Pineapple. Great look for them as they get a nice little pick for a game. And for once, they are going to have... they're going to be the team with points on the board here, Tano, away from the enemies. So a good setup there as your Rapidash comes online as well.
A much better early game here from Pineapple as they look to grab more experience. We do now have the Ivysaur online. They take down the Snorlax as well. Beach gets very weak though. Gives over experience to the central area for the enemies. Probably not what you want as Bida tries to get back to the pad. Does Galaxy use their eject button and they haven't found the KO yet as the Ponyta, the Rapidash rather, causes way too much disruption. Bida looks to get away, but they're so weak at Galaxy. Will they go down? Yes, they do. Ponyta comes out on top.
Oh, massive pick now for them as they pressure amps up and Revenge has to quickly Dragon Dance out, but Pawmod's Supercell Slam not able to reach, unfortunately, as now we have all eyes down in the bottom path. Armor Cannon available for you as Beach still looking for the Piloswine. Maybe one or two raw Pokemons away from that, but they're going to get started on this Red Drago without a moment's hesitation. And it doesn't seem like the enemies are really looking for it just yet.
Yu's going to try and get in there with the Armor Cannon, but it is blocked off by Beach. A brilliant block it is, and then you go secure the Regidrago. Pineapple with a much better early game here. Still trying to respond, though, to Galaxy. There goes the Pawmot diving on in. Manages to find the kill onto Hooper. Now they are ready to punish Galaxy. That is not the combo you want, buddy. 4 Pokemon versus 1. I'm not sure that's fair.
And Mamoswine just having way more value than Snorlax in that case, as Clem is now looking to get some sort of a consolation for their team, picking up this blue buff, maybe just starving out the central area of Pineapple a little bit more. We will have 10 seconds before the Reggies will spawn from the top and the bottom, and seeing that Daddy Leon has that level 8 on their Venusaur, they will have access to that Solar Beam as well. So we're keen to see how these teams actually prioritize this. We will have a 2v2 brought up the top side, support, and your double all-rounders, but it might be Skull to come out on top if they not get grabbed again. But Galaxy Eagle able to knock out them and get some scores in as they get 2 KOs up on the top side.
Massive heavy slam from Clem, locks in that Galarian Rapidash for the KO from the side of Revenge, as now they want to push on to this T1 pad as well, looking to take out Daddy Leon. They're able to do it. Hyper Beam comes through. Yu's ready with the Armor Cannon, but they're just going to rain in points here and give themselves a consistent lead with 150 points on the board.
Great response coming out from the enemies, and suddenly at the 6-minute mark you can see that they've really gained their lead back, right? They do have Buzzwole and Dragonite both having access to their Unite moves as well as that point lead now. We went from, 9-0 to 150 to 74. Now the Skirmish to come through. Ultra Soul Slam takes out the Elder Goss, as now we have Hyper Beam knocking out Pawmot as well. We have a 5th, 6th member of Regieleki threatening to crash through in, and it will be successful as the Verdant Anger hits nothing but pavement, as all members of the enemy seem to be in that iframe moment of scoring. The Triad Blades to come through, but nothing can stop this Mosquito when it gets hot, and it definitely is getting hot in here. Trying to cool it down though, Pawmot with a good slap to gain some sort of levels back, but looking at the top side, Tano, I feel like the damage has already been done.
I agree, mate. This Pineapple have to consider taking the Buzzwole out of these games, but a Galaxy is an absolute menace on that Pokemon. Trying to get them here as well in the Hyper Beam. Great effort from Revenge, but I feel like, yeah, they've got to look at some sort of, like, takeaway from that Buzzwole, buddy, because if they do survive this game, Galaxy Eagle already has been a dominant Pokemon against them.
Definitely, and, you know, with this game buff with the Hooper as well, able to make sure that they are always going to be matching that highest level on the side of Pineapple. One other Regieleki to come in through is going to be down in the top side in about 30 seconds, but we will have a fight, or not even an uncontested secure, I think, of the basement Regirock going up into the enemies. It's a, what do you even do in this scenario if you're Team Pineapple? Because the aggression has been so consistent from the enemies. Do you take the moment to contest this top Regieleki? Because there's going to be a third one if you don't.
Yeah, you've got to at least force this Regieleki to not be taken before the 4-minute mark, because there will be another one on. They've at least left quite a bit of time now, so I don't think the enemies would be able to get it before the Groudon comes on in. Skull has done a decent amount here. Here's the full charge spark going in, but they are going to get KO'd. It looks like the lock-in is going to come through from the enemies, but at least it's under that 4-minute mark. They can defend this back at the home pad and not be concerned about the wind condition.
And we have a Hooper Rings Unbound here as they see a good pick onto Daddy Leon, and with the one of the pokes coming out off the map for Pineapple, this might be another push there. Mammoth Master comes through, but right into the arms of Galaxy as now they look for more yet again. Massive double stun from the Power Nap and the Heavy Slam. There's Trio Blades fights. You 1v1, able to escape that ordeal. However, it does seem like there's a ton of damage coming in. Beam to take out Hooper, though. This might be the turnaround time, but guess what? The Regieleki actually walks in. We totally forgot about this Pokemon, and there's going to be some crucial scores coming in, pushing their points to 430 on the board here, Tano.
300 points in the lead. They just need a couple more, so not be too concerned about Groudon even being on the field, buddy, as you, with a massive armor cannon, blows Venusaur back to the Pokemon Center. Daddy Leon wiped out with 20 seconds before this bottom Reggie comes on in. The enemies getting prepared to do just that with a good combo here of the Armor Rouge.
Yeah, it's just, it gets to a point where you start to see the advantage of some certain Pokemons, right? For example, this Armarouge with the Armor Cannon having an extended range can definitely contest against the Solar Beam Venu now. And Venusaur, having a level 13 though, don't get me wrong, is definitely a good space to be in, with the beams having a much shorter cooldown, but they need a whole lot more than good beams in this final fight if they want to take back and maintain their dreams of continuing in the winner side of the European League. Gonna get set up now for that Groudon Tano.
The enemies have got all that they need, buddy. Points, buffs, but Galaxy may have been caught out here. Groudon's about to come on in. What do you do if you're the enemies? Looks like they're going to go score in the home pad, buddy. Ready to go with the rings unloose as well. If they score enough points here, they don't need to be concerned about the Groudon, but Pineapple here going for the rip. The difficulty is they will then have the Groudon buff. If they do find a couple of KOs, they'll get even more points, and they might be able to catch up. We've got a minute 50 left, buddy. The enemies have gone back to the home pad, but will it be the play that works for them?
Well, we'll see what happens now, right? The benefit of a Groudon buff is that you will be able to have that damage increase as well as a quicker scoring, but it's different to Ray because you won't have that insta, a score shield, right? So that people can actually still stop you if they get a crowd control or some sort of big AoE damage on it, and that's exactly what's happening here, is the Boom to come through, not sub 3 members, but with Hooper going down earlier on, this might be a couple of decent scores coming in, and we do have a bit of panic coming out from the enemies as they rushed onto the pad, and the beams are going to be hitting just right there, and with that, we are within 100 points away. K gets free from Daddy Leon in a great timing. We will need a couple more scores to go in. Can they find enough scores, Tano, to get to that 7 mark? That is the magic number. They can go in. Eject beam to come through, but Revenge hangs on, and with Hooper coming back, it will be Pineapple retreating in. I don't think they've scored enough here. 30 seconds remaining, though. Never say never. If Daddy Leon can just pick up a few more points, or probably giving points to the Rapidash is going to be a better option here, they might be able to still pull this back.
Great rotation to the T1 goal here. Look at them in the bottom lane, though, buddy. They want to try and push and score
the
themselves,
pull-up.
but this might leave Galaxy with a little bit too much. There is only a couple of points that are needed to take the lead for Pineapple, and they're going to be able to defend down there as well. They do manage to dive onto the Venusaur, but can they get the points in? Yes, they do. A 64 goes in from the Dragonite on the home pad, and that's going to be enough for the enemies to take this, I believe, with a 3-0 victory in the semi-finals.
Massive drama here at the European Unity League in our game number 3. I mean, for a moment, it did seem like the Venusaur was absolutely going to turn the tide of the battle, but we can't have forgotten how powerful of a Hooper player Yomi is there with a really good core, I think, to score in. And I think that's probably why the Buzzwell maybe was caught out in the early side. They were trying to stay out of vision, waiting for the Hooper rings, but unfortunately spotted by Team Pineapple there. So fantastic work from the enemies. A really dominant performance. And if you're any other team watching this set right now in the winner's side, anticipating the next match, I mean, the enemies is a team to watch, aren't they?
Oh, that they are, buddy. I mean, all we're going to say is that Pineapple just didn't want to go up against Banana Peelers, so they decided to throw it and go down to the lower bracket. That's all we're going to say. But the enemies, they were brilliant, buddy, and I love the response to go and sprint to go score in that T2. You pull back a little bit of Pineapple as they tried to defend that, and then Revenge uses that Draco impact to score in the home pad. It was a brilliant response to seeing that you gave away a little bit too much on that home pad, buddy. They gave away a lot of KOs and a lot of points over to Pineapple. If they'd have stayed there and continued to take that fight, I think Pineapple would have won.
Yeah, regardless though, I think it's definitely a better performance in this game number 3 for Pineapple than the previous 2 games. Especially in the early game as well, they're able to get some crucial picks, as well as just nerfing the Boswell a little bit more. At the end of the day, heartbreak though, but it's not over yet, because they are going to be pushed down to the losers, so they still have more chances to fight it out before we get to that grand final stage of our league. It has been a really good season, I've heard from Pineapple, right? 11-6 is a really good performance.
They've been fan favourites, buddy. There's a couple of teams that people have felt like they've really enjoyed seeing take the fight. Banana Peelers is one. Do you like Pineapples? Another. And they've been an absolute joy to watch. I mean, we don't say goodbye to them yet. They are in that lower bracket, and they are one of the teams to watch in that lower bracket. What is interesting is that we've now seen this Hyper Beam Dragonite coming out twice in these playoffs, and it has worked both times.
Yeah, it definitely has, right? And just with the Regieleki getting a successful crash both times is a really good play from the enemies. I think the enemies, something that they're good at is just taking pressure away from the rest of the team and making, I think, Pineapple forget that there are some other urgent matters to attend to, such as the second Regieleki that walked in the end. We were also focused on the fight in the bottom part, and we didn't realize that Dragonite was able to get a decent 50 into the home pad because that Regieleki walked in.
To be fair, you are right. Pineapple were brilliant in this game compared to the game before it, where the enemies just dominated every single side of it. What I will say is that Nils was brilliant on this Galarian Rapidash, and I think the enemies struggled to deal with it, especially in the early to mid game, and they were really managing to capitalize on being an absolute nuisance on the side of the enemies.
Yeah, that's right. And this is the moment where we're like, whoa, okay. A couple points going in here. And then, yeah, despite losing Dragonite here and providing a few more levels, I think at the end of the day, it is going to be that points game, right? And it's going to require a really intelligent Hooper to pull off plays like this. And this is just one of the things you don't get to see in that solo duo queue ladder. Getting a whole team understanding, at the end of the day, we aren't going to need that macro rotation to get some points in.
Oh, buddy, I've just seen a picture production put in chat of the way me and Fu were reacting to that final moment, and it is very funny, chat. What an absolute beautiful day this has been for the European League at playoffs, and it has not ended here. We've got more action to bring. There we go. That's the picture.
Oh, wow.
Look at me. I'm like, oh my god, no. Oh, I love it. I love it.
Holy. Yeah, it's been a huge drama point today, I think, in the broadcast today with all these different sets going in. And I think this is what Groundon brings to the table, isn't it? It's just something different. A lot more action in the last final stretch moments.
So here's the updated playoff structure for you, chat. Looking at tomorrow's games, they are going to be absolute belters before we have the finals on the 19th of October. So tomorrow we have Pineapple versus the Victory Road in that lower bracket. Ultimate versus Cafe to Martin, who have managed to take a game from Ultimate, by the way. And then we will have our semi-finals in the lower bracket as well for you. Before the 19th is going to be the end of the European League. What a journey it has been, but we've got so much more action to bring you.
Definitely looking like it's getting to that point in time where every single set is just, you can't miss it, right? It's going to be action-packed. It's going to, the stakes are high, and I'm just really curious to see which team actually gets that golden ticket into the grand final first and having to watch the rest of the teams play out. Is it going to be Banana Peel? Is it going to be enemies? You guys got to tune in to find out. I think that's it, right? Have we missed any more updates as to the league, Tano? It's time for thank yous, I think.
I don't think so. I think we're ready to end. Time for thank yous, absolutely. I'll make a start on them, but a huge thank you to the production. In general, Shivam has put all of this together, and it would not be possible without them. An absolute brilliant production effort, as well as doing some observing, by the way. Yamin as well in the backgrounds, being able to put all of these graphics and these trailers together. A brilliant effort from them, as well as being an admin, and of course Zara in the chat. Thank you so much. And our observers today, I think Shivam was observing today. I'll wait for them to confirm. But Night Terror, a huge thank you to them coming and being so early, but also giving us some brilliant effort with the casting. Ghatlue was with us to begin with. What more could you want on their channel? And you as well, Fu. You're on the other side of the world, but you are here on the mic with me, so a huge thank you to you.
Thank you, Tano, and also likewise, thank you to you as well. Really just being able to carry the entire league on your shoulders. I know you've been broadcasting it on your channel as well. It has been a fantastic league, it sounds like, and I don't think anyone wants it to end just yet, and that's exactly why we've got a couple more days, a couple more unmissable streams to make sure that chat makes sure to turn up, because it's gonna get good, and I hope this sets up for even more leagues to come, especially since the official season for You Lucky EU region there, you actually get a league, and this is a really good way for the teams over there to practice and get set up, I think, to a different format, right, in season 2025 to 2026. So that's it all from us today. I think apart from that, all good in the hood. We'll catch you, is it tomorrow, right, at the same time?
It is.
Send off. I haven't sent anything off in so long, Atano. It's all yours, mate, to end the stream.
Tomorrow at 6 p.m. CEST, chat. So come and join us all there. It's going to be an absolute blast. We will find out who our finalists are going to be, the 3 teams that are going to take it on. So have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, chat. We will be back with you tomorrow. See you later.
Bye.